Oh, shit. Where are they? Actually, fuck this music. All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, and yes, you are seeing me in 4K. Am I as pretty as you thought in 720? Maybe, maybe not. Welcome to the party. I am the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Really quick, want to give a shout out to the replay gang. Thank you guys so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party. That's fine. You're still going to have a good time. Just make sure every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you are right back here so you will never, ever miss a party. Again, before we start, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream, my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus merch. Only at my6shirt.com. Oh, whoa. What is going on with my camera here? Oh, that is not good. That is not good. Come on, Logitech. What are we doing here? Struggle streaming already. All right, give me 1 second here. Let's try to pop in on my phone. This. All right. So we should be. Let's see if we. Hold on. Look at that. Oh, geez, guys. Struggle streaming. I knew I should have waited till tomorrow to try to put all this together. Let's see. Stop cam. Let's try to remove. Maybe if I leave the studio. Leave studio, yes. This is how it goes. New equipment, and I've heard this is a. Hey, there we go. I've heard this is. Oh, come on. All right. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are we gonna do this? Is this gonna work? Most expensive camera on the market. All right, well, hey, there we go. There we go. All right, let's share screen. Let's get into this so that no matter what happens, we at least have the content. So I didn't even make a banner for this. My hair is all, oh my God, talk about struggle streaming. All right, first time in 4K and my hair is a mess. All right, so we have, been looking at a lot of stuff with just Pearly things recently, and we've seen that she is not exactly who we thought she was, or isn't necessarily as capable of, what we thought. And that's okay. No hate on her. I think she is awesome at what she does, and has these very consistent panels, and that's working for her. But in terms of being a voice in the red pill space that allows people to see a different perspective. We talk all the time about diversity and this and that and that. But so often that diversity is a diversity of skin color or a diversity of gender. And in this case, yes, we're talking about a diversity of gender, but more what we're focusing on is the diversity of thought that is brought to us by a woman talking about red pill stuff, and especially because she's talking to super liberal Destiny, then it's gonna be fun. So I am a little, oh man, I'm gonna have to fix this camera, but let's get into it.
Ooh. So tell me, did you miss this sexy smile? You know you did. All right. You know you did. Don't lie at home. Welcome, everyone. I know you're all here for the spice today. Spicy show.
As you guys know, the sound can be not ideal in the video. So if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Spicy guest, I have to say. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, here's a rundown. Liberalism versus conservatism. Ooh, that's going to be good. The red pill movement, the manosphere. What's going on over there? Is it good for men? Is it bad for men? Andrew Tate, good for men? Bad for men? College. Is college a scam? Y'all know I taught some college, so I have a pretty strong opinion on that one. We'll see. Gender activism. What about puberty blockers for kids? Good or bad? Abortion. Let's dig into that a little bit. All the controversial topics are on the table, and I'm going to do it with a very, very, very special guest who is in the house. I was about to call by the wrong name, but I got it right. Stephen Bonnell is here, also known as Destiny. Destiny is the name that made you famous, though, I have to say. So if I said Stephen Bonnell, people might be like, who?
They'll know who I am.
They'll know who you are. Why Destiny? Before we even dig into topics, why did you decide? And why do so many people in the YouTube space have an alternate name that they use? Do you know why?
Well, I mean, a lot of us...
Well, obviously, when you have terrible, horrible ideas, then you want to make sure that you can hide behind some kind of name.
kind of grew up like on the internet playing video games and stuff, and you're not gonna put your real name as a video game name. So I'm lucky that I kind of aired on the, it's just like a noun, Destiny. It's kind of funny, but like some people are like, you know, like XXX Child Slayer, XX, like
Right.
at least I don't have like a name like that. Like, oh, like, you know, Darth Lord Murderer, you know, 69 is here to talk in the studio. I don't have to, yeah.
Although that would be an interesting intro, I have to say.
Yeah.
To bring that in. So we're going to get into a little bit of everything today. And I wound up, you know, pulling some clips of you on other shows to kind of intro the conversation.
Ambush me on the show? Okay,
well, I think it's cool to know.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think it's interesting to hear what you've said. And then sometimes you being able to contextualize it in person creates a more interesting conversation, because a lot of people watch these little clips and then they develop a perception. But I love having the person to say, this is actually what I meant, or that's 100% what I meant.
Okay.
So already we are seeing, I don't like this angle. We're going to have to work on it, guys. Hey, we got Kluk in the building. What happened this week? What do you mean what happened this week? Lots happened this week. That is going to keep happening, guys. I'm sorry. It's just the I don't know what the issue is with the camera, but it keeps saying that is a regular thing. So we're just going to deal with it and then it'll come back. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean, but we got No Freedoms in the building. What is good? What is good? This sounds simple. Well, you might want to stick around because our girl here does a lot better than Just Pearly Things ever did with anyone. And we got Kelly in the building. What is good? What is good? What is good, brother? And yes, that's exactly No Freedoms. Why I am bringing this to you guys, because it is so much different than what we've expected to see coming from people like Just Pearly Things.
Gotcha.
Whatever. And we're going to talk about some politics too. Quick question before we get into any of this stuff. And we're going to start with Andrew Tate. Chad, I know you're excited about that. But politically, because we will get into politics, how do you define yourself politically? Do you label yourself as...
On this show, I'm going to be very far left.
Okay, so but
right,
would you align yourself with, would you say I'm far left if someone asked you?
Depends on who's asking. The political spectrums on the internet and in real life are kind of very skewed today. So if I'm in like a conservative audience or like a real life center-right audience or center audience, I'm probably going to be pretty far left. If I'm on the internet, I'm anything from center left to fascist. It just depends on who I'm talking to, because like I'm not a communist, I'm not a socialist. I'm very much like an avowed capitalist. But I believe like I love big government, I love big pharma, I love education, I love all that stuff. So I guess like under Bush, I would have been like a far left Democrat. But today I'm
so
like...
you like the bigs. You're a liberal
all
who
the
likes
bigs.
all the bigs.
Yeah, so when you talk about like big pharma, big education, I love all of those
Oh,
things.
awesome, because
Yes.
those are the things that I daily rally against. That's
Good.
the system
That's
as far
good.
as
All
I'm
right.
concerned.
Well, I'm here to
so I'm here
defend
to
them.
I'm
Okay.
here to take them out.
Okay, gotcha.
That's
All
my,
right.
if I take out the bigs, and by that I mean big government, big pharma, in large part some of what big tech does, I think that I'm helping to create a better country. So we'll definitely have some clashes there. But I love that description. Oftentimes I'll ask people politically, like, who do you align yourself with? Sometimes I feel like that's a good indicator. If they say an AOC or a Bernie Sanders, that's different from a more moderate Democrat. If they say a John McCain type, as opposed to, I don't know, a Ted Cruz, I feel like that gives some people context. Is there any politician that, for example, you get to have your pick before, when we're not going to start with politics, but you get to have your pick who runs in the next election? Is there someone that you're thinking, that's the guy, that's the lady?
Okay, I'm internet brain, so everything you tell me, I'm going to over qualify and everything. So if that gets annoying, just let me know. So in terms of who would win political strategy, it has to be Biden.
He's not running again.
He's absolutely going to run again. He's going to run and win again.
He's not running again.
Absolutely.
He doesn't even know.
default. I don't. It's too loud. Is that better? I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for running through this with me. Mr. Robot. Wonderful. What are we actually talking about? Let's see what I can hear. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm so okay. So we can. So I tried to do that. Oh, what about that? Is that better? Wait. Is that? How about now? Is that better? I think I fixed it. Give me good news here. Come on. Well, let's see while we're doing that. What did she just say? About Biden. I'm gonna make that a poll. Clear. Beautiful. So yes, I thank you for sticking with me, guys. I'm curious. Do you think Biden will run again? Will Biden run again? That's a very interesting one. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate you. New equipment, we're just running through it, and a bunch of you left. That's fine, but if you are here, I very, very, very much appreciate that.
No, I called you Destiny, and I'm so spicy. He doesn't even know who he is or where he is most of the time.
Yeah, he's still gotten like 10 times more legislation passed in 2 years than Trump did.
They both talk really fast. All right.
Higher 4 years in office. Isn't that crazy? Oh my goodness.
He's not running. We're gonna get into politics, but is
fine.
There someone that you
I like? The problem is that like I have some like I was born and raised in Nebraska, Omaha. Okay. So I'm a little bit I don't want to say all over the place in positions. Like I align with a lot of the Biden-Harris agenda. I like a lot of what they're doing, but there are some things that I don't like. For instance, I'm not a big fan of a lot of like gun control stuff. Something I'm very critical about Trump about for passing more gun control legislation than almost any politician I think the past 20 or 30 years has.
And why do we think that is? Is that because of Trump was in here like, hey, we hate guns? Or maybe does it have to do with the fact that Trump was not a politician and Trump didn't know how to be a politician? Because he's a little too old to run. I think he should stick to walking. If he can't even do that, then...
So gun control stuff is something I'm not a big fan of. The education stuff I'm kind of like iffy on. But for the most part, I like the government spending and related to green energy. I like the infrastructure bill. I like the foreign policy,
all of that.
Tax policy. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right. I'm curious to see
another question real quick is what can you guys or how well can you guys hear the sound effects?
Say on some of these political topics. I want to start with, and by the way, the chat, please get lively, get feisty. If you agree with me, great. If you don't, you hate what I'm saying, you agree with Steven, great. Chime in. Tyler's here. Top G is in the house. He's back. You know I was going to embarrass you. Tyler's here. He's going to be checking in with you. Hit that subscribe button and hit that like button as you go along to let us know if you like the spicy. You know you can count on me.
As I'm struggle streaming, you see I'm going through it. My hair's a mess. I am going through it. So if you can hit that like button and show that support, I promise this will get better.
The spicy. Let's start with Andrew Tate. So we have a clip. I believe this was from Fresh and Fit that I saw this, where you were talking about whether Andrew Tate is good for men. I want to pull just a little bit of it and then have a larger conversation about that because he's a very influential figure. Love him or hate him, he's making a big impact. So let's take a listen.
For the guys or not, in your opinion, and why?
I'd say absolutely not.
Okay. Well,
see, they get struggle streaming moments too.
Why is that?
I think that the idea of masculinity and success and fulfillment that's being sold by a lot of people on the right, I think leads to the same type of spiritual wasteland that you're trying to like pull these young men out of, I would say.
Like when I look at somebody like Andrew Tate, or even like for you guys, or and anybody that talks about red pill stuff, it always feels like your big markers for success are how many women can you get, how much money can you make, what kind of cars do you drive, and
well, that's because those are the metrics. And again, let me know. Sound, it's a different system. Everything. If the mic is over here, we could see the merch better. But you know, when they're talking about, you know, how much money can you make and what kind of cars do you drive, those are things that are reliably, you know, the metrics on how to achieve those goals are way more reliable than how to get a woman, how to, you know, build a family that you're really proud of. That's not something that is as easily defined or as easily done. So, hey, we got Mike in the building. Thank you so much to Mike for giving this video. I had this video on a playlist for a month. I mean, how old is this video? For 2 months. It's been on there for 2 months. And I was like, eventually I'll get to it. And Mike was like, yo, you should check this out. And I was like, all right, Mike, I will. And here we are talking about it. But so what Destiny's talking about is how the red pill manosphere, whatever, will focus on that aspect of money and cars. It's because you can't quantify what each person needs in order to like overcome the areas where they need help. The point is, if you go after cars and money and there's only one way to get there, and the ways to get there will transfer to other ways of life. Like chase excellence, and all others will fall. All other things will fall in place. Very similar to what Rich Cooper says: "Don't chase women, chase excellence."
At the end of the day, I don't know how old you guys are, but like when I think back to the things I've had in my life, like I don't like remember the third, you know, new iPhone I got. I don't remember like when I got my new car, like how it was cool for like a week, but like there are memories that you make with other people. There are things that you achieve.
We can stop it there. Okay. So that's interesting to me, that commentary. So I myself when I look at Andrew Tate and a lot of what he's saying, I myself am not interested in the fancy cars. Like that doesn't appeal to me, right? I always joke that I sold all of my designer clothes when I left Kit Network, but I spend money on other things. I spend money on food. I order my food directly from farms, etc. What I hear in their messaging is money is freedom. Money is the power to build the life you want for yourself. So yeah, they may choose to spend it on cars. They may choose to spend it on homes. They may get a little bit flashy with that at times. Some of them, not all. But to me, that means build a life where you have the freedom.
New 4K camera, brother. Am I as pretty as I seemed in 720?
To have mobility, to your businesses get locked down in New York or California during the lockdown, you can pick up. You can go somewhere else because you have the financial means to do it. So I see it less as showy and more like money is power. That's just a reality. So get yourself some. And to me, that's a smart message.
The issue that I have is they don't ever talk about what to do after you've got the thing. And that's kind of the thing that worries me. So for instance, if you go to a lot of these...
Because there's no one answer as to what to do. That's the whole point. The whole point of the message and the things that he is not understanding is that there is no one answer. There is no one answer. And I think you would agree with that. I think you would agree that when these guys say it's not an automatic fix, whatever, but if you focus on getting your money up, if you focus on getting your health together, if you focus on getting these things together, you're on the right road. And that's way better than being on the wrong road.
These red pill communities, a lot of them will tell you how to get girls, but they don't tell you how to maintain a relationship. A lot of them will tell you kind of how to get money, but they don't tell you like what's a wise way to spend it. It's always kind of the same. This nebulous, like get a lot of money and then invest in real estate, whatever that means, which I don't even know how available that is to the average person, or get a lot of money using weird stuff like crypto or, you know, this drop shipping, whatever kind of online stuff, or it's really important to get a lot of money, but college is for losers. Don't do that, which is like the most reliable way to build a career and get money.
We're going to get to college.
Is it though?
I also, by the way, taught college and think it's an enormous scam in large part.
Oh my
so
gosh,
that'll be a
I love
fantastic
college.
discussion.
So that'll be a great, that'll be a great discussion too. So yeah, that's always kind of my issue is that like on one end, they'll say, well, money is freedom and, you know, represents the ability to do whatever you want. Okay, well, do what? Like I feel like I don't see these. I don't get all these videos of these red pill guys where it's like, I've got a lot of money and it's really cool because now I can take both my kids on vacation twice a year. Like that's really fun. Or
Why?
I've got a lot of money.
Who is that is precisely what the point is. 100% that's what the point is. To be able to have the money to live the life that you want to live, that you are the person who can provide the life that she wants to live, and together, you are happy. What I mean, I don't. What problem does he have with that?
Money, so I only have to work 4 days a week, and on the 5th day a week, I do like this. I go hiking with a girlfriend or something. Sometimes I wonder if there's kind of like a bait and switch that happens, because whenever I watch these guys on their platforms and whenever I look at their audiences and I see what they're typing, all of it seems to be highly materialistic. It is incredibly material driven. But then when I get on their shows and I push them a little bit, they're like, oh, okay, well, it's not all about the money. You know, you just get the money for freedom. But then when I take a step back and I'm not there anymore and I'm looking at what they're doing, they're posting stories with new cars. They're posting fabulous vacation spots. It's all of the like hyper materialistic stuff that conservatives used to be critical of. And I guess liberals are still critical of, depending on who you're talking to. So yeah, I guess that's my issue with it. If they push the message, you don't care about what.
I don't care if they, like, to me, it's not, I don't care. If you want to be materialistic, fine. What I do care about is a society that's self-empowered to get money for mobility and for personal responsibility and your own, building your own life. So I don't care if they prioritize. Like if Andrew Tate decides that he wants to prioritize materialistic possessions, I don't even know if that's true, but I have seen photos of him in front of the fancy cars, or I'll see, his brother I follow on Instagram, and I'll see, stories that clearly portray a luxurious lifestyle. To me though, for the average person's looking at that and saying, well, hell yeah, if I have the option to not have that stuff or to have that stuff, yeah, I'd want it. Maybe I wouldn't buy that car. Maybe I wouldn't buy that house, but I want the option and the opportunity to get there. And that's what, to me, a lot of that messaging is about opportunity.
Exactly. Opportunity and putting yourself in a situation where whatever it is that you want, whether it's cars, whether it's vacations, whether it's a better job, whatever it is, you have those options.
It's like, go out and make your money. Be financially stable, be financially secure, so you can build whatever beautiful life you want for yourself. This is what mine looks like. Yours doesn't have to look like that, but it can be incredible because money does buy power and influence and mobility. And that's just a reality of dealing.
And exactly, Mike, that is exactly why I wanted to use this originally. And then when you sent it to me and I watched it, I was like, oh, hell yeah. I was telling you, because exactly the way that I opened this is that, again, I'm not great with the name here. Jedediah, whatever her name is. We're going to learn it, and definitely want to follow her a lot more closely than Pearl, because again, while Pearl works very hard and has, meaningful panels every single night, the fact is she can't do what she's doing right now. She would not be able to have this conversation with Destiny.
With the modern world.
None of those things are happiness, though. None of those things are fulfillment. I think this is the issue that I have. If Andrew Tate wants to do his individual stuff with money, that's fine. But we're not talking about he does. We're talking about the message he preaches, right? And in a way, we're all in this kind of arena of ideas with our own messages competing with other people. So here's the issue that I have with Andrew Tate's message. My mom came over from Cuba, I think, when she was 4 or 5 years old. So half of my family is Hispanic. I have a lot of family that live in like Hialeah, kind of like these poor sections of Miami. And I have watched firsthand, I love them to death, but I've watched my parents fall into like the American dream trap, which is this idea of like getting bigger houses, getting more cars, where you make a little bit more money, you spend a little bit more money, you get a raise, you get a new bill. Everything you're doing is pushing the boundaries of what it means to be happy. And when I look at where all of my family is and all the different types of family members that I spent time with, if I go to my very, I don't know if I call it my white or my American side of my family, when I go over here and I visit these people, they have massive, beautiful houses. They've got 2 or 3 cars in the front. Both of my parents started collecting Social Security early. My dad works full time.
How dare they? How dare they have nice cars? That's terrible, right? I thought that was your point, right? That saying nice cars are bad. No?
Despite the fact that he has a full Air Force pension, despite the fact that he's getting paid out disability, can't lift his arm that well, and he still works full time at, I think, 62 years old to be able to afford their lifestyle. They're going to work until they die. When I look at
what a horrible thing. Are they choosing to work that long? Do they enjoy working, or are they in some type of poverty situation? because those are two very different situations.
Another family member, I guess I don't want to name too many names. So like she, full NYPD retired, doesn't work anymore. Or I'm sorry, full NYPD retired, doesn't need to work anymore, but she does. Full-time job at Home Depot, maintaining her massive, luxurious mansion with her 2 cars in the front driveway.
Baller.
They have their stuff,
Mhm.
but they're not very happy. And I can see that when I visit them. It's very obvious. They're always juggling bills. They're always stressed about this and that. And I know that somebody might be listening, think, well, if they just had more money, they'd be okay. And it's like, they have plenty of money. They just spend all of it on everything because they're stuck in this like hedonistic, like hyper consumerist treadmill of if I can just buy the next thing, that's going to give me the amount of happiness I need. And then I think back to my
that is the oh my God. Again, guys, this is gonna keep happening. But what he's saying about happiness is a very superficial and basic understanding of what in general the red pill message is. Yes, it's about happiness. And yes, you can get caught in a pattern of looking for the next thing and the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Is that better or worse than just being in poverty?
very like my very shitty, poor Hispanic family that lived in Hialeah, and these people have apartments that everything has to be 3 inches off the floor because when it would rain, they would all flood.
Somebody
I remember
thinks
my
Biden's going.
grandma chasing cockroaches around with her slippers, but like these people will, you know, Friday, Saturday, they all get together in somebody's like very shitty small apartment. They're all cooking, they're having fun, they're laughing, everybody's catching up with family, and these people are loving and living and loving life. And I wish that there was like a balance there. Like, I agree, I've grown up and I've made a lot of money at this point. I don't ever want to live in a shitty apartment where I've got to put my TV up off the floor. Otherwise, it's going to short circuit when it rains. I don't want to do that. But I also don't like the selling of the idea that everybody has to be
Get to the point.
hustling and grinding their whole, you know, 20s and 30s away.
False dichotomy. False dichotomy. So it's either that we have a perfect life like you, where you just get to sit behind your computer and do what you love, or, which I'm sure you didn't put any work into and you just, you know, it just fell into your lap, or you're in a factory 12 hours a day until you're 85 years old. Come on, bro.
Just so that they can, you know, buy big cars, because that's
And this is the difference. This is the difference when we're bringing it back to Pearl. Pearl will just be like, yeah, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, totally. Let's see what
not
Jedediah
happiness
does.
either.
So you're talking about
We're going to call her JB because you know, her name is back here. So we're going to call her JB.
happiness. And what I'm hearing you say are things like, what I hear from that is simplicity. You know, you talked about the side of your family that doesn't have a lot of money, and there's a simplicity to that life that can be very easier in many ways and less stressful in many ways. However, what I'm hearing more than anything is community. So this sense of community, oftentimes when you're in the grind and you're singularly focused on buying the next thing or exclusively on paying bills, you're not being part of community.
Yeah.
You're not spending time with family and friends. Your mind almost can go insane just in getting the next big thing. But the interesting thing about it is that Andrew Tate and a lot of his crew, one of the key things they talk about is brotherhood. They're very passionate about those, you know, keeping your circle small, but people you can really trust, and spending time with other men who you could build each other up, and working out. And
Those are I mean, just taking the aspect of being somebody who is valuable to other, that just isn't talked about with these detractors. These people who think that the red pill is, you know, this just misogynistic, blah, 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 blah. You never hear about that kind of stuff. You never hear about that kind of stuff. It's always about the flashy stuff, which is, I understand why. That's the stuff that gets, you know, in the TikToks and whatever. And I understand that, but that doesn't mean that you understand something because you saw a bunch of TikToks about it. And Destiny, you know better than this.
What I hear from them that's very appealing, I actually think that he's been, even though I don't agree with everything that comes out of his mouth, I think he's been really good for men because, one, he says what he thinks. End of story. You don't like it, too bad. I think we need more people in this world, particularly strong men who are unwilling to compromise on what they stand for to please modern media, modern feminism, whatever it may be. But also, I think it's a very self-empowered message of like, get your shit together, you know, get to the gym, get in shape, be responsible for your own mental health. Don't rely on prescription drugs. Get off of pornography. Don't utilize that as an outlet. It's going to be unhealthy. It's going to send you down a ditch.
this is another weird thing about you know, the red pill space and pornography and all this kind of thing. Unless you have an actual problem where you're, you know, you're thinking about pornography when you're not watching it, when you're just out in the world and thinking. There are people who are alcoholics, but the fact is that just because some people are alcoholics doesn't mean that whoever is whoever's drinking alcohol is an alcoholic. Let me try to fix this again.
All of this stuff to me is a very empowering message for young men to hear. For me, you know, I didn't grow up with money. I grew up in a small condo behind the Staten Island Mall. I used to joke that if you opened our windows in the summer, you would just smell the dump. It was literally like right behind the Staten Island dump. My parents worked. It was very small. It was 2 bedrooms, but tiny. My parents worked very hard to pay that mortgage. You know, maybe we got a vacation a year if we really saved up for it. And what I learned from that experience was that money was freedom. So I love the idea that these guys are telling you hustle because it will make a difference. And if you saw during the lockdowns in particular, the people who had financial means had mobility. They were able to pick up and go. If they lost their business, they were able to restart it somewhere else. So I think it's somewhat diluted to say, you can say that people who are poor can be happy because they find fulfillment in other areas. But if you offered those people the ability to climb a ladder to have that happiness, but also strike a balance with some financial stability and success to get them out of poverty, they would absolutely jump on it 100%. So why can't we strike a balance? Why can't we have financial success and stability because it's realistic that that's going to improve the quality of your life, your freedom, your mobility, and at the same time remember that community is important and has value, and don't lose sight of that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That's kind of what I was advocating for. Like, I wish there was like a middle ground between the two. It feels like, and Tate's messaging has changed a bit since he's gotten kicked off of everything, I guess. And what I've heard him say recently has been generally positive, although it's hard because it always.
Again, thank you guys. It's brand new stuff. I just set all of this up today, so we're working out all the kinks, and we're gonna figure that out. So if you guys could let me know stuff like this really does help. Thank you very much for sticking around with me. But by next stream, it should all be perfectly fixed.
Depends on which clips you see and which videos you watch, because obviously the context and the message is going to vary from video to video. But like, even when you talk about like building relationships with brothers and having camaraderie with men, almost sometimes sounds like it's framed through this like business networking partner acquisition thing,
like to make money.
Yeah, like I've got friends who build me up so that my business can be better. I've got friends who support me so that I can like go after like large deals or whatever. And it's like, I mean, that's like these are coworkers or
yes. There's ways to have different types of relationships with people. We were just talking, I forget who I was just talking about this with, but not everybody is your best friend. Not everybody is your mommy. Sometimes, I was talking about the lead attorney selling not only his live stream, but also the YouTube mastermind that I've been talking a lot about. And my dad was like, this guy seems like he's kind of just, looking for money and whatever. But he's providing so much value that I'm like, yeah, I'm happy to give him the money. Is he going to act like we're best friends? No, that's not the relationship we have. It's a business relationship.
Colleagues, these aren't really like friends. I don't feel much attention is paid to like, how do you build long-lasting relationships and friendships, or how do you find like fulfillment and happiness outside of making more money or having more freedom, whatever that means, right?
I don't know, maybe by finding like-minded people and understanding firstly what it is that you think, so that when other people come around, you can tell that you either do align with them or you don't align with them, and then just hang out and talk about stuff.
And I agree with you that the message of self-empowerment and everything is good, and I do approve of that, and I wish that more people would go after it. But like this, even with the way that you frame some things, like the ability to pick up and move your business, not everybody's going to be a business owner. Very few people are going to be.
Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant that not everybody is going to be a thing? So we shouldn't talk about those who are going to be the thing.
Family or your home or your anything. Look at what happened in New York City. I mean, I picked up the lockdown happened.
Mhm.
I did not get the vaccine. I didn't want the vaccine. I wasn't interested in the vaccine. I had, no, thank you. So I decided, okay, I had COVID already, whole big story related to that. But I said I had savings. I had the financial ability to say, I'm going to pick up, I'm going to move to Florida. So it's not just about you own a business you can pick up. That is an example I use because a lot of people lost businesses and didn't have enough financial security. They lost everything. They couldn't move to another state and just start from scratch. It wasn't a cost efficient option for them. But think about this. If you decide you want to, get out of the cities you feel are too crowded, there's, from my perspective, as conservative coming in saying they're too woke, whatever, I'm going to go buy a piece of land in Texas. Okay, financial freedom. There you go. If you want your kids to go to a better school, financial freedom, you can pay for that. So money, the reality is that money brings peace in many cases.
I don't even think that Destiny would disagree with this point. This is what's so frustrating. Is my sound weird again? Let me know. This is what's so frustrating about it, is that I don't think he would disagree with any of this, but because it's being presented to him in the context of red pill, Andrew Tate, this and that, fresh and fit, he feels defensive. Like, oh, I got to back up. I can't agree with them, even though he's been on their shows and has had no problem agreeing with the points that he himself says are good points. But I don't know. Maybe he's a misogynist and he doesn't like being told what's what by a woman. I don't know.
It brings a sense of just calm. When there is nothing more stressful in life. There's two things, actually: your health, when your health is compromised, and when you can't pay your bills. So what I'm saying is they're just dealing in reality.
You say that, but then you diverge from reality. There's a reason why there's more money, more problems, right? Like, it's not like having infinite money is a good thing.
I'm not saying it's a key.
I know,
exclusive
but
key to happiness.
when you say
we're still on this same point. Take the L, Destiny. It didn't work out.
It's very stressful to not be able to pay your bills. I absolutely agree. I don't need to get into crypto finance to pay my bills, right?
Who said you do? Did somebody say you can? Sure. Yeah. Crypto is a very good option for those of us who don't have a shit ton of money to just throw at this, that, or whatever. It's a good option to start small and build your way up. Did anybody say that the only way to achieve these goals is through crypto? Maybe he's watching more red pill content than I am. And I'll be honest, I haven't been watching that much red pill content lately. So, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's all about crypto this, crypto that. But if it's anything like the red pill that I know, then that's a very, very small part of it.
Everything you just described, having a good security blanket. There are some bare investments you should always be making. Your IRA should be maxed every year. Your 401k, any company matches you should make every year.
But you're not understanding why they're saying crypto, because there's people who
exactly get her, JBL.
They don't share beliefs that you share about. They don't have confidence in these big banks anymore. So they're saying,
then go live in a forest.
Why? Why do you need to go live in a forest when there's crypto? If you trust the banks, then put your fucking money in the banks. You're just coping. Now, Freedom says more money isn't more problems. Majority of people's lives would be better with it. They did a study up to $75,000. You sure as shit, money buys happiness. After that, yeah, you've got enough money to survive. So more money is not going to increase your happiness. Look at his face real quick. More money is not going to necessarily increase your happiness. But if you're living below that line, especially if you're way below that line, money makes people happy.
No, they're doing crypto. But why not?
Because most of them are losing money on crypto. The vast majority of people are losers.
Okay. And
so if I have an audience of 1,000 people listening to me, I want to preach a message that is hopefully going to help 950 of them, not 5 of them at the expense of the other 995. Everybody to go.
As she's about to say, right? They're not telling everybody to go do this. They're saying this is an option. And this, I will give him credit. I will give Destiny credit, because when he was talking to Sneeko about this, Sneeko seemed to think that crypto was the end all be all. And so I think that has a big aspect in coloring his perspective of this. But Sneeko is just a guy. He may be pretty big, but he's just one guy. How many people are in the red pill space who don't even know where to find Sneeko's content? I don't know if you want to consider me in the red pill space. I like to keep my distance, but I don't know where to find Sneako's content. So if that's what you're basing this on, then you're barking up the wrong tree, and you're just demonstrating how little you actually know about this ideology. And when it's becoming politically more relevant, if you're a political commentator, doesn't look great on you, bro.
Or do crypto.
You're talking about crypto right now.
I mean, I'm not even involved in crypto personally, to be perfectly honest with you. But that's not the message. Is not everyone.
A lot of it though
crypto.
is related to like e-commerce and crypto finance, and like that's where a lot of these kind of like anti-college like finance bros have come out of. Is like the crypto markets, and crypto is almost like
Why would you ever want to show people that there's a way that they could make money without having to make huge investments, especially if they're already learning about the distrust that they should have in the types of establishment banks and media and all that stuff? What is your issue, bro?
By its nature of like buying and selling is like is some kind of zero-sum game in some of these markets where it's like, you've got one winner and it's at the expense of 1,000 people that made a bad investment, and you've got like so much scamming, so many they're called rug pulls, different types of like scam coins and shit coins people call them, that anytime somebody's talking about,
how does he know this? This is what I would ask. How is it that you know about these rug pulls and these shit coins and these that? Oh, you talked to somebody about this. Because clearly, the way that you're talking about, you wouldn't have your own money in the crypto market, right? So, I like that better. There we go. Clearly, so somebody has been talking to you about what is and isn't possible when it comes to crypto. Otherwise, how would you know this?
like, oh, it'd be nice to have the financial freedom to do these things. Like, okay, that could be accomplished through most decent jobs as long as you're saving money and spending responsibly. You don't have to get lucky and strike.
Yeah, it's not like there's an entire epidemic of poverty that's been around for the last 30 years.
Get rich on crypto in order to do that. Every time I hear somebody recommend like crypto stuff to their audience, you might as well be telling people to buy lottery tickets. Like that might even.
How many more people get, even if it's not rich, but get some type of leg up, some type of break that they were waiting for from crypto, versus how many people get at that break just from work, just from whatever college degree job that they got, like the and Mike has once again hit the nail on the head of this channel. Destiny sounds like the religious right with his morality. Dogmatic thinking will make you sound like this. I couldn't have said it better myself, Mike. Could not have said it better myself.
Even have a higher winning percentage than telling your whole audience to get invested in crypto.
Okay, so you're focused on, right now, one particular issue. I don't see, we started with Tate. I don't see Andrew Tate telling everyone to go to crypto. I can go watch some of his, videos.
I don't know what you meant by this. No freedoms.
What I see, truthfully, a lot of what got a lot of attention from him is him talking about body count and him talking about men versus women. But if you actually look, what I did is initially, truthfully, heard his commentary and was like, who is this guy? Because I had spent a very long time defending men against, modern feminism and how I believe modern feminism is out to destroy men in many ways, and women, by the way. So I spent a long time defending men. Then I listened to his commentary and I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I heard all these short clips. I then did a lot of research and went and listened to longer form content. And what I found is that a lot of what he was talking about had nothing to do with that stuff. It was about self-empowerment. It was about fitness. It was about financial stability. So whether or not he's talking about crypto or not, maybe he made a lot of money from crypto. I have absolutely no idea how he made his money. But I think the message that rings true for me is money matters. We are in a world where it does matter. It's not your singular path to happiness. I know a lot of rich people who are deeply miserable. Why? What do they eat? Do they spend a lot of time online? Do they have a sense of community? Are they close with their family? Do they get any sunshine? There's so many factors that go into that.
And that's exactly, this is exactly, I said JB, we're going to call her JBL. JBL, Jedediah Bila Live. JBL, she's the new Pearl. She is the new Pearl. Pearl had some shine for a little bit, but she was exposed by Brittany Renner. She was exposed by Brittany Renner. You could make Brittany Renner look bad? Come on. But now, you've got this woman here with a top-tier debater. Even if this isn't exactly... People like yeah, I got the whole new system. That's why I'm in 4K. I got the 49-inch ultra wide. I got my auxiliary, but you know, I'm still working things out. So I appreciate you sticking with me while we're working all this stuff out. But yeah, Pearl was just, she couldn't hack it. She couldn't hack it. And here we have JBL just doing the damn thing. Now, it's as I was looking up this stuff, this is a common problem with the Logitech Brio camera. I just have to figure out what the troubleshoot is. We'll fix it. Guys, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. While you can see me better than you could before. When you can't see me, just listen. Unless you're here because of how beautiful I am, then it doesn't really matter.
But the message of own your own life and you can build success and you can make that look whatever you want. I believe that's a fantastic message. And why is it threatening? Why is this guy banned?
Well, it's probably not for that messaging, but like I guess like to summarize the conversation.
Okay, then what messaging is it?
Like if I could recommend a lifestyle where a person could earn like 120,000 a year, but they keep in balance, I always say like sleep, diet, exercise, and social life. If you could earn 120,000 a year and keep those four things in balance, you're
okay. No freedoms. What I want you to do is stop typing anything and never, ever, ever, ever watch this channel again. And every time there is a channel, I don't want you to ever send a Cash App or a super chat. Just no freedoms.
You're going to be better off than somebody that's hustling to earn 300, 400,000 a year.
I disagree.
Okay,
I
disagree with all my mind,
and
body,
I say
and soul.
that
But
because
okay.
120. Well, it depends where you live. What's 120?
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
120,000 is a lot anywhere in the United States, of course.
Go to Manhattan and live on $120,000 a year with a family. Let's
Okay,
try it.
if you want to go to the
I'm going to take Destiny's side here. Because yes, there are select places in the country where that's not a lot of money. But for the most part, that's a decent amount of money.
very most expensive parts of the most expensive
You said
cities in the country,
anywhere.
you could find places in Manhattan where you could live 120,000 a year. You could find apartments
Why
right
would
now.
you?
You could find studios in Manhattan for 3,000 a
Why
month.
would you
could do it.
want to live if you have the drive and the ambition and you want things over here that you know would enhance your life, that you feel good about, and you're comfortable?
They're not going to enhance your life. That's the point.
They absolutely
will.
will.
They don't though.
I went from that to where I am now.
So
and
did
I. Can
I.
tell you
They absolutely
So-
don't. Having any new electronic device that
Forget
you've
about
bought
that.
is gone in
Forget
a week. You don't
about
care
that.
about it in a week.
You know where
The nicest apartments, the nicest views, they get old.
Forget about that. I'm talking about the ability to buy a piece of land. I'm talking about if
You
I
can buy
want
cheap
good
land in
quality
Nebraska,
food.
Oklahoma,
If I want good
Iowa,
quality
Montana.
food that I don't want to go.
Bro, Destiny is just every point that she's making, he's not even engaging with what she's saying. He's just trying to find a counterexample so that he has some ground to continue his bullshit. That's all he's doing.
At the grocery store because I think it's not terribly good quality food.
If you
want to
buy bougie food online from the www.thecoolestfarms.com, you can do that.
Is that what she said? Or are you being facetious and you don't have anything else to say? So you're just going to tack a straw man version of what she said.
It's great if
Right.
that's like your select niche thing, but I mean,
but say somebody does want to buy bougie food
They
and
can.
they're like, I want that. That's important to me because I want my grass-fed, grass-finished steak, and I'm willing to put more hours in so that my family can have that because I believe that's good for all of us. Why the hell not? This is the United States, man. If you can't do it here, where are you going to do it?
well, the why not is because people end up sacrificing so much of their mental health and their social well-being to do these insane grinds.
That's a generalization.
Yeah, but no freedoms. Then you miss JBL going to town on him. Pause. You know what I mean? But that is what I am here for. That's exactly what I'm here for.
That's it. I think it's true. Most people.
Is it though?
People aren't going to be earning more than $250,000 a year. That's just unrealistic. I think even a quarter.
You said
like,
120 though. That's different.
Sure, but even
Exactly.
120 is going to be good in
Exactly.
99% of the country, and even in
We
places like
can't
Manhattan
tell
and
somebody-
West Hollywood,
It's
you're going
not
to be.
our job to tell somebody that 120 is good enough for them.
It is
It's
our
their
job. That's literally what we're doing. We're telling people what we think is good for them.
Nope.
Of course, that's
Nope.
exactly what
That's
we're doing.
not our job. My
Okay.
job is to tell people build the life you want for yourself. If 120 works for you, great. If 60 works for you, great. If 250 works for you, great. If you need $10 million, get to work. Build the life you want for yourself, and I'm here to support you in that process. That's my job.
Nobody needs $10 million to be happy.
That is a difference between complete starting points. I certainly don't need $10 million. Clearly, I'm pretty sure that what's face Destiny makes a decent amount of money, not $10 million. But I'm sure he's not doing anything to not make any more money. I'm sure he's doing everything he can to continue to make more money. And in the process, it's like, what? Well, then if you are okay with $1.5 million a year, then what are we talking about? You're just agreeing and saying that your number is different than somebody else's number, which is exactly what JBL's point was. Freedom says, hey, I got a small window of time to watch you or anime. I don't have time for useless things like Destiny. I would watch paint dry. It's actually better later. Mike says he doesn't sound very liberal to me. Well, that's actually why I like Destiny, is because as a liberal, he usually has a very balanced type of opinion. I'm not getting that here. And I don't even remember what it was. The last time we talked about him, same kind of thing. He was not himself. And it seems like, especially when he is in, behind his computer screen and he's in his comfort zone, then you could while out and do whatever. Especially because, you've got your chat there. You can quit at any moment and whatever. But these live conversations, it really shows it shows people's true colors. Mike says, looks like the conservatives and the liberals have switched their moral superiority. Yep. Exactly. Well said.
If you want to go for it, if you have the capability to do it, if you've got the path in front of you and you feel like you have the talents and the drive to do it, absolutely 100% pursue it. But don't feel like you're a failure if you're earning 50, 60,000 a year living in Iowa.
I don't need to
something.
coddle people and worry about how
it's
they're going to feel.
It's not about coddling people.
That's
it's about
coddling
not
people.
It's not coddling.
Come on, you decide you want to go for the 10 million and I'm not going to coddle you in the process. That's hard work. It's very hard to attain. Maybe you think it's going to bring you happiness. Maybe it won't. That's your journey. Go for it. That's
I think
my
the
message.
coddling is deluding people into thinking that every single person is going to be the next big business owner.
Who is saying that? Only you. Only you, Destiny. Only Destiny is talking about how, the red pillars think everybody can be rich by crypto. Nobody ever has said that. Except you.
Next big, millionaire, the next big. I think that's coddling because it's a refusal to accept the reality that you can earn 50, 60,000 a year and be a happy person. And
I agree. If that was part of the messaging, then I would agree because I agree with what you're saying, but that's not part of the messaging.
You can't. That's a failure of you as a human.
In fact, one of the biggest things, who is the biggest name in the red pill space of all time? Of course, Kevin Samuels, R.I.P. Shout out to the Godfather. His whole platform was that you, lady, who are calling me to have this conversation. I'm not calling anybody out. You, lady, who is calling me, you're average at best. So what you need to do is to go out there and find another guy who is average, exactly the specs that Destiny is talking about. But he's talking as if the red pill says not to do that.
Human being. You have fundamentally failed on the journey of life if you can't be okay with a middle class income and have a happy life. If you need more than that, that is your personal moral failing, and you have to figure that out.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
It's just people want different vacations. People
you
want
don't
a
need
bigger
a vacation
home.
to be happy. Are you really?
This is the liberal mentality of like, I know what's right. You don't need a vacation. I know how hard you work. I know what is happening between you and your wife and your children. And I understand everything that's going on. I know that you don't need a vacation. This is a female trait. This is a very feminine trait of solipsism and just the mentality that because you feel a certain way, that everybody else must feel the same way. Doesn't work like that, homie.
Religious?
Somewhat, yes.
Where in the Bible do you need vacations? Which one of the Beatitudes? Which one of the 10 Commandments? Which one of the
you're borderline discriminatory against personal preference. So
it's
what makes me
preference.
happy and what makes, for example, you could
borderline bias against personal preference. How dare you have ideas that are different than mine? This is the liberal standpoint.
We could make a list right now, and I could list 10 things that make me happy, and you could look at my list and say, I don't care about any of that. None of that makes me happy. And you could make a list of 10 things that make you happy, and I could say, I don't want any of that stuff. So this is an individual preference. People come into this world, their families are unique, cultural differences. They grew up in different places. They have individual preferences of what they want their life to look like. I don't care. I am not going to rag on somebody if they decide they need 4 vacations a year. They want their family to go on 4 vacations a year. 1 to visit family here, 1 to visit family there. Fine. I personally don't like vacation. So
And Destiny would say, well, why would they need to do that? Who the fuck are you to make that determination for anybody else? You don't get to say that. If it's your money and it's your vacation, then yeah, you get it. You get to say whatever you want. But that's not how this works.
So I don't need that. That's not something that I would invest my money in. But I will spend money on what you call bougie, what I call actually healthy farm food, because that's an industry that I want to support. So money, bottom line is, money is freedom. We cannot tell somebody you can be happy on 60K. We don't know them. We don't know where they live. We don't know how many people they have to support. We know nothing about what their priorities in life are. And why would I ever want to limit somebody to saying 60K a year or you're doing something wrong? Live the life you want. This is a free society.
This is why we like JBL over Pearl. I keep getting great pauses of her face, but this is why. This is why I'm like, oh, okay, we got a real one here. We got a real one here. Pastor Destiny is right.
Supposedly, I don't know about that anymore, but
okay, I think it's our upbringing. So I think you had a very liberal upbringing. I think I had a very conservative upbringing.
I think he's trying to fuck.
So I'm a huge mismatch.
I'm born to two conservative parents.
Yeah, but you said you grew up in New York. I grew up in Nebraska. I knew people that lived on Ducky and Dude, two people we visited, do horseback riding lessons when I was a kid because they had horses. They let people come over and do it for free. These are people, I bet they never left the state of Nebraska.
And how dare they not leave Nebraska? Nebraska is such a terrible place. Well, you have to have the inclination that you want to get out of Nebraska if you live in Nebraska. Nebraska? It's Nebraska. What is your point? Maybe people don't want to leave Nebraska, bro. Why is that a problem for you?
Maybe they drove once to Iowa.
There's nothing wrong with that. If that's the life you want.
I knew so many conservative families that grew up like that, and they had their churches, they had their communities, they had their families.
That's how I was raised.
And that is, but that's not. You're telling me we need to push people to get 4 vacations a year, and you got $1 million. I bet
putting words in her mouth.
Danny.
These people have never had a new car before. I bet these kids all learned to drive when they were 10 years old. They put a phone book in the truck and they would drive around on the farm.
Right.
And these people were super happy their whole lives. None of them probably felt like, oh my God, I don't have the newest iPhone. Oh my goodness, we're not going to make it to Disney World this year. Oh my, like these people had family, they had God, they had their communities, and they did all of this stuff. And they didn't need a single dollar for any of that, except for the $5 they put in the basket when they handed around at church.
But you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not pushing people to do anything.
Exactly.
Do what makes you happy. So I will guarantee you, though, if you go into communities where people are, so let's say they struggle financially, but they have all those wonderful things that you're talking about, community, farm, family, church, and you went in and you said, hey, I can make your finances a little bit better and I can hand you a $500,000 check right now. Do you want it or no? Line up the people who will say, no, thank you. I'm saying to you is it's okay for people to want simplicity. It's okay for people to say, I don't want to work my fingers to the bone. My grandpa was like that. My grandpa retired very early. He didn't want to work into his old age.
That is a fantastic point. That's such a great point because my dad is somebody who at, I don't know, 52, what year? 70 years old. 70 years old. And he works 6 days a week. And I'm just like, why don't you retire? Because he wants to. He wants to work. He enjoys working. And through that work, he has provided me with a life where luckily I haven't had to be, on the ball since I was young. He provided me with a childhood where I didn't have to do that. And now, because I had that opportunity, I'm ready to go balls to the wall. I'm ready to fight for what I want. But according to Destiny, my dad should have done this, that, and whatever, and I'm in the wrong body. I don't know.
He wanted to spend time with his family. He loved to cook. He was old school Italian. He was like, I don't want that. He sacrificed a lot of finances to make that personal decision. Amen. We got to see a lot of him. Great. I have other people in my family that will work their fingers to the bone till the day they die. And that's what really makes them happy because they're always in that head of wanting to do. So what I'm saying is find what makes you happy and do it. I'm not pushing any of it. I'm not telling you what makes you happy. I'm not going to try to do that. But just know that setting yourself on a path to achieve whatever that is that you believe makes you happy is something that we should be supporting.
For sure.
That looks like.
As long as that happiness isn't like a dollar amount. I know you.
Why does it matter? What changes? Let's say that happiness is the love of a good woman. Let's say that happiness is teeing off with some heroin. Why is it different, Destiny? As long as it's not a dollar amount. Because there's a lot of things you could have said there. As long as it's not hurting a child. As long as it's not breaking the law. No, that's not what you said. You said as long as it's not a dollar amount. This is the way that liberals think. Money is evil. And rich people must, not even rich people, people who have money must have gotten that money through ill-gotten gains. That's the default.
You mentioned the $500,000 thing, but I guess I've been in a lot of wealthy communities in West Hollywood and LA. I lived in LA for 3 years. I know a lot of wealthy people and a lot of wealthy communities all over the place. And man, and if you've been time, because you've done media stuff, I'm sure you know a lot of these people. They're all on Prozac. They've all got, like all of their friends are backstabbing them constantly.
Unlike the entire fucking millennial generation, right?
They don't talk to, or they hate their parents. They have horrible interpersonal relationships with everybody they know. They're estranged from their children. There's like all sorts of stuff going on. And these people have so much money. Now, you mentioned if you would offer $500,000 to any person in a rural community where they say, yeah, give me that money.
Great comment here. Freedom says a lot of divorces happen because of money issues. I wonder how many happy couples would be still together if they had a little extra cash. But hey, women are never happy. No, but that you bring up a really good point. No freedoms. Destiny's sitting here as a person who has a lot of money, talking about, oh, you don't need money, you don't need money, you don't need money. Trust me, you don't need money. How do you know that? How do you know that? Oh, I just know. Okay, that's why I've changed the question in the religious context to how is it that I can verify that? Because if you just know, okay, great. But a lot of people just know stuff that's wrong. A lot of people just know that the world is flat. A lot of people just know that we did go to the moon or that we didn't go to the moon. Either way you want to cut it. How can I verify what you are telling me? Otherwise, we're just saying things. Mike says, Destiny would tell you you should have gotten a new computer. You should have gotten a new computer. Should have been happy with the one you had. Shouldn't have gotten a new computer and been happy with the one I had. Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, he's got this mega setup with 7 different screens and one turns this way and that way. And it's just for the chat and get the fuck out of here.
Sure, the grass is always greener. If you were to go to any of these communities in LA, Beverly Hills.
Right. That's a stupid, that's a very, it's not a stupid saying that the grass is always green on the other side, because it definitely does make sense that like always, the FOMO of, oh, what do they have? And not appreciating what we have. However, to just automatically say that, well, yeah, I mean, the grass is greener on the other side. That's how the world works. Like, well, no, some people are living better lives than other people. That's objectively true. So if you are on the side that literally, objectively, is less green.
Hills, you say, give me 85% of your net worth.
It's bad luck, and if anything would change, it would be better. That's not how it works, bro.
Worth, and I will cure all of your depression, and I will make all.
Exactly. So he can sell all his stuff and live on a farm. Then, I don't see him doing that anytime soon. I see him sitting in his, well paid for home that he doesn't have to worry about. He's going to be there doing the same thing that he's doing now, and the same thing that he's giving other people shit for, because what is a big part of the again, I don't know personally, but the Sneako's creativity kit and the Hustlers University, I'm sure there's a lot of bullshit in there. But the part about, hey, make a clips channel of my content, whether you're Sneako or Andrew Tate, and blowing it out there and getting money like that will get you money. But, oh, well, not everybody's going to be rich by that. So you shouldn't tell people to do things that can make them money.
All of your relationships whole, they would give.
Oh, let's back this up a little bit.
The grass is always greener. If you were to go to any of these communities in LA, Beverly Hills, you say, give me 8.
Real quick, though, with all the camera issues, and I already saw the video on how to fix it, so I don't know how to do it, but I'm gonna fix it as soon as it's over. We have not had to worry about the video not playing one time. Knock on wood. That was me. Oh my God. I knocked on the wood on the table to knock on wood to say that it wouldn't happen, and he's still barking. I hate my life.
85% of your net worth, and I will cure all of your depression, and I will make all of your relationships whole. They would give the money up in a heartbeat. Because what's it doing for them? What do they want? A bigger house, another car?
What, you think so? You think all these big time celebrities, if you went up to them and you said, the ones who complain, by the way, about what you're saying, oh, money doesn't buy happiness. Money doesn't buy happiness, by the way, is a saying that is said by people who have money.
That is
100% true. Now, I'm not telling you that money is an exclusive path to happiness. I'm not telling you. I'm somebody who sits here on the show every day and says, get sunshine, get outside, watch what you eat, don't eat garbage food, exercise, get your endorphins running. My message is a wholesome message. And I'm not somebody, by the way, just for context, I'm not somebody who like lives the grind. I like my work-life balance. That's where I come from personally. That's the kind of family I come from as well. However, if you think that there's poor people on Prozac, there's rich people on Prozac, there's poor people, these are societal problems that go way beyond how much money you have. But those rich people go to celebrities in Hollywood and say, you know what? You're right. Money doesn't buy happiness. So listen, you can work on all that other stuff, but simultaneously, we're just going to take all of your money. I would like a poll of how many of them hand it over to you. And let's see. Maybe they'll say money doesn't buy happiness. So here's my millions and millions of dollars. I beg to differ. I think they need to work on other areas of.
No audio for me or no audio from the video? Oh, for fuck's sake. Take two. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Let's see if we got it. Let me know if we are good.
Of their life. I think they probably need to work on their mental health and their physical health and a whole bunch and their communal health and a whole bunch of.
Let's back this up because she's actually going off right now.
I would like a poll of how many of them hand it over to you. And let's see.
Audio, yes, no, real quick. Yes, no. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Yes, actually, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, so I'll get it right away. Thank you, Mike.
Maybe they'll say money doesn't buy happiness, so here's my millions and millions of dollars. I beg to differ. I think they need to work on other areas of their life. I think they probably need to work on their mental health and their physical health and a whole bunch and their communal health and a whole bunch of other things. But the fact that they have a lot of money, that is not the trigger. There's something else going on there.
If you could reset your life, if you could go back to being 21 years old and you could keep either everything you've learned or the amount of money you've got, which one would you choose?
Why do I have to choose?
Because it's a hypothetical, and that's how hypotheticals work. You have to choose.
Yeah, come on, honey. Come on, JBL. Yeah, I gave you a pretty straightforward question. If you could take the money or you could take the information, what would you take? That's a pretty. Come on, just answer. Stop trying to win the argument. Just have the conversation.
Right now, reset your life.
Yeah.
A genie comes out of a lamp. They say you can be 21 years old again. You can either have the exact same amount of money that you got right now, and then you could be 21 with everything you knew at 21, or you can sacrifice all of your money and go back to 21 with everything you've learned.
That's not what the debate is, though.
I'm just curious what the answer would be.
No, because it's all or nothing. That's ridiculous. Because a lot of times
I'm just curious what the answer would be.
But a lot of times you're getting that experience while you're earning a living, and
she's dodging the question.
Not always, though. That's the whole point. Because sometimes you have to give up one.
He's fine. He's just a little dumbass.
One for the other. If you want to be a doctor, you're saying, I'm going to throw away 10 years of my life to do med school. If you want to be a lawyer, you're going to have to grind through law school. If you want to make partner, you're going to have to grind through working. There are things in life for the pursuit of money that require you to make some.
It's quick enough that I just do it. It's not working. So I appreciate it, but it's not.
Sacrifice to your personal life too. But as Americans, we don't quantify our mental health. It's very easy to say, if I work X more hours, I'll make Y more dollars. But
I agree with you there.
Yeah, sure. I guess
that I can agree with.
Yeah. I like the idea of pushing people to be more, to earn more, and to accomplish more in life. I think that's good. I just sometimes the way that, and I'm sure you've seen it. You said you have a work-life balance, which is good.
Personally.
But if you've seen like the Instagram.
How about now? Good? Yes? No?
Stories, TikTok things like the hustle culture. Like you should wake up at 6 a.m., eat 3 eggs, check your Robinhood
Yeah, not talk. That's called stealing content.
account.
Yeah.
6:30, you go to the gym for 2 hours. At 8:30, you're clocking into your job, and then you're checking your crypto account. And then at 9:30,
This is not helpful. I don't know what this means. So for this to be your third one, and for you to say this is not helpful. When you say this, okay, cool. Video, audio, or my audio? When you say this, that's helpful. Thank you.
you're like making calls to client, and it's like, Jesus, like live.
Right.
You don't want to be 30 years old, like, oh my God, and I've earned like $500,000 in 30 years old. Okay, well, what did you do with your 20s? I hustled.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think there's nuance to that conversation. And like I said, I'm always talking about health.
Hey, we got Dietrich's in the house. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party, brother. We are just taking a look at perhaps the new lady name in the red pill space. We got JBL, aka Jedediah Abila, live, and she is doing a much better job than what's her face Pearl was doing with anything she was doing, especially with that Brittany Renner stuff. Welcome, brother. Glad to see ya.
One of the things I'm always talking about is sleep.
Mhm.
You need to sleep,
Yeah.
right? So sleep deprivation is a
I
serious
love my
problem now.
sleep.
And if you get older and you look back on your life and you've slept 4 and 5 hours every night, you are going to be more prone to several chronic,
Dementia and all sorts
all
of
of
other
those
bad
things.
brain
So
things,
I
yeah.
talk about that all the time. So I think we could agree on a little bit of the nuance there. I want to talk about college.
Yeah,
Let's talk about college.
Yeah.
You did a conversation. I pulled this one. You had a conversation with Sneeko, I think it is. This
Yeah.
is at 1636, Tyler. So we skipped one. We skipped miserable millennials because we covered that.
Oh, miserable eliminate because they're all going after money. They didn't learn how to
No,
build any part of their
that's
life.
not why.
They're miserable.
All right, we'll go back.
They
to
got
it after we're done.
$150,000 living in a nice city, and they're like, "Oh my God,
Do
I
you
have
wanna
no
do
relationships,
miserable?
no friends."
Do you
No,
wanna
we can
do
do college. We can do
miserable
college because college will.
It'll roll back in. Let's do college, and then I can tell Stephen why he's wrong about millennials
Gotcha.
also.
Okay.
Wait, still? Okay, where you're not hearing me? Can you hear me? Because he just said good. And now you're saying the video's working, but when I talk, it's just static. I'm hearing it perfectly in my ears. Kelly said he can hear me clear. I gotta just listen to this one. I gotta just listen to this one. It sounds perfect to me. Y'all are bugging. It sounds perfect to me. Y'all are bugging. If there's problems, it's I'm only trusting Kelly, and I'm only trusting Kelly and Mike because I'm pretty sure that
like go to college.
Yeah, because college is a super reliable course to build
College is a
yourself.
scam. College is a giant scam. Most of these majors are a waste of time now. You have to pay 50 grand a year to a lot of these schools.
Why do you
For
think
what?
people pay the money?
Because it's an illusion to make them feel like they're productive and they're doing something when in reality they don't know what they want to do. They're just in there taking up loans and then they end up
So
at 40 with a bunch
All of
student debt.
societies, they don't end up with that. They end up out earning people with high school degrees by about $1 million over the end of their lifetime. There's a reason why people pay so much for degrees. It's because they tend to pay for themselves.
You're telling me you don't know a lot of people in your generation that have to pay so much money off in student loans?
I know more people that went broke on crypto than I know people that wasted money on a STEM degree.
Okay, but why are you advocating for the grind of college, but not advocating for making money?
Because
online?
college is a reliable path that if you get on the path and you put in the work, there's a guaranteed reward at the end. It's not a competition with other people.
College
Competitions
is a
by
reliable path. What did you go to college?
I'll figure it all out later. We'll talk about it in Discord and figure it out.
Kind of.
So you didn't even you dropped out.
So what he's talking about is, here's the path that I am familiar with. I went through college and I didn't finish. And I became somewhat successful based on my own skills that I didn't learn in college. But nobody else should do that because I'm so special and amazing that you can't do that. Now, there's a lot of people who probably can't do that. And I think it is a good rule of thumb that Destiny has, that if you are questioning whether or not you should go to college, then you probably should go to college. That makes sense to me. But if you're like, I'm kind of not really with this, I feel like I can do this, don't go to college.
And you're telling people to go to college?
Yeah, because I'm a 1 in a million. What I did was incredibly rare. Like, what do you mean?
Okay. So this is an interesting topic for me because I taught college for a year. I actually got a master's degree. I got my BA. So I got my BA in Spanish and marketing. I thought I was going to go and do something in the business field and that learning a second language would be an asset. I got a scholarship to go do an MA at Columbia in Spanish. And I said, oh, this will be great. I'll perfect, my Spanish. Fantastic. Hated it, loathed it. Came out. I taught college for a year and then I went and I taught at a private school in Manhattan, grades 7 through 12. I was a dean there, basically an advisor doing a whole bunch of stuff. I also taught in a Catholic school. So I've had a pretty extensive experience teaching. I'm somebody who tells people, this is my advice. You mentioned STEM here. STEM is very different than a liberal arts degree. So you're talking about specialized use. I'm guessing that you mentioned STEM because that is more specified.
I mentioned STEM because I don't want to go through the argument of because technically people that get philosophy degrees and English and history degrees, English and history is important.
I have a psychology degree. Let's see where he's going to go with this.
To society and the degradation of these degrees. Like, oh, we don't care about arts or any of that. That's all silly. We only care about is silly. But I didn't want to have that argument with him at that particular point in time.
Okay, can we have it? Can we have that discussion now? Are you
if you'd like to, sure.
I would love to because I had that degree. And what happened to me was I graduated from, and let me tell you my story. I don't know if it'll help you or not, but I graduated from college. I had a 4.0. I worked my butt off. I loved it. I loved studying. I was a professional student. I went to Columbia.
See, I forgot to reload as I was reloading the stream deck here. I forgot to use the whatchamacallit, the violin. That would have been perfect right here.
Columbia. I graduated with all honors. I come out and I go to get a job. And do you know what I knew how to do? Nothing. I had no practical skills, none. Knew how to do nothing. Seriously, I went to go get a job at an insurance company and I was like, what am I going to do? I don't have any practical skills. I could think, I could talk, I could do all of that stuff, but I didn't have any practical skills for the workforce. So I wandered around and meandered around and all that stuff. So here's how I feel about college. If you're going for something specified, say you want to be an engineer, something very, very specific where you're going to go, you're going to study, you're going to acquire a certain skill set, you're going to come out, you're going to be marketable in an industry, you're going to have skills available to work on day one. I know how to do X, Y, and Z, practical skills, great. If you're going to go and you're just going to float around and you're going to take gender studies and you're going to, take some literature classes and you're going to largely socialize because that's what college has become. And by the way, get indoctrinated, which is happening in colleges all across America. So
I noticed this when I was in high school, when I was first deciding. I thought, I got a couple comments here. You don't need a degree. Yeah, Mike, don't worry. Kelly is the guy who is going to make sure we are all good. But what she's talking about here is something that I noticed when I was in high school. And, I knew I was going to college. There was never any question about me going to college, regardless of what I was or wasn't going to do. And by the time I was junior or senior in high school, you would have friends who would have already graduated and come back and are talking about school. Never did they talk about classes and what they learned and anything like that. It was always about the parties, about the socialization, about the girls, about this, about that. That's what college is.
You come out thinking one way and not free thinking for yourself. All of that happens. You come out and you have no practical skills. How is that helpful? Is it not more helpful for someone to sign on for an online program and learn how to actually do something? Or I'm not saying do nothing, But I'm saying there are alternatives now to a 4-year degree that are specialized, that are practical, so that somebody comes out and knows how to do something, as opposed to just, I'm smart, I went to college. What do you know how to do? I don't know.
If you go to college and you don't do a single internship, you don't get a single job, you don't do anything. I mean,
Okay, but the internship is after all of the bullshit. Why not just go and do the internship? If you're learning that much, from being on the job, then just go be on the job. What is it that you learned before the internship? All an internship is working, but the college is setting it up. There's no difference between just going to work and being an intern, except for that.
I mean, you've wasted the experience. I mean, I can point to, if you want to say that that's going to be the archetype of the college student you want to hold up, then fine. Then I'll say, if you don't go to college and you just meander around, you work at 7-Eleven, then you get a job at McDonald's, then you become a McDonald's supervisor, and then you go work at Burger King. Well, you've also wasted 4 years of your life, right? I'm not going to compare.
Well, what if somebody likes the simplicity of being a middle manager at one store where they're a franchisee? Like, again, there's so much assumption that everybody's doing all of these things wrong. It's like, bro, you don't know people's lives like that.
The high-driven guy that doesn't go to college and does all the certifications on his own, all the workshops on his own, gets a huge job, and by 22 and then compare that to like a college student that does nothing. That's not an equal comparison.
But forget about doing it. I didn't. I had a 4.0. I worked my butt off.
What college student? What do you mean? Compare that to the college student who's doing nothing? Is that the average thing about what college students are doing? Wouldn't that go against your argument that people should go to college? What are you saying, bro?
I know what your college can you speak Spanish?
But there's plenty of people. Sure, of course I can.
And you're Miami, so that's good. There you go. That's a good skill you picked up.
But what was that going to do if I wanted to be a Spanish teacher? Great.
I can't go on your personal experience.
Okay, so
I don't know. But
but you seem to be acting like you are very knowledgeable and very authoritative on not only her but all of our situations. That you don't need this to be happy. You don't need that. You should do this. You should do that. How the fuck do you know?
This is something that I would beg conservatives to do. You have to stop attacking liberal arts because I'm tired.
This is a good point. I remember this, and he is absolutely correct. He is absolutely correct. Let's let him say it, and then we'll come back to it.
On my stream of debating how many new.
I'm actually going to back it up. I want to make sure you guys
personal.
Okay, so
I don't know, but
this
is something that I would beg conservatives to do. You have to stop attacking liberal arts because I'm tired on my stream of debating how many new black, trans, women characters are in the next TV show. Okay, conservatives have suicided themselves on the culture war because they refuse to engage in the things that matter culturally. And when you say things things like liberal arts are important, things like entertainment, things like music, all these things are really important things. And when conservatives just say do STEM, don't do that. That's for losers. English is for losers. History's for losers. And you turn around, you're like, oh my God, CRT, that's horrible. Well, how do you expect, what else would CRT be besides something written by the most progressive and crazy people?
That's exactly the point. Is that if those of us, I mean, hey, I got a BA in psychology. I done my shit. I mean, I was a liberal at the time. But those of us who have this understanding of the world on a more practical and especially when it comes to money, a more practical way of seeing the world. If we don't have an understanding of what these liberal arts narratives even are, then how can we combat them? It doesn't matter how stupid they are. If you don't understand, you're fucked. This goes all the way back to the very first time I ever did drugs. If those of you who are new here and you don't know, I am Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. But I did spend about 5 years as a pillhead, as a drug addict. And luckily I'm out of that life. But there was just a simplicity about that life. And there's an understanding that I had to have of, okay, there's a lot of good here. The feeling that I get, all that is good. But if I don't reckon with the monster I am tangling with, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. And because of that message, this is what I believe, this is speculation, but this is that notion that I actually remembered from the first Saw movie. If you remember one of the last scenes, spoiler alert for a fucking 20-year-old movie, but there's a doctor and the other guy in the room, and they're chained up, and the doctor's talking about how smart the guy who set all of this up is. And the other guy who's in the trap is like, oh, it sounds like you like this guy. And the doctor says, in order to defeat a disease, you have to understand what it can do. That's exactly what Destiny is saying about liberal arts and conservatives. If conservatives want to be able to push back against stuff like CRT and transgender, this, that, or the other, gender bender bullshit, you have to understand what it is that they think and why they think it.
Because all the conservatives are driven to only do engineering and technology, right? I want there to be a conservative that is studying gender studies. I want that to happen so that when people are saying things like, I think any gender can be anything and our pronoun should be Zer, I want a conservative there saying, you know what? I think it's good to push on some gender things, but that's a little bit fucking insane. You know, I think that'd be good. But when conservatives push for education to look a certain way, I think that some of it starts to become
So here comes the irony that, of course, it's not conservatives that are pushing pushing things to look a certain way. It's just conservatives pushing against a pretty specific and pretty drastic change in the types of things that young children are being taught. So that's more of a liberal thing, to control what other people are thinking. Pronouns.
Self-fulfilling, to where conservatives will say, I think the institutions are becoming a little bit ideologically driven. Stay away from the liberal arts. Or I think that college in general is becoming more ideologically driven. We need to kind of like do private schools and stay out of there. Well, what's happening to the schools? They're becoming more and more ideologically driven as conservatives refuse to engage with them. And then those people are growing up, they're joining the administration and the staff, and now they're becoming even more left-leaning. And then conservatives are going, oh my God, look at all these liberal institutions. Look at how far left they are. And I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh telling me constantly that this is what colleges were going to become, and kind of like mail in.
And he was right, but for some reason you decided he was wrong, even though he's right. He's right in the sense that people need to have a better understanding. The problem is, it's already the case that conservatives better understand the positions of liberals, or, however you want to divide it up. It's already the case. So yes, Destiny is correct in what he's saying. But what would be more correct is for your liberal cohorts to understand why parents don't want what they think is CRT being taught to their 9-year-old. You can tell them, yes, CRT isn't really that. They don't fucking care. They see the book Genderqueer and they're like, okay, call it whatever you want. That is what I don't want. So your pedantic argument, well, actually, CRT is a college level legal. Nobody gives a fuck about that. The media called the thing a thing, and now people are using the thing that the media said the thing is the thing. If you don't understand it, you're too stupid.
When ballots for Trump, it almost became a form of self-fulfilling prophecy, in my opinion.
But colleges have been like that. I mean, I went to college 20 years ago. It was already like that. It was all the time. I mean, conservatives, it sounds great. It sounds like a utopia. Conservatives go into a gender, gender studies class, and they talk about pronouns, and everyone has a great civil discussion, and everyone disagrees. That's not what happens to conservatives on college campuses. They get shut down.
Of course.
They get put in the corner. You see, conservative can't even go to speak.
Well, I mean, Mike's saying not going to happen. Conservatives won't waste their money on useless college courses. When you put it in the context of the fact that these people are changing, eroding the bedrock of our society, they're really that useless? They might not be ideas that you agree with, but they change the definition of woman in the Cambridge Dictionary. And Destiny here is saying, hey, I don't want that. I want you guys to be able to stand up somewhere along that process and have a legitimate, informed, according to the ideology, argument to push that down. Because as much as and again, this is still Destiny talking, as much as I'm a liberal and I'm about all this and whatever, it's not good. it's very clearly not good, the direction that we're heading. I don't think that's, you know, controversial to say at all. And so maybe they're not wired that way. Well, rewire your shit.
I mean, a Tommy Lauren, whether
Or let the liberals win. Up to you guys.
you agree with her or not, can't even go to speak on a college campus without getting shut down, harassed, and they have to call in security. That's a huge problem. Why would a conservative parent want to send their child to an institution of supposedly higher learning where they're going to learn how to be a free-thinking person for them to either get indoctrinated or punished? Ridiculous. I would never. I hope that my child, I have a son, a 3-year-old, amazing kid, smart kid, great. What I want for him more than anything is for him, once he figures out what he wants to do in life, I would love for him to get some practical skills in that area.
Hey, we got Raheem in the building. Not sure what he's saying. But I don't care. Welcome to the party. Welcome. We are looking at what I think is the female force in the red pill space. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't need him to go to college for 4 years to learn how not to think, to be indoctrinated, for me to spend a fortune, for him to come to party and drink and do whatever he's going to do, and to come out and not know how to do anything. If he comes to me and he says, hey, listen, Mom, I want to do X, Y, and Z, and there's a program for this, and I can do it in 2 years, and I'm going to come out and I'm going to be able to do this, and it's going to be really awesome, and that's what I want to do. Amazing. Let's do it. So conservatives aren't here saying, oh, humanities is a joke and we don't care about English.
They do say that, but
I mean, that's just what they're saying is that if you're going to invest money in something, there should be a return on that investment.
Exactly. That is all that it is. It doesn't mean that these concepts or these ideologies or these types of things are not
And that means that you should have a productive, free-thinking child at the end of that comes out and is in a better position than they were before they went in. That's not what's happening in college. If I were hiring someone for a position today, I would much rather hire someone who did not go to college. Why?
no shot.
I've been saying this. Have I not been saying that employers are starting to look at employers are starting to look at thank you. I can't fucking hear this shit as well. Thank you though, Kelly. Employers are looking at your skills and what you can do for them more now, as opposed to your resume and what college you went to and what, you know, how many years and what degree. I'm telling you it's happening. And you, no way. I've been talking about this for over a year. Bro, what do you do if this isn't your wheelhouse?
100%.
Absolutely
and I do it all
not.
the time. And the reason is that the people who go to college go through 4 years and every single one of them talks and thinks and acts like a robot 9 out of 10
That's
times.
just if I'm hiring somebody and I've got 2 equivalent.
He's ready to argue something that is not a question. It's not a question that this is what people have been doing. It's just not.
Candidates in front
Yep.
of me, and I've got a guy that was able to get his 4-year degree. That speaks volumes. I know that you can be
I have anecdotal evidence that somebody who went to college got a job. Therefore, society's not changing.
on time. I know that you can show up every day and do what's assigned to you.
You know how else you can figure out if somebody's going to show up on time? Tell them to be here at 8 o'clock.
I know that you have the ability to finish something. That's a hugely important thing.
You know how you'll get the ability to see if they can finish something? Give them something to finish.
thing versus somebody that shows up with no degree. If you don't have a degree and you can make it without a degree, but you need a damn good portfolio to do that. And that is true advice for anybody working in any field. If
that
you think you can show up,
is on its way out.
It's
on its way out.
absolutely, if
It's
it's on its way out, it's only because people are wanting more and more and more education. The college degree is the #1 grower of wealth inequality in the United States because people with college degrees are.
Until when? As of when? Can we agree that at a certain point, it makes sense? God damn it. Thank you guys for sticking around for this. I'm going to fix it tonight, I promise. But it absolutely does make sense that, yes, college was the answer for so long. But as JBL just said, as somebody who employs people, as many other people who employ others say, they don't want college students.
Are out earning everybody else so much.
Watch what happens
And
in the next 10 years with college degrees.
It's becoming more of a. It's only trended in one direction, where the degrees becoming more and more important. It's so
There was a thing that's been away for a long time, and that's the way.
important. Even other
That's Destiny's argument.
conservative-esque people like Jordan Peterson talk about, like, how do we have a society where it functions when the IQ requirements for performing well in society are becoming higher and higher and higher and higher, where the types of work that we have, the specialization.
Bro, you're talking about IQ? Do you know how dumb you can be and get a college degree? Really fucking dumb.
Required, the training required is getting higher and higher and higher, to where having that 4-year degree is, from my day, it's the equivalent to it used to be having a GED or high school degree, where, like, if you didn't have high school in the 80s or 90s, like, well, man, what are you? You're a loser. Well, now, 2002, it just,
a billion, I mean, not thousands, but a whole handful, a whole industry of billion-dollar companies run by people who never finished high school, never finished college, entrepreneurs, that whole thing, right? I mean, Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, all that stuff. All those people are highly, highly educated individuals, right? Or maybe, I don't know. Mike says, the reason I say that, or the reason I say that's not where the comma goes. The reason I say that is because the professor will fail them if they debate. And a conservative parent will not spend their money on gender studies. Yes, if one conservative is in a class with an entire liberal system, you are correct. The point that Destiny is making is that because these things are becoming socially relevant, you can either be like, oh, well, that's stupid, and just let them continue doing what they're doing. They changed the definition of the word woman in the dictionary. So if you don't think failing a class is or if you think failing a class is too big of a consequence to stand up for the bedrock of your civilization, then yeah, you're fine. You do exactly what you're doing, and exactly what you think is going to happen is going to happen. But if you can see a little bit, if you can notice the patterns, and you see that this shit is not going away, then fail that class. Take it again. Fail it again. Take that class. Fail it again. And show everybody in that classroom how they, including the teacher, are wrong. Or don't. Or just let your society crumble.
Numbers don't lie.
It's
I mean, like, you can look at the median earnings for a high school degree.
What I'm telling you is that
it is changing, and that it's becoming more and more of a requirement.
You're talking to me about IQ as if college is an indicator of your IQ.
You don't think IQ correlates to intelligence?
Many people I talk to every day who are entrepreneurs who didn't go to college or spent their college years doing nothing, or wasted their college years, or have.
There is no answer to that, Destiny. You do not employ people, maybe other than your editor. And I'm sure he didn't fucking go to college for editing. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
That 4-year degree, but partied and joked around all the time. And you'll talk to them and they'll say, I had a friend who didn't go to college at all, but was motivated and was focused. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying don't do anything. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, as an alternative to a 4-year degree for everyone, and some people may thrive in college. Like I said, you go to school for engineering, you go to school for a specialized subject, you go to school for someone where there's going to be an obvious reward to that program. Fine. I'm not telling people, everyone, this is a blanket recipe for you. However, there are going to people out there who are going to want to do something specialized that does not fit in with a 4-year bracket. That doesn't mean that they're not going to work hard. That doesn't mean that they're not going to develop a skill set. That doesn't mean that they're not going to be marketable to an entrepreneur just because they don't have a 4-year degree. That way of thinking is going to be antiquated very soon.
Yep.
I'll if you want to do a time frame and a $20 bet, I'll bet you money. It's the easiest money.
Okay, that's a question for you guys as I'm situating myself. What is the timeline that this will change? As she said, that, you know, won't care about, you know, your degree, and they just care about what you can do for them. When do we think this idea of measuring people's worth based on their degree is going to become antiquated? Because it's, I mean, it's definitely going to happen soon. I think it's already happening. But he said 10 years? No way. Give me a number, guys. What do you guys think?
Ever made okay, $20,
I can do that for $20.
5 years, whatever you want. We'll do another episode if we're still live. And
But Steven, look at what happened. Honestly, look at the.
Yeah, because the last 5 years in society have been exactly the same. Like, what's going to change in 5 years?
One of the reasons that we just went through, you know, pandemic, whatever you want to call it, last couple of years, and you saw what happened on college campuses. Look at what happened. I mean, they locked kids down in their dorm rooms in many schools. They now are, you know, instituting, I don't know how you feel about mandates. You know, I strongly oppose the mandates, but they're instituting that on college campuses. We have parents all over the place that are watching this stuff and saying, what am I paying for?
I am 33 years old. I went through a phase when I was 15 where my parents did a certain thing and I didn't like that thing and I wanted to do the exact opposite of everything.
Mm-hmm.
At some point we have.
Yeah, that's called being a teenager. You're 33, you just said? If you're 33 and you're still acting like a teenager, then maybe we shouldn't be listening to you.
Have to grow out of that. I can look at college campuses and I've argued a lot of stuff. I think that I just went to.
I kind of want to keep that. That kind of looks cool. I'm the boo. Oh, what's that song? I'm blue. My booty, da die.
The University of Texas in Austin, and
hey, we got Miguel in the building. Sorry, I look weird. It's been going in and out. Brand new. My whole setup is brand new. I'm gonna fix this after the stream, but I don't know how to do it. But yeah, right. She looked good. Not only does she look good, but she argues way better than our girl Pearl. So JBL. Should I be alive? That's our girl. And she is taking Destiny down right now. She's so frigid. I'm turning blue. Do I have a...
A&M, and I just did a Change My Mind event where I argue that wokeism is going way too far across most college campuses. I'm not going to disagree with it. That's absolutely true in a number of ways. People were writing, school administrators were writing if people needed therapy after the Rittenhouse verdict. Okay, my almost
yes. or the Trump win.
Yeah, it was unbelievably cringe.
I'm just gonna leave it.
But I can't let that one thing that I don't like poison my mind against seeing all of the other upsides of doing college. Mm-hmm. If you have people that are
really quick though, let's take advantage of this. What do I look like right now? Best comment gets something. I don't know. There's a joke here, and nobody's making it.
Capable of doing things outside of college. This is the advice that I give somebody. If somebody asks me, if they go, "Do you think I should go to college?" And I go, if you have to ask me, the answer is probably yes. Because the type of
that's
people
what I was saying before.
Enough, like when you
that's what I was saying before. Is that he seems that seems like a good a good rule of thumb. If you're questioning whether you should be doing this, okay, let's have the conversation. But if you're like, I have no idea what to do, college is probably a good option for you.
You talk about people that didn't go to college that are entrepreneurs. They're not going to college because they did really bad in math and English and school is just not for them. They're not going to college because they're so busy with the path they're on in life. What they've got already, they don't have time for it, right? There are people that are 19, 20. Yeah, they're already working with their parents' business. They're already have learned a trade, through their teen years because friends or a dad of a friend taught them things. They're already contributing to projects online. They're coding, they're programming 19, 20, 20. Right. And by the time these people at 22, 23, these are the stars. These are the people that they would come to me, hey, can I work on your website? I can do it. And I go, oh, well, what have you done? And they go, this is what I've done. I go, okay, yeah, obviously you can work on my stuff. But a lot of people that don't go to college aren't like that. And it's a bit, it's I don't
There
say
we go.
delusional because that's too harsh.
All right. Hopefully this is gonna come back regular.
But this idea that like all these people don't go to college because they're so busy pursuing other things is just
I'm
not
not
true.
saying all of them,
Okay,
but that's
sure.
where the role of parenting comes in, where you have to know your kid. You have to have.
I mean, I have
a
my child is 11 years old, and I told him, if you want to get into YouTube, do stuff like I do, that's great. You're finishing school though. You absolutely are.
And
It's just, you're
that's-
doing college. It's once you.
But why? But why, sir? If you have a child, I don't know how old his kid is. Can't be more than, oh, I need that fucking vape. He can't be more than let's say he's 33. Let's say he is 10 years old, just for the sake of argument. I'm looking at my thing. I can't believe this happened. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, Logitech, this better be fixed by tomorrow. And I don't even remember.
If you do stuff like I do, that's great. You're finishing school though.
Make money from it. Not better. Take two, better. Yeah, I got you. I seen you, but again, I don't know a video or mic. I'll just keep going. Just no sound. What about now? What about now? All right. Perfect. And of course I am gone, but yeah, it doesn't make sense that if he can do what he's doing on YouTube or any other video platform, social media, why would you push him through school to be indoctrinated? That doesn't make sense.
No, you absolutely are.
And
It's just, you're
that's-
doing college. It's once you have that degree, nobody can take it from you.
Mhm.
You've shown something to the world. I
Shown
might go,
what?
but that you
A
can
piece of
finish a
paper?
college degree.
You show a piece of paper to the world that says
I'm so
what?
jealous of. Give me your master's.
You can
'cause I
have
have
it.
a yeah.
You know what? You can have it because
Yeah.
and I'll tell you why you can have
Uh-huh.
it, because I learned more practical skills waitressing in New York City than I ever got from getting a master's degree at Columbia University. And if I could go back in time, I always say I wouldn't change anything, because you know how you see those
Yeah,
movies
you-
where you
you
go
are
back in
who you are,
time, and
man.
I want my family to be what it is today, and I love my child. And I wouldn't want to move any of those puzzle pieces. But if I could go back and not move any of the puzzle pieces and not have wasted a year at Columbia University, oh, I got it for free, and I can't even justify it.
It's a unique
oh,
experience
wait.
though.
Great.
She said she got it for free, and she still can't justify it.
It was a unique experience. I was miserable.
Then you should have done something better with it. But you know
And
what?
it was not-
And there it is. There it is, the liberal elitism. My experience is different than yours. Therefore, I must have done something wrong, right? That's what that's what it is. If you didn't have the exact same experience as I did, you must have done something wrong. No, Kelly, you are helping me out hugely. Please don't apologize. Mike says it's already happening. I think college is going back to where it was, only for the super smart warriors, doctors, engineers, so on. And we're going to go back to having trade schools. I hope so. Because that would keep a lot of these hipster fucking people that work at BuzzFeed trying to take my tax money to pay for their useless degree. I want you to be a productive member of society. But you can't do that if you don't have anything to provide to society.
Practical.
Where are there more miserable people at? Miserable people getting their masters at Columbia's, or miserable people that are doing waitressing in New York City?
Definitely masters. 1,000%.
You know what? I don't know actually, because everybody
100%. 100%. This is somebody who has never worked in a restaurant.
I worked with was happy.
Then here's a question. If we talk about all of the elites in society, okay,
Yeah.
the elites that run everything, I know you guys like that one. What do they
Is
do
it
with
not
other
true?
kids? What do they do with other kids?
Of
They're
course
getting
they
them into
put
the best university, the
Of
best Ivy
course.
League schools. You're going to Stanford, you're
But
going to
why is that?
Why wouldn't they? That goes right along with their stupid ideology. If they were not doing that, then it would be like, oh, okay, well, clearly they're wrong about something. But they're following their own ideology.
But these guys are so successful. Shouldn't
But
they be
why
telling
is
kids,
that?
no, not my son's not going to
No.
waste his time at Harvard or
Why
Yale.
is
My
that?
son's going to go out and he's going to start working at 19 because
So there's no difference between Harvard and Yale and your local community college. You're the one telling people not to spend money they don't have. So instead of going to a 4-year university where you got to pay out the ass, why wouldn't you go community college 2 years and transfer? Maybe that's not as prestigious in the eyes of the typical liberal. You need a 4-year degree at least, right?
education is important.
No,
It's the
that's not
foundation
why.
that you build the rest of your
That's
life on.
not
And
why.
you're at the one stage in life where you can continue to learn and acquire knowledge and a unique skill set.
Steven.
You can't outside.
You know that's not why.
That is absolutely.
They're
that is the
all
reason.
of the same political mind. They are more than happy. You're talking about liberal elites in New York City. Of course, they're
Any
more than
elites.
happy to take their kids and put them in the best universities because they know that the indoctrination that they have started in their household is just going to continue
Oh,
beautifully over
exactly.
there.
There's somebody who
And
said they're going to
because they
Harvard just to
value-
finish
But
indoctrinating.
do
You
you
can indoctrinate the own
understand?
household.
These pieces of paper look great on a wall. What does it mean?
It
Yep.
shows
There
that
are
you
people
went
who
to
come
for
out of-
4 or 5 years.
So
You took some
what?
classes. You passed some tests. You
Great.
can do a thing.
Great.
Do you care about reading scores or tests when you talk about like black communities or disadvantaged communities?
Bro, do you think black people don't know how to read? You think black people need college to learn how to read? Dare I call that racist?
Yeah.
Do you say that like it's a crime that they can't read, that they can't do math? Why does education matter only up to a certain point?
Whoa! Did he just say they, them people, those people can't do math? That's definitely racist. He also says elite go to those schools and make and keep connections. Yeah, it's not about the level of education. That's fucking cope. But I just want to make sure he just said that black people are lesser than. Because he definitely did.
Pass some tests. You can
Great.
do a thing.
Great.
Do you care about reading scores or tests when you talk about like black communities or
Okay, we're talking about black communities.
disadvantaged communities?
Yeah.
Do you say that
Or
like it's a crime that they can't read, that they can't do math?
they put it right out there for you. If you know what to listen for, it is very, very easy to see who the real racists are. Well, these poor black people, they just can't read. What?
Why does education matter only up to a certain point, but not past that?
Because of what's happened to college in the last
Because
2
of woke
decades.
people?
Not just
The
Yes.
woke
woke people.
boogeyman scared the
Yes.
kids
Not
off of
just
college
woke
campus?
people.
Yes, Destiny. Wokeness is fucking terrifying. Wokeness is terrifying. The big, strong, burly, conservative dude, that dude is fucking terrified of your ideology. So yes, there is a fear to what you are putting out there and what you are presenting. Maybe that's not alpha enough for you, but you don't really understand what people are talking about in that space, do ya?
Oh, but if college is not a place where you're learning how to think anymore, and if college is not a place where diversity of thought actually exists, and if college is not a place that embraces true diversity, not just in what color are you and what your culture is, but in how you actually view and see the world, then what's the point? Why do I need to send my kid to go in and come out a robot? It's ridiculous.
Because
so I'm not saying there's no value.
Because the median earning of somebody with a 4-year degree is $20,000 a year higher than
And what
somebody
I'm
with only
telling
high
you
school.
is
As of now. And I think that's exactly what she's about to say, is that is going to change very, very quickly.
I see your stats, I hear them, but what I'm trying to say is that way of looking at the world and that
It's going to change.
way of idolizing this piece
It already has.
of paper is going to be on its way out very soon, because what you're seeing is a rejection of $50 or $60 or $70,000 a year investment. And then you have a kid that comes out and you're like, what did I just do? The kid often comes out dumber, less able to think for themselves, and less accomplished. And they sit on the couch that year and they say, what are you going to do now? I'm not sure.
All of that, and they're still out earning their high school peers. It's crazy how that works. And they had 4
for now. Again, as we've said, we are in a transitional period. So Miguel says the Department of Education should be linking jobs to university or be shut down. Yeah, it should be a pipeline that if you pay this money, you do this thing, you are now qualified and in a higher tier. But that's not what it is. So what exactly is it?
4 extra years. I guess all that experience at Burger King didn't
We're
pay
not
off.
talking about today, but watch what
Okay.
happens. And I'm not talking about getting a minimum wage job as an alternative. What I'm saying is people need to broaden their minds. College still exists, and it will be the appropriate decision for some. Alternative programs do exist and will be the appropriate decision for some in order to, yes, you want to get educated. You want to get a path
Educated
towards success. You want to get a path toward learning actual skills. That's not going to be college for everybody. That's all I'm saying. It's a little bit more gray for me than that. I don't want that to be everybody's prescription because I don't think it fits everybody's life.
Okay, well, this is a far different statement to I don't want every single person going to college versus college
I don't
is a
want
waste
every
of
single-
money.
I don't
Well,
want
is
every
college a
single
waste of
Is it though? I don't think so. Things kind of falls in line.
money? Does not want to, because I agree. There are some people that would do way better in trade schools. I hated school. I sucked at school.
There you go.
And so, yeah, maybe I would have done better in like a different type of program coming out for sure. And I grew up as a millennial, and millennials were all told, go to college, go to college, go to. It was like the only thing you
Right.
right after breathing and eating, go to college. So yeah, I agree that there are different paths for different people.
So that's what I'm saying. What I'm
no,
saying
what you
is
were
one
saying
size-
earlier was that college was a waste of
no,
money. That's what you said earlier.
colleges.
There's nuance in that. You can think that there's different paths for different people because for the people who don't fit into the college plan, it is a waste of money. I don't understand why there needs to be this dichotomy where one of you is right and one of you is wrong. You're both touching on the same thing. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Everybody is so fucking... Like, would you rather be right or would you rather live in a society that is not destroyed? I love being right. I hate being wrong. But I'll take being wrong so that our fucking species survives.
Largely a scam for many
Okay,
people.
well, that's a different statement than
It
not
is
everybody should
largely
go to
a scam,
college.
But no, it is largely a scam for many people. But I also believe that because I don't believe in one size fits all for anything, whether you're talking about the medical system, whether you're talking about anything, I don't like one size fits all mandates. I don't like any of that. I say, know your kid, have a conversation with your kid, understand your kid. They're going to have gone through high school. You're going to know what that experience was like. You're going to know what they like. How driven are they? What are they interested in? Have those conversations and don't get told by people that college is their only answer and their only path towards success. I don't believe that to be true.
I don't understand how Destiny is sitting here saying to the message that for some people, what you're offering is the right answer, but it's not the right answer for everyone. And it's just like, no, it's the best thing for everybody, everywhere, ever, for all reasons. How is that a position?
True. And I do believe 100% that college, not a scam for everybody, but in large part for many students that come out, they come out dumber, less able to think for themselves, and it's a disgrace for how much money their parents have invested for 4 years.
Okay.
100%.
And I've seen
stand
plenty
by
of
that.
people that skip college, that they'll do the one leap year. Well, I'm just going to take 1 year off. They never got back into it, and their lives just kind of petter out to nothing.
Okay, so we're talking about anecdotal evidence. So we have some people who never go to college and never do shit. We have some people who go to college and never do shit. So that's kind of a wash then, isn't it? Maybe we should be talking about more average type of experiences that come from college.
Very few of these people become successful entrepreneurs. Very few of these people go on to acquire valuable trades and skills.
Okay.
Usually they end up doing some kind of work and they kind of promote and they're just kind of like whatever.
Okay, I want to talk about one of your you have a nuanced opinion on
Everything.
minors, puberty blockers,
Oh,
some of
geez.
this. I don't know if on puberty
I did not know we were going here. Let's do it.
blockers, but you talked a little bit about sports as well, transports, etc. Let's go to No Jumper. Tyler, 3343.
No
Let's play
Jumper?
that. I'm loving this discussion, audience. I'm hoping you are too. By the way, Tyler, do we have super chats we need to get to?
Not yet, but
Is the conversation popping?
People really like it. Actually, there was one earlier. Somebody said everybody knows that money is valuable when you have medical issues. They were making the case if you're ill, if you have a family member that's ill, that money is exceptionally valuable.
We can talk about that.
Really? Wow. I never thought of that before.
What a great argument for some sort of like socialized health.
Hell,
oh my
what
goodness.
a great
so
argument
that money
to
wouldn't be a
wreck it.
gateway to,
Hell,
oh my gosh.
No, government, get out of my health, get out of my life. We're going to get back to that. Okay, let's go do minor. I think this is an important gray area. So let's show this part.
Real quick, where are you guys at on this episode? Aside from the fact that my camera is not doing me any favors, because we're not even halfway through, and I really don't want to stretch this out into 2 episodes. But we easily. Or we could, kind of skip around, get to some of the highlights. But let me know. I think this is a good conversation, so I'm happy to let it roll. As long as it's interesting. But you guys, let me know. This is all for you.
There are strong arguments for minors getting access to, ideally with a doctor's approval, like HRT and stuff, or puberty blockers at least at a young age. That's a pretty radical left position. It's pretty far to the left.
Right.
But I don't think trans women should be competing in sports with cis women, and all the research supports that.
Right.
And that position can make you sound like a fucking Nazi, depending on who I'm talking to.
But also,
Okay,
like,
so that's interesting to me because, well, I don't support puberty blockers for minors. If you're an
coulda
adult,
guessed that,
I
yeah.
have, well, I lived for a very long time as like live and let live. You know, do what you want to do. As you're a grown adult, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, as long as you're, even when it comes to relationships, you want to open a relationship, you don't, as long as it's consensual, no one's getting hurt, do you. But when it comes to children, I'm deeply concerned about what I'm seeing with young
Facts.
children. I mean, you have places.
Before she goes on, Miguel says the whole system needs to be ripped down. The employers should set the course for specific jobs. Learn the BS on your free time. And then to add on, I don't disagree with you, but to add on to that, how awesome would it be if then the some employers could say, yeah, learn the BS on your free time. But those who are in a better position could say, hey, I can pay you to train with me so that I know that the training that you're doing, the BS that you're doing in your free time, I don't know if you're just throwing on a video and whatever. Other companies may not care about that. And other companies are going to pay you jack shit. But I'm going to pay you a little bit more. I'm going to make sure that your training is legit. Do we think there would not be people who would rather be in one position than the other, depending on the circumstances? Or is there only one right way to do things?
Like Boston Medical, you have other locations coming out and talking about having very descriptive conversations about gender in 3-year-olds. Utterly ridiculous. I have a 3-year-old. Sometimes he thinks he's a monkey. He'll say he's Curious George. He's 3. So I think there's a lot of brainwashing and societal manipulation happening toward young children. And I also think puberty blockers for kids are incredibly dangerous. They don't just affect the sex organs, they affect multiple systems of the body. They affect the brain. And there is no scientific proof that once they are brought back in, let's say it's a pause and then you bring them back in.
It's just like music. You pause the note with the puberty blockers, and then the next one just comes up, and it's like you just pause the song and you pick it up right where it picked up.
That a child's development continues as if it hadn't been interrupted. There's no studies that can show that. So I think it's an incredibly dangerous thing. What I'm interested about is that you hold an opinion that there should be some access to puberty blockers for kids. So I want you to talk a little bit about why. And also, though, you are what I deem rational on sports. Tell me a little bit about how it has
right, because he definitely is. Well, let's
been to exist in a world where you have those two opinions, and I'm sure you've made everybody mad at the same time.
So this is something I will die on this hill for. Okay, if I have a medical issue involving my son, the only 3 people I ever want involved in that conversation are me and his mom, him, and the doctor. If somebody is trying to make...
Unless it's about the jab, because you didn't have that position 6 months ago, did you, homie? But hey, you come around, I'll give you credit.
Some procedure that I think could make him better illegal or whatever, that is the worst possible world I could ever live in. To where if for whatever reason my son and I feel like I've gone through all the appropriate steps and he feels like he's a girl or he's a trans woman or whatever, not at 5, not at 5, but at 14, 15.
At 14.
Yeah, if he's having those feelings and we go through therapists or whatever, and that is an option, it's like, well, this is what he's saying, this is what his doctor's saying, and you know what? I'm the parent. I'm going to ultimately make the decision to pull the trigger on that. I don't think anybody else, especially not the government, has the right to stand in between me and my child's future in that decision.
I completely agree. The issue is a cultural thing where you're going to have parents who are going to not fight for what's best for their children, but what is going to be most politically expedient. Even though that is the case, I would rather children, and this is going to be, clip this up. This is going to be what I might get canceled for. I would rather children die than the government have the ability to choose whether or not children die.
Because of some government policy that a bureaucrat is right.
Did you miss that? I can say it again. I would choose for children to die at the hands of their own parents and doctors' decisions than putting that decision in the government for them to decide who's going to die or not. Kids are going to die. Kids are going to be fucked up from this shit. I don't know if you know that. You might think it's all hunky-dory. It's just how I identify as this and then. Motherfucker's going to die. But I would rather them die at stupid, liberal, virtue-signaling parents than the government who knows exactly what the fuck they're doing. Because the parents can then be used as examples for the next generation. For Generation Alpha. Hey, this is a thing that we don't even touch until you're 18. Maybe 21. But Gen Z is fucked. Gen Z is going to have the highest death rate. The highest death rate related to gender identity than any other generation in the history of humanity before or going forward. Quote me on that. Come back in 50 years. Come back to this video in 50 years and tell me I'm wrong.
But you support socialized medicine, right?
Socialized medicine doesn't mandate you have to get a certain procedure.
So, but if you supported socialized medicine, wouldn't the government essentially have some role in every decision-making process that happened? I mean, it's
about making the availability of some particular.
Oh, that's not how socialized medicine works. You know, in all countries that have socialized medicine, there's restrictions on certain procedures and not others, and you have people that have to flee those countries.
That's the same thing that happens in the United States with insurance companies. Have you ever tried to do an in-network?
That's the problem.
Work or out-of-network prescription? Obviously, there's going to be some decisions at the end of the day in terms of what is affordable.
You said government,
but it's fundamentally different between what is an affordable drug or what's in-network, out-of-network, or what's an appropriate prescription versus you're not allowed to do this because ideologically Washington has voted a certain way.
Guys, if you haven't already, oh come on, you see I'm struggle streaming if you have not already, and I've somehow made it through this video without flipping the F out. If you could hit that like button if you have not already done so, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the party. Make sure you hit that subscribe button too.
And now this type of treatment is available to your child. I think those are fundamentally different types of things.
That happens under socialized medicine all the time, where people are told that, oh, you're not entitled to this procedure because we believe that you're old and it's not worth it, and they make decisions about what people can and can't do.
Old and not, these are fun. If you have somebody that's 87 years old and they're trying to get, like a $20 million surgery that might extend their life by a couple months, that's a fundamentally different question than
then the government can come in and say that person's not entitled to that.
If it's not going to be the government, it's going to be an insurance company. What do you,
no,
I'm
so
we don't have, we live on a planet of
medicine.
limited resources. We don't have infinite resources. There's going to be some. We do have infinite resources.
No. I'm talking about socialized medicine. We're having a different
This happens. Can you acknowledge this happens in private medicine too, right?
Yes.
There's only so many. Okay. So there's only so many resources. Even if it was a libertarian fantasy.
So you agree that socialized medicine does not solve the problem of finite resources? Because it sounded like you were saying that it did.
Listen,
where it's an anarcho-capitalist, we all pay for whatever we want. Even in that world, you can only buy so many things, right?
Well, not necessarily, though.
Yes, necessarily. Hold on.
Let's go, anarcho-capitalism.
Live with limited resources. You said that.
No. Yes, within the system. But if you are somebody who went out and made a shit ton of money and you have a shit ton of money in your backyard and you can go to doctors that are not part of the system, you can have access to procedures and treatments that you wouldn't have had. Like, for example, when I had Lyme disease, perfect example. And I went through the system and what they gave me made me sicker and sicker and sicker. And then I found a holistic doctor that didn't take insurance, where it was expensive. And luckily I had saved my money and had that money in bank and went and feel better now than I ever did before. That is why money is freedom.
Okay, so you think that the best healthcare should only be available to the elites in the world?
No, absolutely
How many
not.
people are going to be able to afford to go to another country for
That's
healthcare?
why we had a whole conversation before.
Wait, how many? I want to answer
stars.
this. How many people do you think realistically in a country can fly to another country for a medical treatment?
Not a lot.
Give me a percentage.
Oh, small amount.
Let's say, well, let's put it out there. How many Americans, percentage, would be able to fly out of the country to get a medical procedure that is not available to them in America? Probably pretty low. Probably under 10%. That's the decent point. That's a low number. I don't know where he's going, but I'll give him that credit. Okay, let's call it 5%.
I don't know.
Like less than 2, probably.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Okay. I don't want a medical system. So you're telling me, well, in your system, there might be rationing because the 88-year-old grandma can't get a hip replacement. And I'm saying, well, in your system, you're telling me that less than 2% of people can afford like life-saving medicine or alternative treatments or therapies?
What I'm saying to you is I don't want to exist in a system where government is making decisions for people's individual health.
Okay, and I don't want to exist in a system where your zip code determines the type of healthcare you can get for your child. That's a crime.
Okay, so you want reform of the health insurance system in the United States, but that's not the answer to that. And I agree because I went in, separate conversation, but I remember when I went in and had a baby, and the hospital bills were extraordinary. I mean, it was insane. I honestly had a regular natural delivery, no C-section, didn't.
Hey, we got Mirage Leonardo in the building. Welcome. 15% of what? Don't know what you're talking about. I would love to hear you clarify, though. Welcome to the party. We are talking about, is this the end of the red pill? And I don't think so, because just like Just Pearly Things is trash with this stuff. JBL, as we're calling her, is doing the damn thing. Not much, man. We are just hanging out and having a good time checking this shit out, and I am glad that you are here. Welcome to the party. Like the name. I like the name. Welcome, brother. Welcome.
Barely any drugs, nothing. And I looked at the bills and I said, what would the average person do in a predicament like this? Because I wasn't the average person that year. I had a television job, and even to pay that was like, it was a dent, it was thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we're going to have a conversation about reforming the healthcare system, great. We can have that conversation.
So real quick, Mirage says 15% on the American. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot. I talk a lot and then I forget things. So I'm saying 5. Mirage is saying 15. Anybody else got a number that we want to put as, I don't know. Destiny asked a question, and then we didn't really get back to that number. But I do think it is an interesting question. And so if he does get to something relevant to that, then I think it's good for us to have a number in our heads. But 15, I'm not mad at. I'm not mad at it, Leonardo.
100% I'm on board that there are problems in our healthcare system.
Well, let's back that up a little bit, because I completely forgot what we were talking about.
It was thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we're going to have a conversation about reforming the healthcare system, great. We can have that conversation. 100% I'm on board that there are problems in our healthcare system that make basic things very inaccessible to a large number of people, or it traumatizes their entire life to have to pay for them. 100%. But is the answer to that more government involvement in the system?
Never!
That is extremely dangerous as far as I'm concerned. And if you look at the past 2 years, just as what happened with government, with mandates, with the Biden administration stepping in and wanting to say, you lose your job if you don't get an experimental vaccine, that should have scared the shit out of everybody. As far as when you get government involved and they are making decisions for your health, oftentimes they will make decisions that go against the advice of your own doctor, and your own doctor is done. Can't do anything about it. You either have to choose between whether to put food on the table for your family or to get an experimental drug. I do not want government having that kind of authority and power over anyone's health, because I do have a distrust of government institutions.
Let's go!
I work tangential to the tech field. If somebody wants to build a new piece of software or build something for a website, the first question you ask when you go to the table is, has it been done already? Because if it has, then you copy paste it. You never rebuild the wheel. Why would you ever do that? When I look at all of the successful healthcare systems around the world, I look at how everybody does healthcare. Every single country that has a functioning
and I appreciate you guys hanging out. I have got to work on the camera. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Miguel says, I haven't heard many good ideas how to fix medicine. It is a mess. Absolutely. It absolutely is a mess. There's so many different competing things that people are looking for in the context of what is considered healthcare, what is not healthcare, all this type of stuff. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with us trying to come up with a middle ground for those people who are paying heavily into the system and those who are, taking more from the system. I think it's okay that some people take more and some people give more. I think that is that is a sign of a healthy community. If everybody is, tithing 10%, well, then that doesn't really tell us much. I'm not saying that's good. When we can have people who are willing and able to pay into a system to help their countrymen, I'm on board. I'm on board.
Healthcare system does it in this way. Why would I want the United States to do it in this way? It doesn't make
Well, not
any
every
sense.
country.
One more time. I just want to make sure I know what you're
Systems
saying.
around the world. I look at how everybody does healthcare. Every single country that has a functioning healthcare system does it in this way. Why would I want the United States to do it in this way?
Every single country in the world has certain restrictions around guns and language. But America does things. Why would I want the United States to do things in a different way? Better.
It doesn't make
Well, not
any
every country is
sense.
the same. The population's not the same, and not every people.
Right. We are better.
All
about
human
guns, too,
beings,
though.
a lot of them are fat in Europe. A lot of them have health issues. A lot of
Let
them
me
are
ask you.
A lot of them are fat in Europe. What percentage of Europeans throughout all of Europe on the regular BMI scale would be considered just obese versus Americans? You're talking out your ass. You're talking out your ass because you're so used to being right all the time because you're a smart dude. But you're not willing to be wrong. And it's sad because you could be somebody that I really, 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 really admire, despite the fact that we, hold different ideologies. Destiny could be somebody that I respect so much. But then we get this, and it's like, all right, well, let's see what it is.
Do this though. Do you make the same argument for guns? Because when I talk about guns, people, Pierce Morgan, whoever it may be, people will say, well, this doesn't exist in Europe, and we should modify. And I say, well, Europe, that's not America. That's not our Constitution. That's not what we were founded on. There are certain principles of freedom in this country. We have a Second Amendment in this country. So can we not acknowledge that it's different? It's different. United States is different.
Guns are different because the Second Amendment is literally built right into
not to
our...
those people making those arguments. They don't care.
I'm not those people. But I wasn't aware of an 11th Amendment that said thou shalt have the right to have private insurance companies be the sole provider of healthcare coverage in the United States, and there shall not be a socialized medicine.
Oh, so because it's not in the Constitution, then we can't have it. So we're going back to the Constitution then, right? Oh, okay. So then we have freedom of speech, so you can't give me any bullshit about pronouns, and we have the right to bear arms, so I don't want to hear anything about gun control. Oh, it doesn't work like that? That's what you were going to say? I know it doesn't work like that. That's what you just said was fucking dumb.
Like how we deal healthcare is not enshrined in our Constitution of enumerated powers.
Guns and language are, though, and you don't seem to have a problem with changing those up.
We have flexibility and options in terms of how we want to do things.
We don't have flexibility and options in how we do things when it comes to language and guns, but you don't seem to have a problem with that, though.
But I'm just saying that, like, if every single country does something in this way, this is like in my opinion, this is the dumb form of, there are great forms of American exceptionalism. This is the dumb form of American exceptionalism, where it's like, we're going to do things our own way, in the way that is the most complicated, the most expensive. We spend more than any other country in the world on healthcare related stuff. We don't even
That's called being a baller. Hey, we got indie film in the building. What is good? What is good? What is all of this? All of this is what I thought could be after watching Pearl. And I got my whole new setup, which you didn't build, so it's not your fault. But my camera keeps going out. Don't worry. That is why I'm in... Well, actually, I don't know. But anyway, after we saw Pearl, not really... stand up to what we thought she was doing, because she's a workhorse. I will say this over and over and over and over and over and over again. I am envious of how much work ethic that woman has. But as a 26-year-old woman who comes from a good, background and all that stuff, you just don't have the life experience to speak to 30-plus-year-old men about the experience of men. JBL here, though. Jedediah Bila, live. She's a different animal. And she has taken this soy boy motherfucker that I do respect in many ways. He's taking him down.
And have good outcomes to show
But-
for
but-
it. And then
but
when I argue with
that's
other
true.
people about it, well, the great
But welcome, brother. Appreciate you being here.
thing about the United States of America is that the top 1%, the same elites that I rally against all the time, are able to fly to other countries to buy whatever crazy healthcare stuff that they want. And I don't know. I don't think that's
And therefore, you should not be able to live a prosperous life because the elites are doing this. This is dogmatic thinking. When you, especially those of you who are religious, listen to the things that he's saying and how obviously ridiculous they are. I'm just saying, is there anything that you believe in your life that's like that? Maybe that's the stuff that you keep to yourself. Because there's so many things directly from the Bible. Forget politics. There's so many things directly from the Bible that if you embody them, if you talk about them, then you're in good hands. It's when you take in the supernatural, the divinity, all that bullshit, that you lose people like me who agree with you on the values, but don't agree with you on the bullshit.
that system is right.
So, and we would agree that there's something deeply broken about the American medical system, but we would probably disagree as to why. So
I don't like-
increasingly, you have a number of people in this, you have an expanding problem with obesity in this country. You have an expanding
all the Western
problem
world, but yeah.
with what people eat. You have an expanding, and I would argue that Big Pharma has a financial investment in keeping and making people sick. And that
We got one vote on the poll. I'm very interested. Everybody hit that poll.
How do
is
they,
because they don't make money off of healthy people
how do you make people sick as Big Pharma?
by making them, because the solution, whatever.
How do you make? Oh my goodness. Are you 5 years old? Did you all hear what he just said? Listen up. Listen to what this motherfucker, who's supposed to be a thought leader in politics, just said.
And that
How
is
do they,
because they don't make money off of
Ready?
healthy people
how do you make people sick as Big Pharma?
by making them.
How do you make people sick as Big Pharma? I don't know. Maybe lie about what's in your shit. I was just watching something. I haven't even gotten to the documentary yet. I just saw it on TikTok. There's a new Johnson & Johnson documentary on HBO Max about how they lied about the asbestos that was in their regular Johnson & Johnson baby powder. But no. They were completely honest with you about the jab. Until they weren't, right?
Because the solution, whatever you have a problem in this country, anytime you have a headache, from when you have a headache to you have a menstrual cramp to you have anything, the solution from Big Pharma is a drug, and a drug has a side effect, and then that makes you sick. And what Big Pharma, what is
And Kelly is on point here. Unfortunately, he is 100% correct. The people that pushed opiates said they were not addictive. You can look up videos of people talking about this and say, "Oh no, it's a miracle drug. It's this or that." And I'll tell you, you're goddamn right. It's a miracle drug, but it's addictive as fuck. Kelly goes on to say they got doctors to be drug pushers under the guise of safe and effective. Well, wait, I did the other one. Safe and effective. Definitely effective. Not so safe. Good point, Kelly.
Pharma. What is pharma?
Let's back that up.
and that makes you sick. And what Big Pharma,
what is pharma? What does pharma stand
drugs.
for?
Well, yeah, there it is. Pharmaceuticals.
What are they going to give you? I'm not going to go to Big
That's the
Pharma and get a new
problem.
workout
Well,
plan.
that's the
That's not a problem.
That is precisely the problem. maybe you shouldn't be going to Big Pharma to try to solve all of your bodily issues. Maybe you should go work out. I'm right there with you, bro. We both got to work out. But one of us took 4 jabs. And it wasn't me.
Well, that's
Of
exactly what
course it
pharma
is.
exists
No.
for. It's a pharmacy. It
But the
gives me
reason
drugs.
it's a problem is because traditional medical establishment utilizes pharma as the primary means of solving everybody's problems. And you know what they don't do? They don't get to the root cause of the problem.
Because the root cause of the problem can't be addressed by pharmacies. But if you go into the hospital and you say, doctor,
Depends on what the how can you say that? So you're saying that no medical problem can be solved with pharmaceuticals. Have you heard of penicillin? Have you heard of antibiotics? Listen to this again. This is how far he's trying to cope to just not look bad in this exchange, which he already does.
As the primary means of solving everybody's
Okay, we got
problem,
one more.
because traditional medical establishment utilizes pharma as the primary means of solving everybody's problems. And you know what they don't do?
Right.
They don't get to the root cause of the problem.
Okay, so they don't get to the root cause of the problem. This is Destiny's response to that.
because the root cause of the problem can't be addressed by pharmacies.
The root cause of the problem can't be addressed by pharmacies. So then why are pharmacies, and more specifically Big Pharma, talking about how their pills addresses the problems that you're having? What other reason are you taking pharmaceuticals to, if not to solve a problem? Because we do it because smoking weed doesn't stop pain in the extremes, but they lied to sell it. Facts. I mean, facts. I have nothing else to add on to that. Super, super facts. But yeah, problems can't be addressed by pharmacies, but...
But if you go into the hospital and you say, doctor, I've got high blood pressure, I have hypertension, what are you going to do for me? The doctor could say, well, check this out. First of all, your diet is insanely high in sodium.
don't.
You don't exercise
They
at all.
don't say that.
Kind of sounds like you're a red pillar here, bro. Are you telling me I need to hit the gym? Are you telling me I need to eat better? I thought you were railing against all of that. Oh, you're full of shit.
But a doctor can't just say that, because what is a patient going to do? In the free, wonderful market of the United States, if you go to a doctor and he tells you over and over again, you're fat as fuck, you never sleep, and you are just, you're destroying your body with lack of physical activity, you're going to say, okay.
As opposed to destroying your body with puberty blockers or antidepressants or benzodiazepines, which I am myself on, which I wish I wasn't. Or, as we were just talking, opiates. And the latest round, of course, was the jab.
Okay, well, fuck you. I'm going to go to the doctor down the street and I'm going to get the pill that's going to help my blood pressure. As a doctor, the only thing you can do is prescribe a pill. Now, anytime
not the only thing
that
you can
is,
do.
you can say, hey, try doing diet and oxygen. Talk to any doctor. They will tell you this. Every doctor.
He's right. He's right. I mean, this is the problem. This is the problem. The doctors are not there. First of all, they don't train nutrition. You don't. I mean, maybe you take one class on, how different makeups of different types of foods interact with the body, but you don't study nutrition as a doctor. And I know this because my dad is a doctor and my mom studied nutrition, and they know lots of different things. And I mean, it's just, oh yeah, Xanax. I personally take Klonopin because Xanax is a little, Xanax is more like for panic attacks. So the half-life, like you take it and it works and then it drops off. Whereas Klonopin is more like a generalized thing throughout the day. I don't really have panic attacks. I just have generalized anxiety. So I take that. But they're extremely addictive. This is what Jordan Peterson and his daughter were hooked on. And it's not fun. But because I'd been a drug addict 10 years ago, I knew that I could take I could take opiates and have a problem, but I could take benzodiazepines and I'm good. Yep. That high half-life. Exactly. I would rather take, when I was doing it recreationally, I would much rather Xanax than Valium or Klonopin. But now, because I actually use it as a real medicine, like you're supposed to, Klonopin is perfect for me. And even says, had a great uncle that lived to 102. He took no drugs, worked out, and ate fairly well. I wonder what his secret was. We'll never know, I guess.
Doctor, well, every doctor I've spoken to will say, I always tell my patients, hey, do diet, exercise, whatever. But at the end of the day, as a doctor, you
That's
can't
not what's
control it.
happening. That's not what's happening.
That
It's
is
just not.
exactly.
No, and I can tell you, listen, my personal experience, and I know people in the chat, please raise your hand if you had this experience. But I don't know if you've ever had anything chronic that I'm sure
My child's mom had stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Okay,
So I've had lots
so
of hospitals.
you've
My
been
grandma
through it.
was,
And
yeah,
when I had the Lyme disease, it was a nightmare. It was doctor to doctor.
Hold on, did you have Lyme disease or did you have chronic Lyme disease?
We're now qualifying illnesses. Well, you don't know what it's like unless you've had chronic Lyme disease. Do y'all know anything about Lyme disease? I have a friend with Lyme disease who has been wearing a colostomy bag for the last 10 years. Well, more than that, since high school. If you don't know what a colostomy bag is, I'll save you the Google. It's a little bag that you tape to your stomach that there's a hole in your stomach and it's connected to your intestines. So instead of shitting out your asshole, oh, come on, I want to be on camera for this. And instead of shitting out of your asshole, you have this bag that's attached. There we go. Yeah, we have this bag that's attached to you and your intestines, and the shit just goes right into the bag. And you have to empty that bag as it fills. That's Lyme disease. But Destiny has to qualify it. Okay. Is it Lyme disease or is it chronic Lyme disease?
I had Lyme disease that was a late stage diagnosis. So essentially what happened was I got a late stage diagnosis. I didn't know it was Lyme. I went through a bunch of tests. I did have a rash, so later was able to attribute it to that.
Okay. Ew!
And had symptoms that progressed until I really got to the root cause
What
of
is
what
the
was going
time
on.
frame here? Just
Late
curious.
stage diagnosis, like
time
9
frame,
months.
like how? Okay, all right.
Why?
I don't believe it.
Exactly. Why? Why are you asking me this? Because you think my Lyme disease is not serious enough to have this conversation about healthcare? Come on.
I don't believe in chronic Lyme disease, but that's
It's
okay.
not chronic Lyme disease. That's
Okay.
not what I had. What
Okay,
I had
gotcha.
was a Lyme disease diagnosis that went undiagnosed for a long period of time, got sick. Then I took prescription drugs for it, which was fantastic until it made me sicker. And then I went to a holistic doctor. I went to neurologist.
What did
I
you do with
went
a
everywhere.
holistic doctor that cured you?
A lot with diet, a lot with supplements, a lot with detoxifying the body.
Watch, he's going to have some problem with this as he just railed against all of the things about, this is the only thing they do. They give you this. Now he's going to rail against this.
I
Why
hopped in a
is there
sauna, I
nobody
got
when you talk
sunshine, I
about
took
people that
vitamin
are
D.
when you talk about people that are selling you supplements, selling you vitamin D, selling you detoxifying things? How are these guys not making money just like Big Pharma is?
They are making money
Then why would you trust them any more than Big
because
Pharma?
they get results.
If they had results, they would be Big Pharma.
No, they
they
wouldn't.
don't have results.
Oh my God. Well, the people who have the most money must be the best people. What?
So that's why it's called holistic medicine and not medicine
You're
medicine.
looking at the results. I could barely walk across a room on The View, and
Okay.
now I could probably kick most people's asses in the gym, and I feel better than I ever did before. It happens all the time. If you don't believe that people get sick, abandon a big pharma system, say that's not for me, and go a holistic route and get better, you're ignoring a very large segment of the population who absolutely do. The problem with our medical system is in large part that if you go to the doctor 9 out of 10 times, they're not interested. You know what I got told when I went to the neurologist? Oh, I asked about diet. Oh, diet? Yeah, you should follow what the American Heart Association says. Okay, honey, you don't know jack shit about food is all you just told me. So they don't ask. They don't. They do medical system, regular traditional medicine doctors, ask them how much time they spend studying nutrition. Ask them. They'll tell you almost nothing.
How much time do holistic doctors spend studying
A
medicine?
ton.
Indie Film is exactly right here. Indie Film is exactly right here. Like, bro, maybe. Is it possible, at all possible, that maybe the ideas that you have for your life, and he's only my age, he's only 33. Like, yeah, you've lived your, once you're past 25, you learn some shit about life. But also, you certainly don't know shit about everything. So for you to be speaking to a woman who has used, like, not like crystals and sage, but we're talking about things like, remember Jordan Peterson and his daughter on the carnivore diet. Autoimmune diseases up the ass. Gone. Do I think it's something that is appropriate for me? No. So that brings us back to the question, Destiny. Why is it that you don't want the government getting in between people and their doctors? Is it because of bioindividuality? Is it because each human being is different? And statistics and this and that and all of that bullshit does not fucking matter when you are one person with one disease or one illness or whatever the fuck it is. And you've tried the options that are supposed to work and they don't work. And there's something else that somebody else can offer you. Maybe it works. How dare you?
How dare you? Of time.
No, they don't.
Of course
Absolutely not. These people don't go to med school.
I know all of the people in the entire world who have anything besides Big Pharma, and they're all stupid. On Destiny, I know this stuff.
These people don't.
Of course they are. They're all MDs.
No,
Every single holistic doctor that I've seen is an MD. Every single one. Every single one. Every single one. And I also don't think you should poo-poo Chinese medicine. I think there's a bunch of other areas of medicine that have been poo-pooed.
People that are acupuncturists and people that are chiropractors, these people don't go to medical school. You know that, right? They don't have to go to medical school for it.
I'm not talking about acupuncturists. Okay. I'm talking about MDs that
cope.
The MDs oftentimes, by the way, that go through the regular traditional system. They get their medical degree. They go watch people continuously get sick, get drug dependent, not get better, and then go found innovative medicine practices or things like that and functional medicine practices to actually get people better and succeed at that every single day. It happens all over the country.
It's amazing how much trust these and I don't really want to just make this a liberal thing, but it really is. The amount of trust you have in the people who make their name lying to you. Their entire reason for existing is in opposition to your well-being. Is that what JBL exists for? Who would you trust to care more about you? I'm not saying who's going to be more right. Who's going to care more about your well-being? Our girl JBL here? Or Johnson & Johnson? And Destiny with straight-faced, no questions, Johnson & Johnson. I mean, it's sad. It's sad that these industries have been infiltrated to the point where very intelligent people can't tell the difference between lies and reality.
However,
then you do research on it, you publish the results, and then those become the new therapies that are recommended for people with those types of diseases.
You're acting like there's not a big bracket of a system that needs that big pharma stuff to get out there because they need a dependent sick society. That's a totally different.
Just as much as the supplement systems, none of which is regulated, by the way, needs these people to push those like ultra shots of vitamin C and the what do they do in Miami?
Yeah, vitamin C is so bad for you. Like, bro, do not take vitamin C. Like, vitamin C? These guys are pushing vitamin C?
Here where you can go and get the $300 vitamin infusion, all of that stuff.
I know what you're talking about.
All of these people are just as much pushing any of that stuff as the big pharma guys is. The only difference is the big pharma guys has the FDA and every other part of the private market.
Oh, the FDA! The FDA! It's all different now. The FDA. I didn't realize the FDA was involved in this.
Down their neck to make sure they're not messing up.
Unlike, the opiate crisis. Unlike, the jab crisis. Unlike, the AIDS crisis. Need I go on?
Whereas these guys can say literally whatever they want.
Oh,
the
Steven.
FDA. That's right. Yes.
That's the correct response. Oh, honey. Oh, you trust the government and the FDA? That's so sweet.
Steven, you're well aware that people who work at the FDA and people who work at the CDC and people who work in big pharma are essentially a rotating door of the same employees over and over again.
What is a single industry where that's not the case?
That is not a response to what the information you've just been presented with. That is the exact definition of a whataboutism. Okay, if you want to have the conversation about how every institution is infiltrated by the bullshit that you put out there, we can have that conversation, homie. But the conversation we're having right now is about specifically Big Pharma.
You're talking about the.
Are you going to say that somebody that ran in
health.
NASCAR is going to go work at the FDA next?
Do
Of course. Are
people-
you going to tell me that somebody that was working very high up in a pharmaceutical
So-
company is probably going to be involved in
Do
the regulatory
people who work
process?
at
Of course.
NASCAR ultimately have a decision about the health of you and your family? These are major medical institutions that are holding hands
They're not holding
consistently
hands.
and
There's
have
going
a
to
deep
be
investment in a sick population.
I never worked in mainstream media in my life, but I guarantee you that you probably see a lot of similar video guys, a lot of similar editor guys, a lot of people in the newsroom are showing up in other places.
How did we get here? I don't even know what the point that he's about to make. He's talking about mainstream media. We were just talking about Big Pharma versus holistic medicine.
Because that's the industries that they work in. If I'm
That's
looking at who's
absurd.
going to, it's
That's
reality.
absolutely absurd.
It is, and in every
absurd.
single industry I've ever, you've got in professional video games, the people that are the players grow up
So
to be
you
the
don't
coaches.
see how it
and
could
people,
be dangerous to
It
have
could be.
somebody
It
from the
could be.
FDA who prior worked for Pfizer come in, step into the FDA, and now want to
Exactly.
push Pfizer products through. You don't see how
It
that could
could
potentially
be.
be
But
problematic.
here's the issue
It could be, but definitely not, though.
that conservatives have
That's his argument.
when they criticize big.
And now we're going to what conservatives do. That was a very pointed question at what you think about your opinion about what's happening in the world. And now we're going, well, when conservatives criticize this, no, motherfucker. Do you think it is possible? Let's listen to it again.
Who prior worked for Pfizer could
People-
be dangerous.
In professional video games, the people that are the players grow up to
So
be
you
the
don't see
coaches.
how it
So here we go.
could
people-
be dangerous
it
to have
could-
It's dangerous.
Could be.
somebody
It
from the
could be.
FDA who prior worked for Pfizer come
Mm-hmm.
in, step into the FDA, and now want to push Pfizer products through. You don't see how
It-
that could.
It could be. Right, Destiny. It could be. What's your argument?
Could
potentially be
be. But here's the
problematic.
issue that conservatives have when they criticize big anything is they
First of all, criticizing Big Pharma, as I am doing my quote fingers, criticizing Big Pharma was a leftist thing. Or not even a leftist, a liberal thing. Until 3 years ago. 3 years ago. And then like that, it changed. And you know this, Destiny, because you were way more into politics than I was at that time. But in my mindless NPC, not paying attention to politics mind, when I heard Big Pharma, I was like, ew. That was a liberal position.
always go, couldn't this be a problem?
It is a
Then it
problem.
is a problem. If it is a problem, then you have to show me the problem.
Did you
can't
watch Dosek?
What?
Did you watch Dosek?
No, what's that?
Watch it. Just watch it.
Can you
Come back.
summarize
You know
it for
what?
me? I watch a lot of Project Veritas.
want you
I've done a
to
lot. A vaccine and
Go watch the
COVID-19
movie
research. I've done a
Dopesick.
lot
No,
of.
this is a great thing because you're in Miami, right?
Yeah.
Go watch Dopesick, then come back and we'll have a bigger. I don't want to spend the whole time on pharmaceuticals today because I want I want to get to body count, which I think is fascinating. Yes, Tyler's like this too, but I'm loving the discussion. Hit that
Super
like
chat button.
button. Do we have super chat button?
We have some super chats.
Okay, let's go.
Pay for the studio.
I don't, but I got that Cash App. Hit me up.
So
That's
real
true,
quick, I put a poll up, 429 votes. 67% of the audience believe that we should switch to a socialized medicine.
Wow,
That's
there's
my
so
socialized
commies in
hairspray.
chat. They're
Yeah,
all
you
out
brought-
there.
you brought
Oh
the-
yeah, the
He brought the
socialists.
commies in.
My tri-coms,
I love
my
it.
fellow, yes,
All
they're
right.
all there.
It's
My
all good.
red Soviet.
Don't
yes.
worry.
So real quick, $5 super chat. If Destiny believes you can live happily on 60K, will he not donate? Why will he not donate every time he makes
Oh, yeah,
over
that-
60K and move
give it
back
to me, I'll take
to
it.
Nebraska?
So something that's difficult for people that have made it is oftentimes they don't realize that they're the exception. I am the exception in a lot of different ways. I wouldn't recommend my lifestyle or the types of things that I do for other people.
Because I'm better than you. Nobody says that unless they think they're better than you. Any films? Is this what happens when schools no longer teach critical thinking? Yeah. You just think that if you do anything, oh, I'm amazing. Oh my God. I talked for 7 hours a day and people care. I must be the smartest person in the world. No, it's just that everybody else is fucking retarded.
But that being said, if you look at me, if people treated money the way that I did, I wouldn't mind everybody trying to be a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. And if you look at the car that I drove here in a $40,000 car.
Mhm.
Notice how he's not answering the question about 60K. The question was, since you think it's fine to live on 60K, why don't you hit that 60K, keep that for yourself and your family, and give away the rest?
Apartment I live in is it's a $3,500 a month apartment, but it's not a $7,000 a month apartment. That's it. That's all I own. All of the rest of my money goes
Why
into.
do you care what everybody else owns, though? Why
The problem that I have is I see people destroy their lives trying to find happiness through materialistic possession.
And I have all the answers because I'm so smart and amazing at everything. If you don't listen to me, your life is.
So let me
And
ask
they're
you this honest
foregoing
question.
relationships to actually get there.
Fair- okay.
I live a very simple lifestyle. If I would, I could live. If
I do
I
as
lost
well.
some money, I could live at 40, 50, 60K a year.
But
For
well, okay. So let's say somebody said to you, you believe, but the question is, you believe that on say 60K, somebody
You could
can
be happy.
Okay, so why don't you give all your money over 60K away? Just give it all away to charity and live at 60K and be happy.
I'm not telling you that having more money is good. If you want to go after more money, that's fine. I like having my more money, but I also enjoy the work that I do to get there. But I don't do it at the sacrifice
Test, good.
or the detriment to the rest of my life. If I could make 2x or 3x or 5x the money that I make if I were to do things that I didn't like, if I were to sacrifice my personal relationships, or if I were to grind work even harder, I could, but I don't. But earlier I told you, there are some people that want to build businesses, or some people that have the talent to be an athlete or some sort of business owner or whatever. That's fine, do it. But just because you're not doing that doesn't make you a failure or a loser.
Yeah,
I was happy when I worked my casino job when I worked in Nebraska. I was probably making 30, 36K a year. I think 15 to 22 an hour.
And somebody else might not feel that way. Everybody's happiness is going to look different. I
Throughout
understand.
all
Listen,
of human
I
history,
understand the
we've been
message.
happy without airplanes, cell phones, and internet. If you think you
So give away your money. Give away $940,000 a year. I bet you he makes more than that.
need all of it now, you're probably the problem because you are a aberration from everything that's come before you.
I understand the message of a holistic life. Like, I get it. I get that, you know, it can't be all work and no play. It can't, family is important. I understand leisure is important. I understand sleep is important. Health is important. Just mind rest, which honestly, I don't know how you're on the computer so much because my mind goes crazy. That's a whole other thing, is getting off of the technology sometimes, getting out into like the real world with light, sunshine and trees and all that stuff. I get it. But the message should then be positive, like, hey, listen, you can go for whatever makes you happy, but just don't forget all this stuff, because this stuff also can accentuate your life in a big way.
And if that was the message, I'm A-okay with that.
Okay.
All right, I'm bored on the whole thing. The next thing is Destiny on body count. Let's see what he's got to say, because we know how we feel about body count. Destiny is not only a little whore himself, he's married to a little whore and will fuck anything and has no standards. So let's see.
Okay. I want to talk to you about body count.
Okay.
This is really interesting. I love this conversation. And by the way, thank you for being here, because people who see the world differently oftentimes don't show up to come and talk to me, but I think it's
facts. Shout out to anybody who is willing. Shout out to anybody who's willing to go into enemy territory and talk in a space where they know their opinions are not necessarily appreciated. The fact that we're able to sit here and rag on him is only because he's willing to go into this space where he knows that people like us are going to watch it and people like us are not going to enjoy his opinion. So, shout out.
really important that we showcase to the world that we're perfectly capable of having these debates and discussions. It's actually really
We haven't got to the end of the
important
show
that we
yet.
do.
One of us might kill each other.
There you go.
Okay, who knows?
There you go. All right, body count just might do it, y'all.
Which one?
Okay, we're gonna go to 119.29.
Oh, we got another clip.
I don't
Let's
remember which one this is, but we'll find out.
pill
No
will put so
jumper!
much thought into it, because from
Why's
my
that,
because I would way rather date a girl that fucked 200 dudes than a girl that fucked 2 dudes.
That's not even close. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
We come from like just two again, right?
Yeah, I'm very experienced and you're not.
Okay, that's all we need on that. Okay, okay. So
Yeah, first of all, definitely is I think his name's Andrew.
Experienced. Sake.
That being said, I think it works every time I switch. That being said, I don't remember what I was saying. The still Kelly? Yes? No? Hold on. Thank you, Kelly. Good. So yeah, this idea that she's inexperienced, so it's not going to be fun. What are you doing when you're having sex? No, real. What are you doing when you're having sex where you need a girl who's been ran through 200 times before you're having a good time? Sounds like there's something wrong with your dick.
you have to realize that you are not in the majority of
Yeah, of
men
course.
on that.
Yeah. for
Okay,
sure.
so you understand.
Yeah, no, I'm totally like fucking awesome. I know. I'm not normal.
Do you understand? You seem to have struggled. I watched several clips in this interview where you were kind of struggling to figure out why guys would want a woman.
Well,
who
I
had a lower body
understand,
count.
but I don't want to be mean.
No, okay. And, actually, you know what? Because he just said that, let's go right to that. Let's go to 12607 because Stephen has an idea of why he believes that people in the red pill community in particular want girls, in particular, we're talking about female body count here in particular, with a lower body count. 126.
I never bring this up on shows. It's very rare, and I'm going to turn a lot of people off by saying this. I understand that, and I don't mean to sound aggressive or attacky with it, but it feels to me sometimes like when I hear the obsession over body counts, sometimes it feels a little bit like an insecurity thing where the guy feels like he can't stack up with the other men that she's been with.
Are you so you just are a woman? Like you just listen to other women hear men express their genuine feelings and then attach their own meaning to it that makes them feel better because they can't deal with the truth. You probably just have a small dick. No, bro. I don't want a whore. Not sure I'm into sloppy seconds, as Miguel was saying. It's not that complicated. Just because you don't care that other dudes dick down your girl, as you've said, you're 1 in a million, right? 1 in a million, right?
I agree.
And it's interesting too. So taking
Is it though? Is it that interesting? It's not.
what you said, you talk about like, well, high value men are the one that care about this. I feel like the higher in value I've gotten, the less I care about it. Because if I'm with a woman, one, I know she likes me, and two, I know that we're having a really good time, and it's going to be one of the best times that she's had. I don't give a fuck who she's been with or who she's going to be with. Like,
Okay,
I know that's the
good.
case.
So
This again, it's the same thing. Well, I know I could lay you down. Hey, maybe he can. Maybe he can. I don't know. I've never been in a sexual experience with Destiny. Maybe he's got that dick on lock. Maybe he gives Pete Davidson a run for his money. I don't know. Probably not though, right?
my perception is you'd have to ask. I'm not a red pill guy, so I can't, speak for them. I don't want to speak for the community, but I do believe that female body count is really important to men. And I think if I were a guy, I would care about it as well. Here's why. I think that it's a sign of
So hold on. Before she goes, she's saying it's a sign of disrespect. Before she goes any further, we know that the baseline of why what the red pill line of why we care about this is paternity and purity, and you have to preserve that and all that. This is I don't know. I haven't heard really too much else in that lane. So JBL is either about to mimic everything she's ever heard in response to this, which is going to put Destiny in a good position because he's heard these arguments before, or she's going to surprise us and impress us. I'm hoping for the second. Let's do it.
Disrespect to yourself to not treat sex as something that has value. And I think that guys still value purity in women. I don't think they have to be virgins, but I think they value women who have been hesitant to put their bodies out there with everyone.
Let's go.
In other words, they don't.
One more time. I want to hear that in full. One more time.
Disrespect to you. I think that I think that it's a sign of disrespect to yourself to not treat sex as something that has value. And I think that guys still value purity in women. I don't think they have to be virgins, but I think they value women who have been hesitant to put their bodies out there with everyone. In other words, they don't bed hop. Maybe they had a couple of partners, a few partners, but it was people that they really cared about. It was committed relationships. There was monogamy involved. It was a sign of self-respect that those women had because they weren't willing to just sleep with anyone.
Exactly. I'm not necessarily looking for a virgin. I don't think it's some terrible, horrible thing. Come on. If you've been in love before, if you've been in relationships, and I've been in relationships, like we're both adults. But if you've been ran through, that's different. It just is. And you could call me insecure. I mean, okay. You're still a fucking whore. I mean, okay, I'm insecure. You're a whore. What? What are we doing?
I watch these videos of girls now, young women, early 20s, and you'll ask them, what's
I said, shit, me too.
your body count? And they'll say, oh, I don't know. It's 50, 10, 13, 15. That's gross to me as a female. I wasn't raised that way, and I wasn't raised in a time where that was, the normality. And I believe that that's extremely hazardous because a woman should know.
So I want to ask you guys a question. I rarely ask you guys questions because you never come through for me and answer, and that's why I got to make everything a poll, but this is not a poll question. What is the number? Let's say 25 years old, because depending on, regardless of what your age is, 25 is not something you'd be like, 25, oh no. So 25 years old. And you somehow find out her real body count. What number for a 25-year-old? Whoa, what the fuck? Did my sound change? Because the angle just changed. See, this camera is fucking up. Whatever. What is the number for a 25-year-old? 25. What is the number that is too high?
No, if you don't know, what does that tell me? The number's probably a lot bigger than what you're saying. And it's a sign of just not having respect for yourself. There is something really beautiful and really, I don't know how else to say it, but pure about a woman who has been really selective in those choices. And that's what I think the guys like, because I think ultimately they'll sleep with somebody who has a high body count. But if they're going to settle down with someone, they want that person to have a certain amount of self-respect and to have cared about these things. They don't want someone who's just going to put it out there. They want someone who's really thoughtful about who they share their body with, because for women, oftentimes sex is tied with emotion. Should be anyway. But often
should be. That's right. It used to be that even though women had this sexual liberation, that there was a stopgap in their own minds, that they'd be like, okay, well, yes, we are equal human beings. Just like men can go and do whatever they want, we can go and do whatever we want. But there was a societal thing there that was like, well, don't just go do whatever you want. And then, so Gail says 5 for 25. I'm not mad at that answer. I definitely would. I think I'd be happy with that answer. I think if we're No, I want to hear from more of you. I want to hear at least one more of you. One more. Give me a number of a body count. Assuming it's the real body count, 25 years old. What number is too high?
Oftentimes is.
I agree with every single thing you said. The only type of person who can say that, though, is a guy that also has a low body count. As soon as you're talking about guys that could be promiscuous, everything you just said goes out the window. You don't get to be somebody that's fucked 100 girls, and then
He's right. He's right.
when you go to settle down, the only
Well, I mean, he's not right in the sense that, like, no, actually, I do, because I have to, a man having sex is different than a woman having sex. But I think the more, and I mean, those of you who are more sexually active, then, I'm fucking here not fucking here, but I'm fucking here 3 nights a week, and, I'm sleeping every other fucking day. So those of you who are a little bit more experienced, maybe you don't care about body count as much as somebody like me would. But both Miguel and IndieFilm are saying 5. IndieFilm says too high, so around 8. 8 plus. Well, what do we? Good point. 8 would be 1 due a year since 18. So is that the cutoff then? For 25, 1 due a year. I mean, if I was a chick, I would definitely be hooking up more than once a year. More than one dude a year, though? It's a tough question. It's not, there's not an easy answer.
only woman you have respect for is somebody that's had sex with 1 or fewer guys. You don't get to do that. It's only one or the other.
Is it though? I don't think it is, bro. Let's see.
You don't get to be somebody that's fucked 100 girls, and then when you go to settle down, the only woman you have respect for is somebody that's had sex with 1 or fewer guys. You don't get to do that. It's
I think I do, though. I think that's the beauty of the differences between genders. I think I do.
it's only one or the other. I hate the discussions of purity and Christianity and Islam and all of these. This is how
I'm
pure,
not even
blah, blah,
talking
blah,
about
blah. No,
religion.
I understand you're not, but people will invoke these concepts like, okay,
So body count specifically means a number of different people. So I've only been with 9 different girls, but 2 of those girls were long-term girlfriends. So I had sex a lot more than 9 times, but my body count is 9. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the way I was asking it as well. But yeah.
if you want to believe that, that's fine. But you don't get to go and have sex with 100 girls and then try to settle down with somebody who's only been with like 1 or 2 and say that that's fair.
Why?
That's not. If you want to talk about sex
Why?
in terms of self-respect or respecting your body or the purity or blah, blah,
No. We were talking about women having sex in the context of self-respect or respecting your body or purity, blah, blah, blah. Not men.
blah, 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 then fine, do that. But you have to live the values that you preach. If you're a guy and you fuck 20, 30, 40, 50 girls by the time you're 30, you should look for a girl that's fucked 20, 30, 40, 50 guys. Like the fact that you would try to do anything different is
So if you're a man who's beat up 5 men in their life, then you better be with a woman who's beat up 5 dudes in their life. Otherwise, what are you doing? Find any other use of that equation that works. What are you talking about?
it's just hypocrisy in my mind.
So, and I'm not
It's just hypocrisy in my mind. Yeah, because your mind doesn't fucking work.
a fan of hyper promiscuity on either side, men or women. That's just my personal preference. I've been very open with the audience about that. But here's the difference. The difference is that guys do care about this when it comes to women. They care about how many men you've been with. But when you ask women, they don't care about the men. They don't care what the male body count is. If you say to a woman, you're
Well, why
gonna,
wouldn't she?
they don't care.
Because you have to qualify to have sex with a woman. If you're a man and you're a loser, you're not having sex. If you are a woman and you are a loser, but you have a vagina, you will be able to have sex. If you are a key that opens every lock in the world, that can be opened by any key. Locks and keys are not the same thing. Men and women are not the same thing. I feel like this is something I was talking about in 2015 when I barely understood shit about shit. When Destiny was already a millionaire streamer. So is he playing dumb? Is he getting dumber?
They don't care because I can't explain to you why.
Then everything
I can, because you have to qualify to have sex with women. You do not have to qualify to have sex with men as a woman.
thing you said about purity and all that is we don't care. That none of that
No,
matters. Because if
because
we're just
men and women are
asking what do
different.
people care about,
Mm-mm.
I know men and women are different.
They're
But
different.
before you were making this argument of like, well, there's a
You literally just made the argument that it has to be the same, otherwise it's hypocritical. What? But I know men and women are different. Do you know?
self-respect and blah blah blah. And now I
Yeah.
ask you, well, what about on the other side? Oh, well, these people don't care.
No.
Then the self-respect and all that doesn't
no,
matter.
No.
Okay.
From my perspective, I'm telling you that I don't like hyper promiscuity on either side. So
Okay,
if
that's
you're
great,
gonna-
and that's consistent, and that's
that
fine.
is consistent.
Sure.
However, what I am telling you is societally, there is a difference because societally, men. The reason I think that men get away with being more promiscuous is because the women don't care. So if they
Sure.
spend their early 20s and they're like feeling their way
Yeah,
around,
but I don't
and
disagree with
they're-
any of this. Of
they
course,
don't
I
care.
think
You just did disagree with all of this, my guy.
that women generally don't care.
I don't know if you realize, but this is being recorded and broadcast on the internet, and we can all watch it and see and and rewind. Like, hey, we got every crazy day in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said a strong breeze could knock this guy over. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. And it really puts, even though I am, definitely trying to keep my distance from being called red pill or manosphere, there's a lot of tenets there that I do think are important. And Destiny's attempts to knock them down did not go well. Well, welcome to the party every crazy day. Glad to see you. Glad you are here. Welcome to the party. I am your host, the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Glad to have you. Miguel said, I just told my wife what they're discussing. She thought they were talking about working girls, streetwalkers. I mean, aren't we?
Men really do care. But then the question is, why do men care? I think some of it comes down to self.
Insecurity, self-esteem, and no. Bad destiny. Bad destiny. No, it just comes down to preference. There's a difference between preferring to not eat garbage and being so insecure that you won't eat garbage. Oh, that doesn't make sense? Of course it doesn't make sense. Oh, we did that already, yeah.
Esteem issues. You don't want to be with a girl and think that the last guy had like a bigger dick or did better, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then I think some of it is kind of the weird views that we have that I think come a lot from what you said, that there's some purity that's being ruined when somebody's like had sex with another person or some other people or whatever.
It's just not, you can't have, you remove the emotion from it. You remove.
What about all the emotion from the guy having sex with all those
Forget
women
about the
before?
guys for a second. We're talking.
Exactly. You keep saying, I know men and women are different, but we're talking about the women's sexual experience. And then every time we say something about a woman's sexual experience, well, what about the men? Motherfucker, relax. Stop trying to win an argument and just have the conversation.
Talking about female body count. Well, we can get to the guys. We can have a separate conversation
Sure.
about that but it is different for men and for women. It is different because men oftentimes, by the way, when they have sex, which you're a guy, oftentimes can detach much more easily from the experience emotionally than a female. So it is different. Men and women are hardwired differently when they go out into the sexual marketplace and they engage.
I
They're
don't know if I'd say
different.
hardwired differently. I think there are
Okay, then what would you say? What do you think she means when she says hardwired? Exactly. You're just, well, I don't know if I would say this. Okay, then what would you say? Well, I would say pre-programmed.
Absolutely
I think there
hardwired
are
differently.
some differences biologically in terms of how we gravitate and how we engage with sex.
Mhm.
But I think a lot of that can change culturally. For instance, women have become far more promiscuous with things like birth control and abortion being available, which is
Mhm.
awesome. These are things that have enabled
Why
women
is that
to take,
good?
Well, because I like sex, and it's better when people like more sex because it makes it easy to have it more.
So you don't want to be a better man. You just want lower tier vag. Okay, fair enough. As long as we're on the same page.
Okay, you like sex, so and you're somebody, you've been very open. You have an open relationship. Are you married? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're married, but you're in a two-way open relationship, and you're obviously in order.
So basically, no. There's a chick that you hang out with more than other chicks. And you may have a piece of paper that technically, I guess, okay, yeah, you're married, but kind of gives some credence to the people, the religious people, coming from the atheist, kind of gives some credence to the religious people who are saying, hey, this marriage, this is a very big deal. It's a sacrament in our religion, and it means something. And what you're doing is destroying it. I was never on that. Hard to argue against.
In order to be able to do that, you and I must look at sex a little bit differently, because I take it much more. And this is a personal preference. By the way, I'm somebody who believes have the relationship you want, do what you want, as long as it's consensual, no one's getting hurt, go do you. So that's my stand on it. However, for me, it wouldn't be appealing as a guy looking at women. It wouldn't be appealing for me to be with a woman who was very sexually promiscuous. That's not appealing to me.
Why
Because she's a whore.
It takes a lot. Women talk.
There you go. She's right on there. It takes a lot out of a woman to be with one man. Now, by the 19th guy, is there much left to take from? Maybe not. But I guarantee you that guys 1 through 3, she's never going to forget about them.
I naturally tie sex with emotion.
Not all of them. And there are guys that do as well. You can talk.
That is not an argument.
There are so many. You can say it's not the same, but there are so many women that a guy has sex with them one time and the guy becomes like a creepy, hooked up stalker who for the rest of his life.
Because they want more sex, but
my goodness. No, hold on. That was the most naive.
You don't believe you can make a generalization. You don't believe you can make a general.
Hey, we got Mirage Leonardo in the building. Welcome, brother. Said that is the best take she's had. She is right on the money. I agree with you. I agree. She is she is everything that Just Pearly Things wishes she could be. And unfortunately, she's doing the damn thing. She is doing the damn thing. Pearl couldn't even handle Brittany Renner. Just sit on that for a moment. Gal says it takes like 6 months to figure out most women. If you bang them 2 or 3 times and moving on, you are missing the best part. I mean, again, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're just looking for, banging them 2 or 3 times, then I mean, you got what you're looking for. I'm kind of, the same type of dude as you, where I'm not really interested in these short flings. So I hear you, but not everybody is like that. Some people just want them 2 or 3 bangs and move on to the new person.
Realization that there are more men who are able to have sex without emotion than women who are able to have sex without emotion naturally.
That broadly speaking, I don't like the word naturally because I think a lot of it is a lot of culturally.
Instinctually.
There's a lot of cultural.
I don't like the word naturally because it's natural, and even though it is exactly the appropriate word, and my camera's not fucking working. Even though it's the appropriate word, it's just, is too detrimental to my argument. So I don't like that word.
Buy-in, which is one of the reasons why Republicans and conservatives push back so much against things like abortion and
How did we get back to Republicans and conservatives?
Perception, because that's made women more promiscuous because they've been able to
That's
have
not why
sex.
we push back on abortion. We push back on abortion because you're killing a baby.
Sure, it's part of the but like part of the reason why people push back against contraception is because it's allowed you to have sex without consequences. Historically speaking, the consequences for women with sex have been way bigger than the consequences for men, right? So it would make sense that women are a lot more guarded than men are. When you start to remove some of the guardrails on that, women can open up a bit more, and there's not that risk of like, if I get pregnant, I'm screwed for the rest of my life because now I've got a kid from a guy that just abandoned me, right? right? So, and then you see that opening up. So I do agree that there is naturally a slightly different engagement between men and women on sex. That's true. But I don't think it's like all women that have sex or most women are super emotional. Most men are super attached.
No. I'm saying
I would say
women are
test.
more likely to have an emotional attachment.
More likely,
with someone
but
they
I think
sleep
there's
with.
more crossover than there is difference there.
But why would you want a woman? Why would you want a woman with a high body count?
Why would a woman want a man with a high body count?
They don't want a
Because a man with a high body count has done whatever he's done to create a lot of different women wanting to have sex with him. A woman doesn't need to do anything but exist in order for a lot of men to want to have sex with her. And again, Destiny, you know this.
a woman with a guy with a high body
But they
count
don't care.
necessarily. They don't care.
Then I don't care.
Because they're different. No, I'm not saying you personally.
Well, you
I'm
just
not
asked
saying-
me personally.
Yeah, I mean, why would you as a man in general? I mean, why would you want a woman?
There are a few
Why
reasons.
is it more appealing to have a woman with a higher body count in your opinion?
So
If you are a fucking degenerate and all you care about is having the fucking most raunchy sex and that's all, then yes, you want to find the girl who can guac 5,000 and whatever. And I'm not saying I wouldn't want to spend a night with the guac 5,000, you know what I'm saying? But the question is around relationships. Guac is not a wifey.
it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for like sexual performance, somebody with a higher body count is going to have more experience.
That's not necessarily true, though.
It's not
think
necessarily
about
true.
it,
There
though.
could be one person that's had sex with
No,
one
no.
person 500 times.
Yeah,
versus
but think about it. I mean, you could be a serial
Good point.
Speaking in
monogamous.
general, we're speaking in generalities, right? You're asking me in generalities.
Okay.
Somebody in general with a higher body count is generally going to have more experience with different types of people than somebody with a lower body count in general. It's not always true. Some of the best sex that I ever had in my life was with my very first girlfriend because we dated for 4 or 5 years, right? And we were both virgins, I think, going into that. So yeah, I agree that, but I'm speaking in generalities. Generally, somebody with
actually fucking samesies. Shout out to, obviously I'm not going to use your name. You are a married mother, but shout out to, how do I put this? Let's just say, my first girlfriend, my first high school, my main high school girlfriend. Shout out. We had some good ass times because we didn't know it was what, and we were figuring it out together. We had never even, like, all we had done outside of our relationship, we were 15 when we got together, maybe 14. I think she was 14, I was 15. We had only like that kind of, we'd never made out with another person. 6 months we were together at 15 years old. And that's all we did. Just 6 months in, we were like, hey, we were coming back from youth group. Remember, I met this girl at church. We were coming back from youth group, and the youth pastor was driving us both home. And so we're sitting in the back seat. And we made it out for the first time 6 months later. So shout out to her. And I'm sure her husband's enjoying that.
a higher body count is going to be somebody that probably aligns more with my views on sex, right? Like because of the type of person I am, the hyper promiscuous, progressive, crazy, socialist, whatever you want to call me, probably not going to run into like a good Christian girl with 0 body count that wants to be in a relationship with me because we're going to be very wildly divergent of values. And then the types of things that we value sexually are probably going to more align if we both been like relatively promiscuous, to use that naughty word.
So what you're saying is that you don't actually prefer a woman who you can get away with more of your degeneracy because she is also degenerate. It's not about appreciating anything about her. It's about relieving guilt of yourself.
To describe it.
So do you think that guys generally would prefer a woman who has a more experienced presence in the bedroom?
I don't think most guys even care. Based on who I've talked to, it seems to be the case.
That's a non-answer.
I don't know if that is the case, but a lot of people just want her to look good and be young, I guess.
So what I hear from men, having covered this for the last 4 months, is I hear that they don't need the experience, and oftentimes they don't want the experience if that experience is indicative of behavior that's promiscuous. In other words, what guys really want, what I think guys really want from a woman in the bedroom is someone who's enthusiastic, someone who wants to be there, somebody who really wants to have sex with them.
I don't know. I don't think.
As Fresh and Fit would put it, genuine burning desire. You don't know what it's like without that genuine burning desire. That's why you don't pay, because you don't get that genuine burning desire.
I don't think I like this is a question that I've asked a couple times now, and it's surprising. If you have somebody that is like we'll say she's a 6 out of 10 in terms of looks, but she's the best sexual partner you could ever have, versus somebody that's like a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 in looks. A lot of the guys I talk to, like, oh, I'd rather do the 10 out of 10, the one that doesn't do anything, just because she's hotter.
Wrong. I don't know. Like, bro, talk to men, not males who identify as men. Talk to men. You are. Come on. You're in a bubble. Losers who will take whatever they can get and don't have any idea of what building a life even looks like. You're the thought leader, and you're in an open marriage with some foreign girl who you don't even know who she's banging. So who are you to talk about relationships when you're exactly what you say is that don't do what I do? Oh, this is terrible. Then okay, then you're out of this conversation then, aren't you? You don't even want people, you don't even suggest your own lifestyle to other people. So what is it that you are arguing here?
And I mean that
exactly. What is he arguing?
it took like, oh, I'd rather do the 10 out of 10, the
What is he arguing?
one that doesn't do anything, just because she's hotter.
Come on, the timing was there.
And I mean that might be a thing, but there's like a variety of reasons.
Well, I
why
think
people- but it's a way
definitely-
different engagement with sex than I have. Right?
I think they definitely want a woman who's attractive.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking out the stupid mic or mic and video problem.
Who they deem attractive, who's feminine, who, you know, but more important than the experience, I think, is that they really want to be there. And I think guys will hands down take a woman who has had less experience and is more pure, but maybe their skills in the bedroom aren't as up to par, than somebody whose skills in the bedroom are porn star worthy, but that is because it's reflective of them having slept around a lot.
Yeah.
Again, I don't need a lot of time. Maybe wants to tell you and wants to kind of tighten it up and fix it. Like, well, you're doing good there, but I actually like it like this. 2 times. One night, 2 times. Pop a blue chew before lunchtime. I got you exactly where I want you. What is this about experience? Sex is not hard. It's not something difficult. It's just a thing that you got to learn. So this idea about more experience and da-da-da-da-da. If you're going to stay with me for longer than 3 weeks, then whatever your experience before is going to be different when we done. Trust me, honey.
I guess when I look at the way that people it's funny because growing up in school,
I'm so mad I don't have the sad violin thing punched into him.
inclination was that like women play games with sex and men just like want to have sex. But as I grow up and
No, men like you just want to have sex. Men like you just want to have sex. Men like us, well, sure, we want to have sex. But we also want to build a family, build a community. There is more to it than just getting your axe off. And if you look at it like that, then it makes sense why you think about it this way. I am far from the first person to say you shouldn't have, just one night stands. I certainly won't tell you I've never had one night stands. But is that the peak of your sexual life? Is this girl who can guac 5,000? I've had some boring if it was filmed, some boring ass sex. That was the best sex of my life. Because there was emotions involved. Beta! Yeah, maybe I'm a little fucking bitch, but I don't know. Liking the girl and having her like me when she's throwing it back actually kind of helped.
I get older and older, it seems like men play a lot of weird games with sex, where sex is about building body count to show status, or having sex with a woman that's hot enough to brag to your friends about, or just being there, because then you can say like, oh my God, I had sex.
Yeah, and like women totally don't have anything that have to do with anything like that, right? That's totally unique to men.
Like something that I've talked about with a few guys now too. Like there are certain women that I've hooked up with that if I had the opportunity to a second time, I would rather just stay home and masturbate because the
That's why you don't fuck them in the first place. You degenerate.
experience is not that fun to me. But for
Again, this is what we're saying. It's not that fun to me. Yeah. We know that. You have a wife and you're still going out and fucking these girls that mean nothing to you, which, okay, is cool to an extent. I'm not, that's certainly, as I've been talking about, women who or men who can do that, it requires some type of skill and status. So I'm not hating on it. Just in the context of how you view relationships and sex and that type of stuff, you have to realize you are the fucking weird one, dude. You are the weird one. It's not like those of us who want to get married desire to, take some girl and do things she wouldn't want to tell her parents about. Trust me. Trust me. We all been there. But that's all you know, and that's all you aspire to. And that is why you are a different and lower type of man than I am.
multiple guys I've spoken to, they're like, that would never be the case. The worst sex is better than the best masturbation or whatever. They're like, I would rather.
I've not heard that.
Sure. This is something I've heard from you. And these are, and when I hear things like this, it makes me wonder that the engagement that men have with sex is like, it's funny because in a way, the great prophet Dave Chappelle once said that if a man could fuck in a cardboard box, he would not buy a house. that it seems like a lot of men are wired to just go after sex because there's this like social signaling status.
A lot or you?
Around it, that men are the master keys and women are the locks you have to open.
Yep. That is true. Even if there's no, like, that analogy works regardless of how much you are or are not trying to receive sex, regardless of your gender. Being chaste, being abstinent does not change the fact that a good key can open many things and a bad lock can be opened by every key. So good try. It's cute. But you're still a sex-craved degenerate. And I'm not a sex-craved degenerate. So for me to be saying that, like, bro, like, take a look at yourself. Jesus Christ.
Like a lot of men are wired to just go after sex because there's this like social signaling status around it that men are the master keys and
projection,
women are the locks you have to open. And the more you fucked as a guy, as much as you might hate women, ultimately all of your validity comes from women, right?
Didn't he just say 5 seconds? Well, I like having sex. I like women's liberation. I like promiscuous women because I like that.
Right? Like if you've got a guy that shows up in a $2 million car, and you've got another guy that shows up with like 3 of the hottest women in the world around him. Everybody wants to be the guy with the woman, right? Even if you hate women, even if whatever, you want it because the women are like the ultimate like social signifier of.
And that is why it is different for men to be whores than women. It is different, as you've just explained. You know these things, brother. You know these things. I know you know these things. Everybody else who's watching this may not know that you know these things. But this is precisely why I do this show. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. This is precisely why I do this show. Because maybe not everybody else is going to be able to see the bullshit as it's happening.
Status and like if a woman loves you, it's the best thing in the world. And it feels like a lot of men when they view sex, they think of it in the same way. So, and then even when they go after like a woman with a low body count, it's like,
hey, we got JR in the building. What's good? What's good? What's good? Welcome to the party, brother. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Happy New Year. We are just trying to determine, is Destiny a degenerate? Or are we all losers because we would actually care about, emotions when it comes to women? Yes, I got a new camera. I got a whole new setup. My shit is screwy as hell, but everybody has been rocking with it, and I very much appreciate it. So let's get back into it.
Like, I was the guy that got that girl who hasn't fucked any other guy, or only one other dude. Like I've got like exclusive access to this person.
I don't
Yes. Yes. That is something that I personally value. Exclusive access to a person's genitals and their exclusive access to mine is something that I value.
I think that's what it is, though. I think
that's
it's
what it
because
feels like.
I think it's because guys view, you know, they look at women that they're just going to sleep with in one box, and then they look at women that they're going to wife up in another box. And when they look at someone who's going to be their wife, I think that whether or not that woman has been promiscuous is indicative of their character. And I think they're looking for somebody who they're thinking about, like, this is going to be the mother of my child, and the purity component has value to them. They want someone who's been more selective, who's been more traditional, who's been less likely to be, you know, hopping in and out of everybody's bedroom.
Here's a question I'll ask. You should ask every future guy this.
Okay. He's got a question that every guy needs to answer. Let's see.
I'm curious. I've never asked a question before, so I'm curious what the answer would be. You could.
He's never asked this question before. Who believes that?
Marry a woman who
let's back it up. I want to hear the
and I'm curious. I've never asked a question before, so I'm curious what the answer would be. You could marry a woman who is 25. She slept with 100 guys, but once she marries you, she is guaranteed to be the paragon of virtue that you want. She'll never step on you, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so we got the 25-year-old with 100 bodies. But once she's with you, she's loyal. Okay.
Or you could have your perfect 0 body count woman at age 25. There's a 25% chance that she's going to cheat on you and leave.
She's not yours, brother. It's just your turn. And in your situation, you allow your girl to cheat on you. So what are we talking about? Obviously, the ideal situation is a 0 body count and a 0% chance of loyalty. But there is no such thing as 0% chance that she's going to be disloyal. So yes, I would take the second one. Let's make that a poll. Oh, and I see we've got some conservative gentlemen here who, despite the fact we want to get our dick wet, it doesn't mean, come on, it doesn't mean that we cannot see the value of actually, you know, getting the love of a woman. So let's see, which I'm gonna back it up, and I'm just gonna put first or second. Which choice? I'm just gonna put 1 or 2. If you're not sure, I'm gonna back it up right now. Don't answer yet.
You could marry a woman.
Okay. So before you answer, listen.
Who is 25. She slept with 100 guys. But once she marries you, she is guaranteed to be the paragon of virtue that you want. She'll never step on you, blah, blah, blah.
That's one.
Or you could have your perfect 0 body count woman at age 25. There's a 25% chance that she's going to cheat on you and leave. I think people would most men would gravitate towards that woman, the 25% chance of cheating, than the other one that would be guaranteed to be exactly what you want
right
after you get married.
Exactly. Just wait a minute. Wait, what? Motherfucker. That goes against everything you've been saying. That goes against everything you've been saying. Your whole thing is, oh, sexual experience, and you want this, and oh, purity is this, and purity is so bad because this, and maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm done. Let's see if maybe he has a brilliant point to bring it on home. Let's see.
I think people would most men would gravitate towards that woman, the 25% chance of cheating, than the other one that would be guaranteed to be exactly what you want after you get married.
Exactly.
Perhaps they wouldn't believe that because there's a sense that, and I don't know how accurate this is, truthfully, but there's a sense that if you're hyper promiscuous as a woman, in particular, or even as a guy, honestly, if you live a hyper promiscuous life, that you would be more inclined to cheat.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What if she wouldn't? But the
I don't know that they would buy that story though that you're selling.
Well, again, this is where JBL, you got to go with the question. He said, you know for sure she's gonna be loyal to you. So let's stick with the question. Let's not go off in these. Well, what if no? You were given a very clear hypothetical situation. You have a high body count and then loyalty forever, or a 0 body count and 25%. So the real question is 25% a high chance in general? What is the chance of your average woman cheating on you once you're together, once you're married? If it's near or over 25%, then what kind of question is this? This is an incomplete question. Even though I believe that he has landed on the right answer, I think it's for the wrong reasons.
We can't do the hypothetical.
No, I don't think
I don't
would.
think
I
it's.
think that's what
I don't
they'll
think
say.
it's
This
an
is a very
indicator. Yeah.
unlikely.
So hit that poll, guys. Hit that poll.
I don't think it's the
scenario.
indicator of cheating. I think it's all the other emotional stuff that goes into it. That when you're having sex, you want to think about like another guy that's defiled her, bended her, and it's all these weird views of like women's sexuality, women's body, and the ownership of it, and the defiling of it when you're having sex. And
I don't think it's.
like,
I think it's
I think
simpler
it
than
totally
that. I think
super
it's
is.
guys. I mean, guys don't even want to think if they have somebody that they love or that they're really into. They don't even want to think about who you had sex with in your 10 years ago, let alone who you had sex with 10 hours ago or who you might have sex with 10 hours from now.
Sure.
They're just very visual people, and
Women
it's
are similar
unnerving.
to that, though.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
If you're having
and that's why
conversation,
Again, every time she makes a point, well, if it's a point about men, well, women do this. If it's a point about women, well, men do that. Bro, you're a professional. You're a professional. You're a millionaire. Why aren't I a fucking millionaire? I am better at this than you. I would love to sit down and have a conversation with Destiny. You know how fucking awesome that would be? Not just for the fact that I would destroy him and become an amazingly huge YouTuber, but also just to expose that even the good ones, because I think Destiny's a good one on the left. Even the good ones. Gal says maybe men don't want to wonder if their children are theirs or not. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe. We can't know. We can't know. Did you ask every man? Well, maybe you don't know. That's what Destiny would say.
I
show the
always
girlfriend, you're
say,
like, oh, my ex used to do this. That's
why I
killed.
always say that the open, like for me, like I have a hard time understanding the open relationships either way, because I feel like
That was me nodding my head as soon as my camera went out. But yes, I do not understand open. I'm a jealous ass motherfucker, and I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm not sharing anything with anybody.
oftentimes, I know a lot of the guys in the red pill community will talk about, well, it's a separate set of rules for men. But when I think,
Yeah, even that, I'm not the kind of guy who has the desire to even look like. I'm just a normal fucking dude. I want to do what I'm doing. And then also, while I'm doing that, have some chick who's down for the get down. Is that much to ask for?
think of it as that is that may work initially, but ultimately I think that many women will wind up feeling unsafe in that terrain.
Yeah.
And they'll feel like, what's going on here? You know, it's very hard for many women to detach the idea of intimacy from sex. So even though you could be a guy out there and you could be saying, I could go and I could have sex with someone who's just about sex, most women will have a hard time detaching that, because for us it is intimate. And part of that, I think, is biology, is that
while I do agree with her, that's becoming less and less and less and less and less and less true every single fucking day.
I always say, you know, and I had this conversation with Janelle when we had her on, is that it's different for women because men actually come inside our body. It's very personal in a way that it's not physically for men.
And I understand that, but I do think there are a lot of social factors at play as well. So like, for instance, for me as a guy, if I want to have sex with a girl, if I find somebody on Tinder, I'll drive to her house, I'll pick her up, I'll do whatever, because I saw like that's all I'm thinking about. For a woman, there has to be like a higher level of, I don't want to say emotional intimacy, but there's going to be a higher level of trust to even get to the sex part. And I think that probably...
No, sir. No, there does not. And I'll tell you why. Because women don't necessarily care about sex in the same way that men do. As we've been talking about this entire stream, what they care more about is the attention and the validation. And so if they need to have sex in order to get that, then yes, they will have sex. But if they can get your validation and attention without having sex with you, oh, bro, Oh, bro, they gonna take it.
Engenders more emotional intimacy than from the guy thing, right? I can meet a random girl,
That's
have sex,
right.
and I don't care. But for the woman, it's like, I have to know you're not going to murder me. I have to know you're going to rape me.
That's right. Safety, security,
yeah,
100%.
It's safer for me to have sex with you than to bring you to my house because I don't really want you to know where I live. There's a whole bunch of things. So I could understand from the woman's perspective.
Yeah, because women could never do anything bad with my address, right?
That like, well, yeah, there's probably going to be more emotional stuff there because there's a lot of more hurdles that you kind of have to jump through as a woman.
So let me ask you this, because this isn't.
Are there though? What hurdles? What hurdles? There's different hurdles. Sure. Nobody else is going to hit the link. You fucking pieces of shit. No, I'm just kidding. But also, like, the polls don't really do much if one person hits them. So, like, just click the button. It's not that big a deal.
Intriguing to me then,
Okay,
because you're married, you have an open relationship on both sides. Is that not something that you think about when your wife leaves on a Saturday night and goes and hooks up with a guy? The fact that she had to go through all those levels of comfort before she would go and do that with him.
So
I don't care because I'm a loser.
This conversation is getting a lot of trouble. This is a totally separate conversation, but how edgy do I want to be?
That's such a gay thing to say.
I think that the vast majority of rape happens because women are kind of trained to be these docile, non-fighting, non-combative creatures. I think the vast majority, 90% plus of unwanted sexual encounters would stop if the woman said no. My wife is the type of person that would say no. Absolutely. I don't even worry about it. I know.
I do not disagree with that. Again, as we've seen, I apologize. The next time it cuts out, it's just going to come back in better. And
I know women in my life who have had men to try to rape them are the kind of women that are like, we're not doing this. We're done.
But take out the security component. I'm talking about the emotional, the fact.
The
that there
emotional
has to be
component.
some
She's the exact same as me when it comes to that. She doesn't need like the crazy emotional connection. Like there are.
So
people
you
where,
don't have any.
That doesn't give you any red flags about the women that you're married to.
You don't have, as a man, you don't have any. And I know you're doing your thing too. So it's on both sides. It's not one-sided. But you don't have any concern when she leaves on a Saturday that she could go get involved with somebody, and maybe they go in thinking it's just physical, but something happens in that moment and it becomes an emotional experience for her, and then it creates a problem for you. That doesn't cross your mind.
No, but I live an exceptional lifestyle, right? From my life, I know the value that I have, and I know like the position that I'm in. Like I've got a ton of people that I talk to. Like if somebody wanted to leave me or step out, like I'm fine. I can find a million other people to date. Not that I would ever want to replace my lovely wife because I love her very much. But it's not like one of those. I think the most complicated thing for this is for average people when you talk about open relationships that are open.
Again, average people. Well, I mean, when you talk about regular, average, normal people, then yeah, of course these things apply. But we're talking about destiny here. Would y'all motherfuckers listen to me if I talk to y'all like that? Get the fuck out of my face with this bullshit.
Open on both ends. Those relationships are incredibly challenging for the guy because it's much easier for a woman to find casual sexual relationships than it is for the guy.
Right.
And
oh, so you're saying men and women are different?
Oftentimes you wind up in these situations where the guy is kind of like desperately trying to find anything, and the woman's like, well, I can find a new guy like literally every single night on Tinder, you know? So in the average case, but in celebrity circumstances or whatever I would be, e-celeb, quasi-celebrity, whatever, like there are a lot of people that I have options for as well. Usually if we're doing stuff, we both arrange for stuff at the same time. Ironically, the biggest fear that we usually have for our stuff is if I fuck up really bad and I make like another girl pregnant. That would be the worst thing that could happen to us, aside from one of us getting murdered by like a crazy person. But
do you understand? I'm curious because you lead such a different life.
I love how the setup for this question is, do you understand? I don't know what she's gonna say, but I love that she phrased it that way. Do you understand?
Than I do, and it's really interesting to me. But do you understand the argument? Like I'm someone who believes in monogamy, and I believe that the reason that I believe that it's a beautiful structure, it's not going to be for everyone. Again, to each his own. But the reason I value
for most people, monogamy, it makes sense.
The reason I value it though is because societally, I think something really incredible happens in terms of trust and commitment when it's just one person, and that sexual tier is maintained just for that one person, particularly when you involve children.
Gail says, I've never met anyone that lets other men do their wife. Yeah, that's probably because they're... hold on, I'm trying. If I can get on camera, this will be a little bit more there. That's probably because they're super insecure and they probably have self-esteem issues, Miguel. If they were real men, they would let their wife just get... That's what real men do, according to Destiny.
and it becomes a structure that to me offers a lot of stability. Now, I'm not saying people don't cheat. I'm not saying people don't violate that contract, but do you understand why that contract exists and why it's considered a stable structure in society?
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. The only thing that I would ask is, I don't care if anyone understands me because I live my life. I don't care if people understand me. From my perspective, here's the way that I tend to.
I don't care if people listen to me. I just stream from my computer for 10 hours a day. I don't care what people have to say to me or have to say about what I say. I don't care. Methinks you do, sir.
Live your relationships. I can have sex.
I'll be completely honest. I absolutely care what you guys think about what I have to say. I had a fucking meltdown because I decided to do something on Friday that I don't normally do, and it didn't work out as the way that I wanted to. And I almost had a meltdown because I care so much about what you guys think of my work and what I do here. But this guy.
With almost anybody on the planet in terms of like I'm physically capable of doing it, right? Within reason. Sex is just.
Are you though?
Sex. But there are certain people that have certain types of minds where I can only share certain experiences because of who they are. And that might be something as silly as going to, the observatory, the Griffin Observatory out in Glendale in LA. There were times I went out there with people that was like super fun. It might be like going to different countries and spending time on the beach with my wife. It might be.
So what you're trying to tell me is that you are so evolved that you have a different level of experience when you share mere flesh sexual experiences with these people that I, as an insecure man who doesn't want my wife dicked down by strangers, could never. How could I possibly experience the level of euphoria that you do? So I like you, but I miss your show a lot because I mostly watch financial shows and geopolitics. Hey, brother, that's anytime you're here, I'm glad you're here. I'm not asking why do you ever miss. I'm saying if I constantly talk down to you and was like, you're shit and I'm awesome, I don't expect you to be as cool as me. I don't expect you to be able to handle what I can handle. I don't expect you to know what I can. If I came out on you like that all the time, wouldn't you just be like, this guy's a fucking asshole? What am I gaining from this? And I know I can be an asshole, but at least I try to fucking help y'all out in the process. Like, what is he doing?
Playing music with people. I like to play piano. There are other things like these are like really.
How did we get onto this?
Emotionally and psychologically intimate moments for me that I can only share with certain types of people. And we create these like little slices of time where we kind of exist in our own little bubble in the universe. And we share those moments that are very special. Those are the moments to me that are the most intimate. I can put my dick inside any girl and that's whatever. Woman, not girl. But like, that's like whatever. It's just sex to me. Right.
That, sir, is the problem. The fact that it's just sex to you, the fact that it's just sex to all women is the problem. This is what you don't seem to get. That is the problem.
I understand why for some people that's special, but for me, like I've had sex a whole bunch of times. I can remember like, oh yeah, that was cool. That was hot.
Yeah, I had sex a whole bunch of times too, but you know what? We're not quite the same person, are we? So either you've had so much sex that you've lost the ability to connect to the most intimate human activity with another human that you could do.
That was fun. That was fun. But then there are some moments in my life that are truly special. I'm like, this was like so much fun. Like emotionally, this was like a really like driving through the mountains in Malibu with the top down on my convertible with a woman. And like these are the moments that are like super special to me that I like more than just like the sexual moments.
Right. So what you're saying is all of the shit that you've been saying for the last hour and 35 minutes and 25 seconds of content here is all bullshit.
I understand different people value.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, for me, sex is not just sex.
Sure, of course.
It's deeply personal, intimate, and ultimately, like, that's how I had my baby. I mean, so something incredible can happen in that moment that can connect to people.
Why was that funny? I don't understand. I just like, it's little things like that. Little things like that. This is the type of thing right here. This is what I want you guys, when you listen to the news, podcast, whatever. This is the type of stuff that I want you guys to be paying attention to. What was funny about what he just said? Or, excuse me, about what she just said. She said sex is not as casual to her. It's much more emotional because it's how she had her kid. That's a pretty innocuous statement. He's cracking up.
These are the moments that are like super special to me that I like more than just like the sexual
Say it
moments.
again.
But I understand different people value.
Yeah,
Well, to anybody in the chat, what is funny about what she's about to say?
I hear what you're saying. I mean, for me, sex is not just sex.
Sure, of
It's
course, I understand.
deep,
Sex is not just sex.
deeply personal,
Deeply
intimate,
personal.
and ultimately, like, that's how I had my baby. I mean, so something incredible can happen.
What is funny about that? I'm not like offended that he laughed. I'm just curious. What do you find funny about that?
In that
Sure.
moment that can connect to people in a way that nothing else can. So I do believe that for me, monogamy and sex, and that's, I guess, why, you know, I have a problem with this hyper promiscuity in women, because I can remember a time where, yes, there were
shit. Me too.
badly behaved guys. Back then you called them badly behaved guys that would sleep around and do all this stuff. But women in large part weren't that way. They had a much higher view of sex. They had much more self-respect when it came to their bodies, in that, you know, this is my temple and I'm not going to share it with anyone because it has high value to me. You know, my sexual organs have high value because my sexual organs are what are going to enable me to one day make a child. And that's a superpower, and that should be reserved for someone that I love and trust. And there were a whole bunch of emotions that went into sex for good reason, because then I think it gave people pause. You weren't just going to sleep with anybody, because there could have been consequence. When you invite birth control, and you invite, not saying I'm opposed to birth control at large, but when you invite this en masse and you make this the new norm for everyone, what you're essentially encouraging is a mindset of just sex doesn't have any meaning and sex should be meaningless. And that, I think, tears at the foundation of society ultimately.
Does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody think that's extreme? Does anybody think that's far right? Does anybody think that's overtly political? Didn't think so. So we have, you can see here, we got a little bit left to go, but we are about to hit the 4-hour mark here. So I do, you know, this gets a little spicy. We're in the most replayed part here when they're talking about Shmash Martian. Actually, it doesn't matter because I'm sure they're going to say the word. So I do want to hit that part, and then we will head over to the panel, and any of you can help me figure out what the hell is wrong with my camera and why my stream deck is not coming through StreamYard. That would be awesome. But otherwise, we're gonna be talking about what we're talking about. You know how we do. Remember, it is free to join the Discord. Link is in the description. Miguel says Destiny's kids are going to be born with herpes scabs. He already has a son. I think he definitely has a son. I don't know if he has more kids, but not with his wife. Surprise, surprise.
Sure. I don't know if I'd say it tears at the foundation of society, but I would say that, like,
I would.
sex is a really big deal, and people on the left have kind of made it too much of a whatever. And there are emotional ramifications, there are psychological ramifications, there are safety issues related to sex.
Disease. I mean, it can get kind of hairy.
Sure. Yeah. And I think that I think that people don't treat it sometimes with the respect that it needs to be treated. Even if,
unlike you, who, you know, when it comes to sex, it's you treat it with the utmost respect.
I do like casual sex, and I think people should have casual sex if they enjoy it, but it's a privilege that comes with a whole host of responsibilities behind it.
And most people can't handle that, but I'm so much better than you guys. So I can handle it, but I don't expect you guys to be able to handle it.
I got into a lot of heat one time. I don't remember. I was fighting with someone on Twitter. It was like, I've been raped like 3 times in a row, or somebody stealthed me 3 times in a row, and then I got raped another time. It's like, if you're having all these bad experiences, maybe you shouldn't be having casual sex, because it sounds like you're getting raped a lot. It's probably time to like come back and like reassess your game plan, because something's not working here. And when you find out that there's these people that are walking into the rake over and over and over and over again, it's like, okay, casual sex is cool, but it's like driving, you know, with any great.
Casual sex is like driving. Scary at first, but you do it enough and you be.
New privilege comes a whole host of responsibilities
Mm.
that you need in order to ensure that you're doing it in a proper and safe way.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about abortion with
boy.
you.
All
Yeah,
right,
why not?
guys, we are getting into the final part. And I'm telling you now, even though I now have the capability to bring my laptop upstairs so I don't have to sit right here while we're in the panel, I'm not staying up all night. I want to talk about and I would like some help if anybody can with my stuff. But other than that, I'm not staying up all night. We're about to cross 4 hours here, and just let you know.
We've talked about everything else controversial. Why not do that? And then we'll do just a little bit about some politics and
Yeah, we're gonna skip all that. So we're just doing the schmosh and stuff.
the national divorce that a lot of people are talking about, which I'm actually
Not very
getting on
many
board
people.
with.
I don't think so.
Oh, don't be so
Do
sure.
another $20 on that, you're gonna be $40. By
No,
5
I'm
years
saying
from
you're
now.
saying that I'm saying what I could potentially sign up for. Me personally
okay.
saying, oh yes, vote yes, not what's going to happen. I don't think a
Okay,
national
gotcha,
divorce is
gotcha.
actually going to happen. Okay, let's talk about abortion a little bit. I saw this clip from
Mm-hmm.
you. I had a hard time understanding it. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to ask you to clarify.
Uh-oh.
Go to you see where life begins. Let's do that.
Kind of hard to hear,
Gay.
but if you could
Sorry. I just saw this kid, and something came over me. I apologize.
talk about where you think life begins again.
Yeah, sure. So when I
I think we actually covered this.
think of when life
We did cover this.
begins, I think of the capacity to deploy consciousness, because it feels like conscious experience is the thing that we value the most about people. Like if we look to see like who's alive or who's dead at the end of life, like the last lady brought up that having a heartbeat is an important thing, but like when your heart stops beating, that's okay. Even if we can replace it, it's okay. But when your brain dies, we typically consider, oh, this person's dead, usually because they can't deploy a conscious experience anymore.
Explain that to me.
So when I try to figure out where does human life begin, something that can be instructive is to find out, well, where does human life end? Like what is
Why? How is that relevant? Where does the race begin? Well, it depends on where the finish line is. No, the race begins at the point at which the race begins. The finish line is irrelevant to where the starting line is.
the thing that we're actually protecting when we talk about human
Mhm.
life? I don't think it's the body. I think it's the mind. I think that we have like a conscious experience that we have, and when we think about harm, we think of like that subjective experience.
And so actually, I want to take a minute. I'm purposely off camera. So I want to take a minute, and I definitely did cover that that thing that that JBL just brought up. She brought up that thing, and I'm glad that we were able to cover it before, because those of you who are regular viewers will have a little bit of context of of what exactly Destiny was saying. So those of you who didn't see it, long story short, it was a panel about Schmushmartian, and as he's about to talk about with he gave all the very typical liberal arguments without addressing any of the conservative arguments, and just kind of it seemed like he was just kind of doing it for as far as learning anything. We're you're on the same page as JBL right now.
Being like terrified or being harmed in some way. So people die when their conscious experience ends. Well, when the word is life begin, I see at the very beginning is probably when conscious experience begins. And before that, there is no subjective experience to speak of, which I think is necessary to speak about things like harm.
Why? This is where you guys need to be able to pick apart people's reasoning. He says, I think it is necessary to speak about the last line. He said,
Before that, there is no subjective experience to
before you have that there consciousness, there's no subjective experience. That is a claim. Okay, what information do you have that tells you that consciousness is what is the determining factor? Or are you just saying that that's what you feel you think is a determining factor? Which is a fair position to hold. You guys know it's gonna do this, it'll block out, and it'll come back. That it's not a legitimate scientific place to say, well, when I feel this is okay. But that saying conception is not gonna work. So you just go with what works.
To speak of, which I think is necessary to speak about things like harm.
Okay,
Those are
can
really
as we're
philosophical.
discussing
Yeah,
this,
go.
what I should have asked you first is,
Sorry.
what is your position on
Exactly.
abortion?
Well, I would
No, first thing is, when does life begin?
be I'm pro-choice up until around 20 to 24 weeks.
Why? What happens at 20 to 24 weeks? And how do you have a range of an entire month? How do you have a range of an entire month where sometime before that month, it's not a life, and sometime after that life, it is a life? Trust the science, kids.
Okay, so do you initially, my first gut reaction, do you have a problem with some of the left who don't make any distinction for abortion and essentially are saying that a woman should be able to abort a baby to the end of term, essentially right up until delivery?
Yeah, it's philosophically, I would say it's indefensible, and politically, it's suicide. It's stupid. So those people
Okay,
are
politically aside, though,
crazy.
that is happening. In fact, I had Kim Iverson on the show. I don't know if
Philosophically, it's not as good as to be able to say I can randomly determine when life begins.
you know Kim, but I had her on and she defended that to the end. She essentially said you should be able to abort a baby right till the borderline moment of delivery, which was interesting. I mean, she has a very strong position. I don't know that most
insane, but yeah.
Well, but people say it. People say it.
Very
and
few people.
oftentimes
That's
you will
a
have,
super ultra. French
oftentimes
position,
you
Of course, this is the longest my camera has been working.
will have, though, when you go to put liberals on the record about, okay, when should it end? They won't tell you.
Okay.
They won't say 22 weeks.
Because
They'll
they
be
don't
very
have
hesitant to say
they
that.
don't have like a philosophically coherent position. That's all politics for.
Unlike you, who's like, well, I feel like somewhere within this month.
for most people when it comes to abortion.
Okay, so you've heard the studies about pain and how babies can feel pain. Now there's numerous studies out that show it's 13 weeks actually, where a baby in the womb can feel some type of pain. I don't know if you've heard that.
Okay, don't care.
Okay, so I care because it's a human life, and if it's experiencing pain,
Well, the
That's a
experience
problem.
part is important. So I would have to see the particular study when it talks about like pain, because there are certain things that like I'm pretty sure there are certain
Aha.
responses that we have just in our brainstem. So for instance, human response time, if we're pushing the edge of what's possible, is I think around like 150 to the average like 200 milliseconds, right?
So we're still talking about the capability of the being. So if you can do this thing, you count as a human. But if you can't do this thing, then you're just a clump of cells.
But if you put your finger on a stove, on a hot stove, you can pull back before you even have the experience in your head of feeling any pain. Because I think some neurologists.
this is a technicality, though. You realize.
Well, no, it's crucial. There's something happening in the brainstem that's like causing your finger to pull back really quickly, and you.
So what is the study that you've done that shows that a fetus would not pull their hand back from a very hot spot? Oh, you don't have that information because you didn't do that test, did you? It's a thought experiment, and it's cute. But philosophically and logically, it doesn't work.
You haven't actually had the subjective experience of pain.
Okay, so
when
you
somebody
said
says like, "Can you experience pain?" Like, well, amoebas can avoid negative
Okay.
stimuli, and a fetus.
an amoeba.
Yeah,
Okay, that's a perfect example.
Sure.
You said 23, 24 weeks, though.
20 to 24 weeks.
20 to 24 weeks.
Mhm.
Okay.
She was being generous. She gave you the 1 week. Oh, come on. She gave you the 1 week, and no, you gave him you gave a month. A month. Sometime within this month, we go from a clump of cells to a human life.
Can you bring up that image, Tyler, from Tommy's.org? People need to understand, and I think this is a huge problem, that women don't. Okay. Can you just show me that picture? That's a baby, and that is a 22-week-old baby.
That is when our boy says, well, 22, that's halfway in between. Could be, could not be. Who knows? Who knows if that is a human being or not? I don't know. What do you guys think? Human being or not?
I want you to look at that picture.
I have a
everyone to
son.
look at
I've seen all the
picture.
pictures. I was there for
but
his
I want people in the
delivery. It was super
audience
fun.
to
Yeah.
know, because it's very easy. You say these things 20 weeks.
Did you see your son at 20 weeks? Because if not, then that's irrelevant. We've all seen people and children. Do you understand why I'm presenting this to you? This is one of the top people in politics. And this is what he's putting forward. And there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people who listen to him for hours a day. But yeah, you just go and, check out Fox News or whatever it is. for an hour or so after work. You'll be good, probably, right?
22 weeks, 13 weeks. And it's very hard to understand. That's a 22-week-old baby that was delivered actually at 22 weeks, if you would believe it. It's the story is incredible and survived. So when
Do
we're
you ever
talking
show
about,
like when you do these things? Do you ever show pictures of like this is a mom living?
Do you ever show pictures of babies who've been? No, but we could. Do you want to see that? What could he possibly be asking about that's going to combat that?
In a house where she can't afford rent, where she's
no.
addicted to drugs, where she's a single mom, where
Oops! That's something she should have thought about before. Adults, what do they always say about free speech? Well, free speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. Well, guess what? Fucking ain't freedom from consequences either.
there's no help for her. Or do you ever show pictures of like, this is the kid in the adoption clinic because nobody's no, you only want to show the one side?
Show pictures of kids.
One side? Which side? How is there another side to you making a decision and you putting a child in a horrible position? Do you think we would say that the child is not in a horrible position? Of course. We would say, bring up whatever you want. I'm ready to fucking cry my eyes out at how terrible these children are living. But that's my fault? Nah.
In an adoption clinic?
Sure.
To have this conversation about whether or not we should murder a baby in the womb?
Well, are we talking? Well, if you're trying to just invoke an emotional response, then I think that the progressive because
I'm not going to justify murdering. What I just saw was a baby, not an amoeba. That's a baby, based on all the other things that you're
justifying.
We can talk about adoption. We can talk about how to assist women who find themselves in predicaments that are.
But conservatives never want to talk about those things.
We want to talk about it all the time.
They never want to talk about those things.
I would love to have that conversation with you, homie. So.
About crisis pregnancy centers all the time. Donate money to it. Make it a top priority.
Conservatives care about the baby right until it comes out of the womb.
Nope. The conservatives care about the life. Period. I don't care about you getting money. I don't care about you that is not my fucking responsibility. You had the child. You had the child. And now you want me, because you fucked up, to say it's okay for you to murder a child. Do I care about you or that child? Not really. Just enough for them to not be for the government and society not to say it's okay to murder them. I wouldn't want you murdered. I don't give a shit about you. I'm not giving you any money. Motherfuckers, I sit here for 12 goddamn hours a week. You don't give me money. Why would we fucking give random crack babies money? That is a completely different conversation, a straw man argument, and a distraction from the point. Well, what about after? There would be no after if you didn't fucking have the baby. Nobody else had the baby except the people who had the baby. So why do the people who don't want dead people, who don't want to allow murder, why do we now have to pay for those people not to be murdered? How about you just don't murder them?
And then
at that, it's personal responsibility. It's your family.
You have people like Allie Beth Stuckey. Do you know Allie? I don't know if you know Allie. She works the plate. She's front and center. Lila Rose, these people in the pro-life movement care deeply about what happens to that child. From the
Why didn't
time
conservatives support to extend the child tax credit then from Biden for upping it from $3,000?
Because it's not our fucking responsibility. There is a difference between not wanting a child to be murdered and wanting to pay for that child's life for the entirety of their life. You are way too smart to not understand the difference between those two things. And so I will call Cope.
Can we talk about this for 1 second? Because we're going to let's talk about this for 1 second.
Sure.
No, because I'm
exactly. He's trying to rush through it because he knows he's wrong. He's got a couple of emotional points, even though he's talking about how she is all about emotional points. He's got a couple of emotional points to make, and if he doesn't run through them, then she's going to have time to actually engage the conversation.
I'm deeply curious. Are you worried at all about Do you think that most people know what they're talking about when we talk about a 22-week-old baby? The reason I showed that was not to upset people or to upset you.
Well, of course
or...
it's to upset people. That's the goal.
No, it's
of
totally
course.
No, it's a. That's such cope. Well, you just want to upset people so they agree with you. Well, yes, because the thing is inherently upsetting. How do you not see that that is a crucial part of why it's meant to elicit an emotional response? It's because the emotional response is legitimate.
In the same way that I want a woman who goes in for an abortion should have to look at an ultrasound.
Sure. And I think that you should see things on the other end as well. I think in that case, if you want to deliver a baby.
What other end? You're on a different spectrum. Giving money to a human being is a very different thing than allowing a human being to die. And you're trying to conflate the two. And unfortunately, it's working for a lot of people. I bet you if we look through the comments, a lot of people would be like, oh my God, this woman, blah, 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 about abortion. Luckily, you guys got me.
No.
You should see this is what your life looks like post-pregnancy.
Oh, I love that one. No. That's something I use all the time. If you hear me with a no, you better shut the fuck up because you just went down the wrong road.
So that should be the justification. So in other words, if your life is going to be, then you shouldn't have had sex.
The justification should be, here are your ethical or philosophical arguments to justify whether or not it's good or bad. Not like, let me show you enough pictures to make you feel, because I can show you enough pictures about literally anything. I can show you enough pictures about anything to make you feel anything about a certain way. Really? Wait. What's one topic you think I could? What's one topic?
Oh, I hope he goes through with this. Challenge him. There is no way. You could show me pictures to get me emotionally charged about taxes or foreign wars. Go ahead.
But you think I couldn't convince you if I'm showing you pictures?
Whether or not somebody should be able to end the life of something.
See, this is where you missed, JBL. This is where you missed, honey. He served it on a fucking platter. I could do okay, fine. Make me care about things I don't care about just by pictures. Go ahead.
Something else. You mentioned an amoeba.
That is a philosophical argument. That's an ethical argument.
You mentioned an amoeba.
And we all saw the one guy go on Stephen. It wasn't Stephen Crowder. It was the Turning Point USA guy, Charlie Kirk, where he held up the picture and he said, "What is this?" And Charlie Kirk said, "That's a beautiful baby embryo." And he was like, "No, it's a fucking pig."
So did that look like pig to you?
That didn't know. But 8 weeks earlier, what it looked like. I said I was against abortion for 20 to 24 weeks. You showed me 22-week fetus.
That's a 20. Okay.
Sure.
And I also had a conversation with you 2 minutes ago where I said that most people on the left aren't willing to define the number at all.
Oh, good thing you're talking to me.
It doesn't matter whether they're willing to define the number at all. The fact is, they have different numbers. The party of science has different numbers as to when a human life begins. That's not how science works. I don't know if you guys know this, but science only works by having replicatable results. Come on. There we go. Only works if you can replicate the results more than once. If I ask you something and you give me one answer, and I ask you something and you both agree, but you give me a different answer, that's not scientific. That's anecdotal. The only scientific place to point to where life begins is conception. And the reason is because of unique DNA. There is no other point from conception to birth or after that has a stronger, clearer, more direct point-in-time signal than the creation of new DNA. That's it.
Yeah, not most people on the left.
So if we showed a 19-week-old baby, in fact, I know because I have a baby.
Exactly. He's trying to make the argument, well, you showed me 22 weeks. Okay, then show a fucking 19-week baby. Be like, yeah, fucking kill that shit. Okay, yeah, you've won over so many people, Destiny.
And through all those sonograms, you're going to see something that looks like a baby. Tyler, do me a favor. Pull up a 19-week-old baby. Let's see what it looks like. Because this is what I'm talking about. These numbers are quite arbitrary. And the bottom line is...
The pictures are arbitrary.
The pictures are not arbitrary! What do you mean? The pictures are pictures of human beings. at the exact stage of development that you are saying is okay to murder them. The question is it okay to murder that? How is that arbitrary? I don't think you know what arbitrary means. Actually, worse, I know he knows what arbitrary means. So he's scrambling. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, we got DSA. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call you DSA. Welcome, DSA, to the party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It says once the egg is fertilized, it has its own DNA that differs from mom and dad, making it unique. That's just science. It's not philosophical. It's not. It's not anything but pure science. It is pure chemistry, biology. That's all it is. This cope of trying to act like, oh, well, heartbeat or brain activity or pain or consciousness. That is cope. That is cope. You're just making things up to justify your shitty position. Hey, we got Iridium Kush in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year to you, brother. Glad to see you the other night and glad to see you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The party always rages on here, so welcome.
Bottom line is, it is a human life growing inside you. I had it growing inside me, and it is a human life.
Human life is not the question.
Then what is the question? If you're going to say human life is not the question, then the next sentence out of your mouth has to be the question is, and if it's not, then you're wrong. So let's see. The question is, he said it's not the question. He said it's not the question, and we have the. So he's on the right track. If he says the question is, then I'm willing to listen.
The question is
okay. All right. He's going to tell us what the question is. I thought the question is it a human life? Because we're talking about murder. If it's not a human life, you can't murder it. If it is a human life, then you're murdering. That's how I and so many other people see this. But apparently we have it wrong. So let's let Destiny set us straight. Human life is not the question. The question is
there an experience that's worth protecting?
The question is there an experience that's worth protecting? What is an experience that is worth protecting? Oh, that can differ depending on who you are and what you are. And so theoretically, there could be a fetus that does not have an experience that they feel later in life would be worth protecting. I'm sure there's plenty of people who wish they had an abortion and they wish they were aborted. But that's not really how the law or science works, is it? Let's do this one more time, just to make sure, because maybe I'm stupid. I just want to make sure.
What I'm talking about, these numbers are quite arbitrary, and the bottom line
pictures
is,
are arbitrary.
What the bottom line is, it is a human life growing inside you. I had it growing inside me, and it is a human life.
Human life is not the question. The question is there an experience that's worth protecting?
That's ridiculous.
What about a person in a coma that's never going to wake up?
That is, Stephen, it's ridiculous.
What is it? Talk to me about that. It's a human life.
It's like the viability argument.
We're not talking viability.
Oh, there you go. Look,
I don't care about viability.
Okay, 19 weeks. Looks like, that's weird. Looks like baby. Okay.
Right into the trash can.
Little legs.
Now right into the trash can. Now he's not even trying. This is how you know you've lost a debate.
See.
Deeply disturbing what you're saying, though. And
what about
the
people in the
result,
coma?
But
What
this
about the
is the
people in
result.
the coma?
No, this is the result. The conversation that we're having right now.
What do you mean? What about people in a coma? You're okay with just fucking killing people who are in a coma without any prior instruction or anything? Like, my family knows if I turn into a vegetable, pull that fucking plug. I don't want to live like that. But that's up to me as a person who now has all this consciousness and experience of what it's worth to be something and pain and whatever else your fucking bullshit is talking about. So that is completely irrelevant because that is my choice that I have already made. DSA says, is it murder to go back in time and kill Hitler before his crime, saving millions of lives? Yes, it is. That doesn't mean, I mean, it's a net negative thing for the universe. But yes, it would be murder.
Where it's like
We're not having a conversation. We're
garbage
looking
pail.
at pictures,
No.
and you're asking me to cry because of a picture.
No, I'm not asking
That's
you to
what you're
cry.
asking
What
me
I'm
to
asking you is to
Whatever.
factually acknowledge what we're talking
We're
about.
not talking facts, though.
Yes, we
the
are.
facts would be, here's the argument for why it should be defended. Now,
The argument for why it should be defended is because there's only one place in scientifically that can be determined as the beginning of life. And once that life has started, then ending that life is akin to murder. And so in order for you to determine whether or not it's murder, we have to determine at what point does human life begin.
here's a picture. Doesn't it look really cute?
The reason why I oppose abortion is because it's a human life, and I'm showing you that human life in the same way that I
Show
argue.
me human life. We can
Yes,
talk
I
about the
can.
concept of human life.
Okay, it's a person that you make that's growing inside of
Okay,
you.
so what about the fetus at 1 week?
It's a person that you make that's growing inside of you.
So what if you terminate a pregnancy at 1 week?
Yeah.
What is being harmed?
You
Who
just-
is being harmed?
The baby.
What baby? There's no experience
The
there
baby
that's being
that's just-
harmed. They don't even have the brain yet to have
Talk
the
to me about
experience.
the experience of a baby at 22 weeks. How do you know what the experience of a baby is at 22
Because at
weeks?
20 to 24 weeks, and that window is when all of the necessary parts of the brain are formed and
So
communicating
you're
with each
making
other.
it. You're making a decision based on how much of the baby is formed to decide whether or not the baby should be murdered. But it's a baby. It's still a baby. At 2 weeks old, at 3 weeks old, at 4 weeks old, it's a baby.
How much of the baby should it be
What?
murdered?
Let me ask you a
Do we want to
question.
beg the question
Let's
any
ask-
harder?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So when do you approve
You-
holocausting infinite amounts of
but
children,
you-
innocent children? Like,
This is
of course I'm not
absurd.
going to answer. The question is
What would happen to the baby if you didn't murder the baby? Would it turn to a full-term baby? Odds are.
the fact that you're asking me what would happen if you didn't do a thing proves that that thing isn't worth protecting. You have to wait for it to turn into.
Is it better? Yeah, DSA. It's just I got first time I'm using a brand new computer, and brand new webcam, old mic, but it's I don't know what it's doing. Is it better now? Usually when I fix it, usually when I flick it to the other one, it works.
Something else. So my question to you is again, who is being harmed when you terminate a 10 cell
That's the
fetus?
same argument
sir.
that people make who say the baby's not viable outside the womb.
I'm not
so it
making
should
a
be murdered.
viability
It's the
argument.
Same argument.
I'm not. It's not the same
It's the
argument.
same argument because they'll.
Wait, I missed that. I missed that because I'm pretty sure he was making. Yeah. We're definitely. Oh yeah, this is for sure. Like I spent the entire day setting this up, and the I didn't even get the stream deck set up fully. That's what I was talking about, the violin sound. So I just set this up in enough time to get on here. So as soon as it's done, we can over Discord, do the panel, and some of you guys who know a little bit more might be able to help me out. Plus we'll check some YouTube videos, all that good stuff. So this will definitely be, first show with the new studio.
They'll say it's your
Oh wait, yeah, I want to back this up.
Protecting. You have to wait for it to turn into something.
full-term baby.
Over. Like,
This is
of course.
let
I'm
me
not-
ask you a question.
So when do you approve
You-
holocausting infinite amounts of
No, but
children,
you-
innocent children? Like,
This is
of course I'm not
absurd.
going to answer. The question
Thank you, brother.
is
What would happen to the baby if you didn't murder the baby? Would it turn to a
Mm.
full-term baby? Odds are.
the fact that you're asking me what would
Just answer the question, bro. This is exactly what she was doing for you before. Answer the question. If you did this, Bill Burr did a bit on this. Super liberal, super non-political Bill Burr did a bit on this. And he's like, "Oh, I'm so pro-choice," and da 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 da. It was like, but I'm just saying, I don't know if I really get the argument, because if I, buy a box of cake mix and I put everything in the pan and I put it in the oven, and then 5 minutes later, you come in and just throw that shit across the kitchen. And I go, "Hey, what'd you do to my cake?" Like, well, it wasn't a cake yet. Well, it would have been if you just left it there. Yeah. Same with a baby.
happen if you didn't do a thing proves that that thing isn't worth protecting. You have to wait for it to turn into something else. So my question.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless that he just said that. Did y'all hear that? That is crazy.
This is
of course, I'm not
absurd.
going to answer. The
That is
question is,
crazy.
What would happen to the baby if you didn't murder the baby? Would it turn to a full-term baby? Odds are.
the fact that you're asking me what would happen if you didn't do a thing proves that that thing isn't worth protecting. You have to wait for it to turn into something else. So my
How does it? What is walk me through the logic of how cause and effect, because there is an effect that the call that what?
my question to you is again, who is being harmed when you
The baby.
terminate a 10 cell
That's the
fetus?
same argument that people make who say the baby's not viable outside the womb.
I'm not
so it
making
should
a
be murdered.
viability
It's the
argument.
same argument.
I'm not. It's not the same
It's the
argument.
same argument because they'll say you're saying that its brain is not, they're not having an experience.
There's
or
no
whatever you're
harm.
saying,
There's no
and
one that you're harming. Yes.
That's ridiculous. If
well,
the
who's
baby-
being harmed then when you
the
have
baby.
the 10 cell?
The baby.
What
It's
is
a human life
what
that's
is-
been formed.
But they have no mind. They have no concept of themselves. They have
That's
no sense of being. They have
ridiculous.
nothing. It's ridiculous.
It's
You think the
absurd.
10
I wonder how he feels about animal abuse. I wonder how he feels about animal abuse. Actually, you know, I don't, because I know exactly that he would not have this argument when it comes to animals. Like lower level animals who don't have the same, like not like a dog or something that has I wonder how he feels about the way that we cook lobsters. Just saying. I am not. Oh, that is you. Okay. I was like, I'm just making sure I'm not getting. Yeah. No. Yeah. You're 100% right. If you have a better pronunciation that you'd like me to use, you could just type it. I'm just not really good at reading names. So DSA says no one should be allowed. Sorry, no one should be allowed to predetermine your value in society before birth. 100%.
cell thing
It's
is
absurd.
10 cell thing.
looking around with the one cell
Listen,
eye.
I had a
Yep.
baby.
Yes,
I
I had a
went
baby
in.
too.
The baby lived in.
That's the saddest part. This is a father. You all remember what happened? As crazy as Kanye could be. What happened when he was politically red-pilled? What happened when he actually started to think of schmushmushin, or the procedure, as we'll call it on this channel? What happened when we thought about that procedure in a context where he never thought about it before? Sure, he has bipolar disorder, but also it caused him to break down. He was crying on national TV. Come on. He was crying on national TV that he almost murdered his son or daughter or whatever it was at the time. Kanye has a better understanding of life than you, bro.
Inside my body.
Okay.
I went in.
I felt
saw
him
the
kicking a little
sonograms.
bit. The belly button popped
kicked
out.
inside
He
my body.
flew out of the mother.
I had
See, this is why we're ending this after this part. If he doesn't get back on the rails and actually talk about something serious, I'm done here.
Baby who had a
Yeah.
personality very early on.
Okay,
that
yeah.
sonogram, you know the sonograms, you go for the sonograms and there's a light that shines, and my
Yeah,
little
you
man
do the little jelly
would
for the
go like
ultrasounds
this.
and everything. Yeah,
It's a
I
baby.
remember, yeah.
It's a baby. So that is
At,
what,
at,
all I'm
10
simply,
at 1 week? Is it a
all
baby?
I'm simply
Yes.
it's a growing baby.
It's
Yes.
growing, so it's
a
not there
growing
yet.
baby.
It's not there yet.
No, and you know what? Guess what?
So a toddler is not an adult, or a toddler is not a human. It's just a growing adult. It's just a growing person. So it's not a person yet. It's just growing. A teenager is not This is nonsensical. How is this the top political mind on the internet on the left? Well, not that surprising.
Guess what?
Yeah.
At almost 2 delivery, it's not there yet either. And when it pops out, sometimes they have to make it cough and they have to do something to make sure that the baby's okay, and it's not there yet.
It is
And if you
very
take-
clearly there.
And
At-
also,
at
if you
6,
take
7,
the
8
baby
months, it
outside
is
the
very
body,
clearly
but
there.
that was making the viability
We're
argument.
not making the viability argument.
People
Oh,
are.
who's
People
in chat?
In-
Are they making the argument
People
in chat?
make it all the time.
No, I'm just saying.
Viability is the argument that gets made all the time. But regardless,
We're not talking about viability.
if we're going to have but listen, I understand where you're coming from.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I understand there are many people with your
There it is. There it is. I understand where you're coming from. No, you don't. That is the quintessential breakdown of anybody who gets into any type of argument like this. The left feels that the right is evil and stupid, while the right understands that the left is simply misinformed, happily and consciously misinformed, so they don't get an excuse, but misinformed nonetheless. Because people believe in afterbirth expressions, so he's dumb. Yeah.
Or line of thinking.
There aren't very many people with my left. They're making bad arguments like the 5 billion argument, which is garbage.
They make arguments about 20. They delineate. Let's say they delineate 22 weeks, whatever it is. That was originally the number that was used.
What I should be doing is the one with the least sad-looking picture, though. That's the best.
No, but you should look at a baby and say it's
I need to be able to say, look at one at 12 weeks, and then that's
because
the one that looks like.
It doesn't matter how it is a baby. It is a human. The point of bringing up the fact that it is human, yes, is an emotional argument. Absolutely. But it is also it's also a logical argument. It's just, I mean, do you feel that this is a human or not human? If you don't Destiny is the one making the emotional argument. I just realized this. He is saying that despite the fact that there's unique DNA and that left alone, it would grow into a human, what he would consider a human being, that because he doesn't care, that he wants to have what he can have. And then just like every other fucking leftist in the world, they project exactly what they think onto you. You're making an emotional argument. Sure about that, bro?
The dolphin
baby.
embryo. I'm like,
It looks like baby, so we can't live in a world of delusion. We cannot live in
a
a
world of delusion. Is saying it's a life worth protecting because it looks like a particular thing.
It's a baby. It doesn't look like a baby. It is a baby.
What if I showed you a baby that was delivered and had no brain? Is that a baby that's worth protecting?
Would I tell you to, if the baby was delivered with no brain,
it has no brain.
Alive.
Well, let's say it can be alive. There are babies that have.
Then yes, if the baby is alive, then the baby is alive. There's no there's not really a lot of gray area here. If the baby is alive, then the baby is alive. It doesn't matter what is going wrong with it. It is alive. What's going wrong does not supersede its humanity. That's it.
Hydrocephalitis. You've got lots of water in the brain. You've got a brain stem. There was a woman.
And what do they do to those babies when they're delivered?
Sometimes they keep them. The parents will keep them until I think they die when they're like.
So if you're asking me if I would advocate to murder that baby, the answer would be no.
It wouldn't be murder, it'd be killing.
It's murder. It's murder.
Killing.
It wouldn't be murdering. It would be killing. We're talking about a post-birth. We're talking about a birthed human being and ending their life unnecessarily. Well, it wouldn't be murder. It would be killing. All right, you got 2 minutes, bro. So any of you in the chat who are not in the Discord, we are heading over there soon. I can't take much more of this at all. As always, the party rages on in the Discord server. The link is in the description of this video. If you are on, here, Kelly, can you do me a favor and send me an invite to my own server in my DM.
Murder.
Well, we're debating whether or not it's murder. That's the point of the debate. Murder is by definition
killing is murder.
Not always.
You kill something, it's murder.
If you kill something in self-defense, does that count as murdering?
Are they killing a baby in self-defense?
I'm not asking. We're asking if the killing is justified or not.
Okay.
Murder is by definition unjustified killing. It's not getting silly. It's not. But if you ask me, is it okay to murder something? That's tautologically false. Of course not. Murder is by definition unjust.
Here's why I think it's important to show the pictures. Because one of the arguments, and I had somebody who used to work on Planned Parenthood. I had Abby Johnson on here, and she talked about what goes on behind the scenes. Was she the person doing the selling body parts for money, or?
Thank you.
No, she worked at Planned Parenthood. She was a Planned Parenthood clinic director that left and became part of the pro-life movement. And she talked about what goes on behind the scenes in Planned Parenthood.
Gotcha.
And I had her on the show, and I asked her about why don't they show sonograms to women? And I firmly believe, and for example, this is similar but different argument, but for a long time, I was plant-based and I didn't eat meat and all that stuff. And I said, and I did it for animal reasons. I was very, very in that head when I was younger. Mm-hmm. And I said, you know what? I want to go and I want to eat meat. I want to get comfortable with.
Actually, wait, Kelly, can you actually do me a favor and just drop that link? That's not gonna work either. Yeah, just drop the link in the chat And so if anybody on Twitch wants to join, we're going to get a link for you. But anybody on YouTube, the link for the Discord, the link for the Discord is in the description. As soon as we are done here, that is where we are heading. So Kelly says, I'm not driving. I'm not driving. I'm a sovereign citizen and I'm traveling. Oh, wait, that's the same fucking thing? And I'm arrested? Semantic obfuscation. Not murder, it's killing. Yeah, exactly. Boom. So we have copy link address. Then I'm using my huge monitor here to drop that right here. Boom, boom, boom. What the fuck? That's not it. Take two. Take two. Yeah. Copy. There we go. So I just dropped the link for those of you on Twitch. If you want to join, that is where we are headed right after this. I just want to see if he's going to get back into anything, and if not, then we're going to cut it short here. If you want to watch the rest, you can just search Jedediah Bila live. Hot debate, red pill movement, Andrew Tate and liberalism versus conservatism with Destiny.
With this, because there were nutrient deficiencies that I think it's very hard to get what you need to get when you remove meat. Personally, that's what my experience has been. And I said, you know what? I want to know what I'm doing, though. I want to watch what happens. I want to know the difference between humane and inhumane killing of animals. I want information. I want to be informed, and then I can make that decision. Mm-hmm. And the way that I feel about it is, if a woman is going in to get an abortion, they need to know what they're doing. They need to see what's going on. And what she told me is that they don't show the sonograms because they don't want women to have an emotional reaction when they see a baby growing inside them. And women, in large part, will have an emotional reaction because you will see a life moving around. You will see little hands sometimes. You will see little feet, and it will look like they will see a lady. So all I'm saying is, if you decide you want to get an abortion, know what you're doing. Go in there, and they should show you the sonogram.
Just, it's your choice. Again, it's your personal benefit.
And if you do want
if you want to see it, then sure. But I'm sure if you ask, really, if you ask, can I see something? Like, we don't do that here. If you see, if I get emotionally attached.
That's what happens. Okay. They don't show the sonograms to the women in Planned Parenthood. That's what happens. So the reason I show the image to you is just because for me, it is.
Because you don't have an argument.
Where's murdering babies not murdering?
No, that's a statement. Murder is wrong. You murder baby. That's not an argument. That's a statement. That's a conclusion.
No, the statement is life begins at conception. Therefore, ending any life after the point of conception counts as murder. That is the statement. That is the claim. It's not complicated. I don't understand how liberals have such a problem understanding the position. I get how they don't agree, but like, it's not that complicated.
In your belly. Don't murder
is wrong by definition, of course. The question is it a human life that's worth protecting? That's
okay. So then fine. Take the word murder out. Ending the progression. Does that help your argument at all? Ending the progression of that fetus. That is what we have an issue with. We understand that you disagree. That is irrelevant to the point.
That's the question.
So you know what?
And we saw a picture, but a picture's worth 1,000 words. I don't know if it's worth any argument.
So you think that it's the job of who to make that arbitrary decision about whether or not it's a life worth saving at what stage?
Well,
great question.
I mean, we're all kind of are in charge of that, right?
Is it no?
Yeah, we're all just whatever you think, whatever your gender is, we're all in charge of our own little.
Is it the government?
Ultimately, it's
the person?
Probably the government, I guess, because because we all have our personal moralities and our ethics, but we all come together and decide what's right and wrong. So downstream from our collective ethics is going to be our legal system, which is the government, right? So our law is.
Did he not say earlier in this conversation that at no point does he want the government getting in between people and their doctors? But now, when it fits his bullshit, then yeah, the government should do it. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 more minutes. I'm done with this motherfucker.
Hopefully, it's codified morality from
So
all
let me
society,
ask you,
so-
how do you feel about the Supreme Court ruling then on abortion, sending it back to the states?
That has nothing to do with ethics. Those are really complicated legal arguments.
Do you believe it should be a state issue, abortion?
Oh man, okay. If you want to talk about the Supreme Court case once, the Supreme Court one is complicated. I think I disagree with the Supreme Court case. I disagree with the recent Supreme Court ruling. Even though Roe and Casey were probably not the best rulings, because I think that there's something to be said for the for the precedent of the courts. That when the court gets into the business of rewriting rulings that it's done 40, 50, 60 years ago, you put yourself in a
You mean correcting mistakes that were made, which is precisely what the higher courts are for.
weird spot where all of a sudden the court can look retroactively, and anytime you've got new people on the Supreme Court. But these are legal arguments. These aren't really.
But I'm asking you, do you believe that it's a
Do I
state
believe that it
issue?
should be
In
a
other
state
words,
issue?
if one state decides that it's illegal and another
so
state decides it's not, is
I'm
that okay
partial
with you?
to the arguments that oh god, it wasn't Gorsuch, it wasn't Thomas. Who did the
All right, I'm done with this. I'm done with this. If you would like to see the rest, like I said, you can search it here. This up top is the title, and it is on the Jedediah Bila Live channel. Please go check her out. She is doing good things, and I really are. Hopefully the camera will let me sign out properly. I appreciate you guys sticking with me as new studio. Things are not ideal, but I am not going to bed until I make sure everything is perfect. So by next show, it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna be perfect. We got a Morty cam here. We got a Morty cam here. Y'all can check out Morty. The whole shebang. So I thank you guys so much for hanging out. I know this one was a little bit longer, but I felt like after Friday, I kind of owed you guys a little bit. I definitely, tried to kind of jump on a trend that I didn't really have any business talking about. I didn't have anything to add to the situation, but I wanted the views and I got them, but I didn't feel good about myself. So I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not a headline chaser. That's not what I do. What I do is take conversations from today, yesterday, 2 months ago, wherever, and show you guys why a conversation you would never care about, you would never listen to, is something that I can make a lot of fun for all of us. So if you enjoyed what we were doing here, I would really appreciate if you hit that subscribe button so you're always coming back. That like button is one of the biggest things that helps these parties grow. Oh, there's the fucking thing. And speaking of which, all of this new equipment was not. So if you, what in the hell was that? This stuff was not cheap. So if you would like to help out the channel, of course, you can hit the Cash App, but it is completely free to just sit here and enjoy all of my beauty in 4K whenever the camera is working. And it is free to like and comment and subscribe and share the video. That's another huge. Give me the back. It's not gonna let me sign out. They really didn't want me to sign on. So I guess that means it is time to go. So thank you so much for hanging out, guys. I really do appreciate you. And you can catch me, of course, right now. Well, I have to download Discord again. But as soon as that's happened, I will be in the Discord. And of course, you should follow me on Instagram and Twitter. And I will be back 2 days, 8 p.m. Eastern, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate you guys. And can't wait to see you next time. Peace.